one EI cam.
Good, I said, taking off my jacket and handing it to her. The move exposed my holstered plasmic to view, but I wasn't planning on standing here long enough for anyone to notice. Take this and find a place at the bar with the right airflow. Order a Sauvignon or something. This may take a few minutes, so just sit tight. She nodded as she draped my jacket over her arm.
Be careful.
I went back outside and rounded the building to the service entrance in the rear. The door was propped open, probably to help with air circulation, which should work nicely to Celine's advantage. I went inside, slipped past the buzz of conversation and rattling dishes coming from the kitchen, and found the employees' locker room. A couple of spare aprons hung on a hook by the door. Snagging one, I put it on over my street clothing, made sure the bulge of my plasmic didn't show through, and pushed open the door leading into the main room. The door opened up at one end of the bar, right beside a harried-looking bartender mixing a couple of ginger volcanoes. "I'm here," I called to him. "Where do you want me?" He looked up, did a double take as he spotted the apron.
Who are you?
He asked. "Wilson," I said, watching him closely. "Swing shift. Ani called and said you needed help." With all the background noise, I knew Ani could sound like Johnny, Lonnie, Bonnie, Arnie, or any of a handful of other names. In a human-run bar, the odds were pretty good that at least one of those would click. Either the name sounded familiar, or else the bartender was so overworked he would have taken in a stray cat if he thought it could handle drink orders and a tray.
Great,
he said, pausing to pull a pad from under the bar and hand it to me.
Those Najika Table 8 need their orders taken.
Got it, I said, glancing around. I had no idea of their numbering system, but the 4 aliens were easy to spot. Giving the bartender a cheerful smile, I headed off across the crowded room. In some ways, I reflected, it was rather like coming home. I'd told Celine it might take a few minutes. In fact, it took nearly 15 minutes of drink orders and deliveries before I'd covered enough of the room to spot the 3 Path in one of the side booths and their lone EI-cam guard at a 2-person table nearby. The EI-cam, I noted, was seated where he could see not only the Path and the main entrance, but also the door beside the bar that I'd entered through. The creatures might be ugly and use nasty, borderline illegal weapons, but at least they were reasonably professional. Except for the fact that there was only one of them instead of the minimum of 2 that were required to properly secure a room. But to be fair, the lack of available backup personnel was probably Frecky's fault. I waited until I'd served a round of drinks to a booth near the Path. Then, slipping my plasmic out of its holster and holding it out of sight underneath my now empty tray, I stepped over to the EI-cam. "Can I get you something else, sir?" I asked, leaning close, as if the conversational buzz around us was making it hard for me to hear him.
"I need nothing more," the EI-cam said, glaring up at me as if wondering why this stupid human couldn't see that his glass was still 3/4 full.
"Just one question, then," I said.
"Here," I added, offering him the tray. Most people, when something is shoved at them, automatically take it. The EI-cam, fortunately, was one of that majority. He took the tray, his glare turning into a somewhat bemused frown, and then became a rigid mask of impotent rage as I pressed the muzzle of my plasmic against his chest.
"Easy," I warned. I leaned a little closer and reached into his robe with my left hand, watching his eyes for any sign that he was going to try something brave or stupid. Most of that arm was still numb, but the fingers were mostly back, and I was able to find the butt of his Corona gun and draw it from its holster. "Easy," I said again, sticking the weapon into my waistband behind the apron where it wouldn't be visible, and he couldn't easily get it back. "Like I said, a question." I took back the tray before it could occur to him to use it as a weapon and moved back a few centimeters. Again, using the tray to block anyone else's view of the plasmic still pointed at him.
"You will die for this,"
he said, his voice chillingly sincere. "Maybe later," I said. "Here's the question. Is everyone off that path ship out there?"
"How should I know that?"
he demanded.
"Do I seem to you to be a path?"
"No, but you work for them," I said. "Don't be coy, and don't get cute. I need to know if they're all off. I don't want to hurt anyone." Finally, that little flicker that showed the message was getting through.
"I don't know,"
he said.
"What is it you want?"
"What do I want?" I growled. "I want payback from the path for ruining my shipping business. Never mind. All I want is to take down the ship. But if you won't talk, and if I have to kill a couple of the little bastards, I can do that."
"There are still path aboard,"
the ICAM said.
"If they die, it will go far worse for you."
"Yeah. Well, it's already as bad for me as it can get." I glanced past him, caught Celine's eye, and gave her a microscopic nod toward the door. "But it's going to get worse for them. And for you, too, if you don't get them the hell off."
"I cannot help you while you hold a weapon on me."
"That's your problem, not mine." I hesitated, like a revenge-seeking man who still had some shreds of conscience left might do. "Here's what I'll do. I'll give you 3 minutes after I leave this place to get everyone off. After that, it's on your hands." I stepped back from his table, glancing at the 3 path in their booth to confirm they weren't watching our little drama, then headed for the bar, watching the EI cam out of the corner of my eye the whole way. The bartender was busy at the other end, and I slipped through the door without him even noticing. 30 seconds later, having divested myself of the apron, tray, and Corona gun, dropping the latter into one of the garbage bins near the rear door, I was striding quickly back around the taverno toward the street. Celine was waiting when I arrived, pressed against the side wall out of the way of the stream of other pedestrians.
Success?
She asked, handing me my jacket. "I think so," I said, starting us back in the direction we'd come from earlier. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, I holstered my plasmic and slipped on the jacket. "You get anything?"
The EI cam scent changed strongly while you were talking to him,
she said.
The path sense remained the same. There were no other changes from anyone else except those consistent with alcohol consumption.
So no one noticed anything. Good. Which wasn't to say someone might not remember something crucial afterward if the path decided to pursue the issue. Under the circumstances, though, I was pretty sure they wouldn't. The ICAM's response, by the way, was probably anger, fear, frustration, or anger. You should probably catalog that for future reference.
You said anger twice.
He was pretty angry. Celine nodded, her pupils showing understanding. For better or worse, she was used to that reaction to the way I did business.
What did you do to him?
Nothing, I assured her. Took his gun and told him I was going to attack his freighter. Offered him 3 minutes to get the rest of the crew out first. She looked at me, The earlier understanding turned to horrified disbelief.
Gregory!
Don't worry, we're not going to touch it, I hastened to assure her. But they can't be sure of that. Wherein lies the problem? If I'm planning to destroy the ship, they have to get the rest of the path out of there before that happens. But if what I really want is to get everyone into the open where I can take sniper shots at them, having them outside is the last thing they can afford to do, not without some protection in place.
Yes,
she said, her pupils settling down again.
Which means recalling all their EICAM guards.
Just as fast as their lumpy little legs will take them, I agreed. That should give Kifri and Jennifer a clear shot to slip onto that liner and—
Watch out!
Celine interrupted, grabbing my arm and pulling me to the far side of the walkway as two vans roared into view, weaving in and out of traffic with complete disregard for anyone who might wander into their path. Their screeching tires sending all the other pedestrians jumping for the edge along with us. I peered at the vans as they shot past, but it was too dark inside to see anyone. On the other hand, given they were heading straight toward the path freighter, it wasn't hard to guess who they were. And there they go, I said, looking back over my shoulder as they disappeared between a pair of small customs sheds flanking the freighter's main ramp. Anything?
I'm sorry,
Celine said.
The windows were closed.
That's okay, I said. Sometimes I forgot that there were limits on what she could do. Those vans weren't marked as spaceport security, so process of elimination. The foot traffic sorted itself back out, the people continuing on their way, Celine and I continuing on with them. I kept alert for the sounds of running footsteps behind us and for vehicles heading our direction, or for the less subtle sounds of sirens and lawbreaker shouts. But there was nothing. As I'd expected, the path didn't want to make any kind of commotion, especially one that would leave them looking vulnerable. A shipping and economic empire like theirs was far more susceptible to public image and rumor than, say, a group like Earthguard that had lots of weapons and didn't much care what people thought about them.
Are you going to phone Kifri?
Celine asked. I thought we'd let them figure it out for themselves.
If they're in hiding, they may not realize the EICAMs are gone,
she pointed out. And if they don't, that'll tell us something about their intel capabilities, won't it? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her looking thoughtfully at me.
You really don't think they're con artists?
I shook my head. No.
Then who are they?
You want my completely unsupported, wild-eyed theory?
I'll take whatever you have.
Okay. I took a deep breath. Tara, our Tara, the one aboard the Ruth, said she was masquerading as the real Tara C. I don't think so. I think she and Ixel are the real Tara and Ixel, straight from the Icarus project.
I see,
Celine said thoughtfully.
How does Jennifer fit in?
No idea, I said. Someone else from the project, maybe, or some friend who got roped into it. You accepted that premise awfully easily.
I agreed to hear your theory,
she reminded me.
That means listening to all of it. I asked about Jennifer because Tara never mentioned her.
Probably on purpose, I said. That would let Jennifer play shadow backup, someone that neither we nor the path would know to watch out for.
That seems reasonable,
Celine said.
If they're not con artists, then what's their purpose? What are they trying to accomplish?
Here's where the theory gets iffy, I said. As if the first part hadn't been iffy enough. If they're really part of Icarus, and if Icarus is important enough for the path to drool out 100,000 comarks to get a hold of Terra, the government or Earthguard or whoever should have corralled her and dropped her in a box long ago. The fact that they haven't tells me she's operating with their approval.
Again, to what purpose?
Only one that I can see. I glanced around, making sure none of the other pedestrians were close enough to hear. I think they've been studying the Icarus for 6 years, and have figured out the damn thing doesn't work. I think Terra and Ixel are out here trying to get some of their investment back by selling their white elephant to the path. Celine digested that for another few steps.
A star drive that doesn't work?
She said.
And they think the path will buy that?
They've already put 100,000 on the table, I pointed out. Yeah, I think they'll buy it.
Interesting,
she said.
So it is a con game.
I thought it over. Actually, she was right. Okay, sure, I conceded. But a government-sanctioned con game is more of a psych ops thing.
I'm not sure I see the difference,
she said.
If you're right about this, what's our response? Do we still take Terra to Kashmir?
That seems like the direction everyone's pushing us, I said. If Terra, whoever the hell she is, wants to connect with Geary, who are we to say otherwise? As my father used to say, a man who gets in the way of a determined woman will just end up with a woman-shaped hole in him.
That sounds painful,
Celine murmured. Extremely, I agreed. I don't suppose you had a chance while I was serving drinks to figure out which liner Ixel and Jennifer were going for.
There are 3 in the direction we were originally heading,
she said.
The first leaves in half an hour, the second in 2 hours, the third in 8.
They seem too much in a hurry for it to be on the last one, I said. Probably the first, possibly the second. Well, I was planning on spending the night at the hotel. It's already paid for, after all. And then heading out in the morning. But I think now we'll just wait until after that second liner takes off. No point dragging this out any longer than we have to.
Hardly worth going back to the hotel for a couple of hours,
Celine said, an odd reluctance seeping into her voice. Agreed, I said. So a bite or a drink at one of the Commons booths or eateries, and then we'll head back to the Ruth. I know you're tired, but once we've got Terra safely in hyperspace, you can get some sleep. I cocked an eyebrow at her. Unless there was something back in the hotel you wanted?
Not really,
she said.
I was just remembering there were 2 of those little bottles of really good Sauvignon left in the bar.
Not to worry, I assured her, patting my jacket pocket. I picked them up on my way out. It wasn't until we settled down at one of the more mid-scale diners in the Commons that I realized that I was more hungry even than I was tired. This particular place didn't have the Earth BBQ we'd passed by earlier. That kiosk, sadly, was closed for the night. But it had a decent enough quintip roast and a passable bourbon. Celine had a glass of the House Sauvignon, which she declared highly inferior to the bottles in our hotel bar, which, given the per-glass cost, constituted something of a con job in and of itself, and a baked fish whose name I couldn't pronounce, but which she declared nearly as good as the best she'd ever had. Though whenever she raved about a meal, I could never tell whether she was talking about its taste or its aroma. Between the meal, the drinks, and the hunt for a quick-rent vehicle,
we managed to burn the 2 hours necessary to let the first 2 liners get off the ground. If Ixel and Jennifer had failed to take advantage of our diversion, they deserved whatever the EI cams decided to dish out. Celine was a bit tipsy as we left the diner, which with Clodolians translated as little more than a slight loss of balance. I found an unused runaround and got Celine inside, slid in yet another of our 100 Comark bills, and headed for the Ruth. I was hoping Frecky and his EI-cam entourage would be long gone by now, either blazing off in hot pursuit of their chosen liner or else standing by one of the empty pads, waving impotent fists at the sky. I was wrong on both counts. I'd parked at the Ruth's ramp and was helping Celine out when pretty much every single shadow erupted with an EI cam. Before I could even think about grabbing my plasmic or getting under cover, we were surrounded by a ring of corona guns and lumpy aliens eager to use them.
"Well,"
a low voice came from behind me.
"You two have had a busy night."
I turned. Frecky was watching us from the top of the ramp, standing just outside the Ruth's hatch with a Ryokind plasmic hanging casually at his side. Outside the open hatch, I saw, with a sinking heart. He hadn't just strolled up there while my back was turned. He'd already been inside, and was just now coming back out. Inside the ship, where we'd left Terra. As my father used to say, your best weapon is the truth. Your second best is a carefully cultivated innocent stupidity. "Hey, how did you get aboard?" I asked, throwing confusion and a hint of tipsiness into my voice. "I changed all the access codes."
"Working for the Path has certain advantages,"
Frecky said.
"Did you know it was a Path subsidiary that helped develop the Everlock protocols?"
It was hard to maintain an innocent expression when you're feeling like the biggest idiot in the spiral, but my stupid expression was fortunately close enough to pass. I had, of course, heard those rumors over the years, which meant that the casual theft of Varsy's van back in Haversham City should have tipped me off then that Geary and Frecky were a lot higher in Path organizational structure than they let on. But of course, I'd long since dismissed the Everlock rumors and forgotten about them. And of course, the Ruth's hatch lock was only a cheaper and slightly less secure version of those same protocols. Carefully cultivated innocent stupidity. What does that have to do with... Oh, I interrupted myself, as if the connection was only now dawning on me. Right. Everlock. Well, I hope you didn't eat all the granary chips while you were in there.
"I wasn't looking for snacks,"
he said coolly. Detaching himself from his position by the hatch, he walked down the ramp to face me.
"You know, Rock, you've been something of a disappointment to us."
He stopped, and for a moment just stared silently up at me. I stared back, maintaining my innocent look, struck by the incongruous and almost laughable scene of a short human and a group of even shorter, lumpy-faced aliens trying to face down a much taller human. But that short human had a drawn plasmic, and the short aliens had corona guns, and I, for one, didn't feel much like laughing.
"You had Terra right in your hand,"
Frecky continued.
"Yet somehow she slipped through your fingers and escaped. How do you account for that, bounty hunter?"
Maybe you should ask your associates here that question, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Kifri had said the EI cams were under Frecky's control, but the first indication that he'd been wrong about that would also be the last breath I ever took. I had the situation and Tara under control until they charged in and tried to incinerate me.
You fired on us first,
one of the EI cams retorted. I didn't fire on you at all, I shot back. The point is that if you hadn't been stalking us, I wouldn't have lost track of her.
We made no threatening move.
Enough, Frecky said. The EI cam subsided, but I could still sense a simmering anger there as he stared at me. But that's water under the bridge, I said. The fact of the matter is that if we found her once, we can find her again.
Really?
Frecky said, his voice going a few degrees colder.
Let me give you a hint. She's currently aboard an Ulco space liner bound for Ratchna.
I let my eyes widen. She's on a liner? How
do I know?
Frecky cut me off.
Because the EI cam saw her board. That's how.
No, obviously, someone saw her, I said. What I was starting to ask was if she was seen getting aboard, how is she still there instead of standing here in restraints? And only then did the crucial fact manage to push its way past the bourbon in my brain. Frecky had just come out of the Ruth, presumably having searched it thoroughly. How could he possibly have missed finding Tara? Because Tara wasn't there anymore, obviously. Sometime after I'd let her in through the equipment bay, she'd slipped right back out again and made her way to the liner to wait for Kifri and Jennifer to show up. No, not Kifri and Jennifer, just Kifri. The minute Celine and I left that pair to set up our diversion, Jennifer had faded off into the night, leaving Tara to join the Kalix and settling aboard that Ukamal ship.
Because the EI cams weren't able to intercept her before she reached dock security,
Frecky said.
They were attempting to present the bounty documents when they were suddenly called away to an emergency at a Path freighter.
His eyes narrowed.
I don't suppose you had anything to do with that.
How could we possibly have anything to do with a Path emergency? I demanded, feeling the irritation of a 1-2 mental punch as a second stray fact popped up out of my memory. Haversham City, where Kifri and his ferrets had surreptitiously freed those 2 runaway Ukamals from slavery or worse. The whole Ulco species had a reputation for talking to each other and remembering and repaying debts. No wonder the liner security had made sure Kifri wasn't followed aboard by gun-wielding aliens.
Are you denying you were there?
Frecky demanded. Of course we weren't there, I said indignantly. We spent some time looking for Tara in the Commons, then went to the Starcom Center to see if she'd made any calls, then went back and poked around the Commons some more.
And?
I shrugged slightly. Celine picked up her scent twice, but both times the trail faded before we could follow it all the way.
You never went to the northwest sector of the port?
No, I said. Why? What's in the northwest sector?
That's where the Path freighter is berthed.
Of course we didn't go there, I said, daring to add a little scorn to my tone. Why would we? The Path are the ones who put out the bounty. Why the hell would Tara hang out near one of their ships? For a long moment, Frecky just continued to stare up at me. Celine was standing very still at my side. I noted peripherally her mild Sauvignon buzz long gone. A couple of the EI cams were twitching just a bit underneath their hooded robes, and I wondered vaguely if I could take both of them before they got the 2 of us. Then, very deliberately, Frecky returned his plasmic to its holster.
As I said, a disappointment,
he said.
I believe you forfeited your 30,000 Comark advance.
I don't keep that kind of money on me, I said, still watching the twitching EI cams. Wait a second, and I'll go get it for you.
No need.
He patted his jacket.
I've already got it. Perhaps we can do business another time.
Don't assume this time is over yet, I said. Keep those bank checks warm, because you'll be handing them back to us soon enough. He smiled faintly and turned away.
Come,
he said as he strode away. For a moment, the EI cams stayed where they were, as if underlining the fact that they didn't have to obey him. Then, to my relief, they broke their encirclement and marched off behind him. Beside me, Celine said something under her breath in her own language.
I don't understand,
she murmured.
Do you think he...
What, killed her? I shook my head. You heard him. Tara got on the liner with Kifri, Ixel, whoever.
But...
In a minute, I cut her off. Frecky and his entourage rounded the side of one of the other parked ships, and I took Celine's arm. Okay, now, I said, walking us up the ramp toward the hatch. Before he decides he wants his expenses money back, too. 3 minutes later, I had the hatch sealed and was on the bridge, starting the ramp up from standby to full power. Give the tower a call, will you? I called over my shoulder. See how soon we can get out of here.
Yes, please.
Tara's voice came from behind me.
Chapter 15.
It wasn't easy to swivel around and draw while seated in a pilot's chair, but inspiration and sudden shock are remarkable enablers. An instant later, I was facing the bridge hatchway, plasmic leveled at the woman standing there. Standing motionlessly, with her hands visible. Luckily for her. What the hell are you doing here? I snarled, lowering my plasmic to my lap. She raised her eyebrows with the same coolness as if I'd just asked for a weather report.
You invited me, remember?
You know what I mean. I raised my voice. Celine, come join the party. There was a footstep from the corridor. Tara glanced over her shoulder, then returned her attention to me.
I assumed that just because Frecky hadn't seen me come through the hatch didn't mean he wouldn't eventually want to look for himself,
she said, as if I should have expected that too.
So I stayed in the crawlway, ready to duck back out the rabbit hole and hide at the bottom of the cradle if I heard him work the lock.
She sent a lopsided smile back over her shoulder at Celine.
Lucky for him, he doesn't have anyone with your abilities on the payroll. I'm sorry, Gregory.
Celine's somewhat mortified voice came from behind her.
I should have smelled her. I wasn't paying enough attention.
Don't worry about it, I assured her. Anyway, there was probably enough of her scent already here, even if you'd been specifically looking. I felt my eyes narrow as I focused on Tara again. So it was Jennifer who got onto that liner with Kifri?
Yes.
Tara considered.
And no.
She raised her eyebrows, silently inviting me to be clever. Celine, for one, was apparently not interested in playing that game.
What does she mean?
She asked. She means that our diversion at the Path freighter wasn't to let them sneak aboard, I said sourly, tasting bile and leftover bourbon. Damn these people anyway. Our diversion was to let them sneak off. I raised my eyebrows at Tara, So the EI cams and everyone else are now chasing a complete red herring?
It's safer that way,
She said.
We don't want either of them getting shot by some overeager bounty hunter.
Or some overeager EI cam, I said. By the way, Jennifer says Kifri's real name is Ixel.
Yes. She told me you'd overheard that,
she said ruefully.
We were saving that particular name to spring on Geary during the con, but I suppose it doesn't hurt that you also know it.
Real names are always so handy, I said. And with that, I had my opening. Speaking of names, it's about time you gave us yours. A frown flicked across her face.
I already did. I'm Tara.
Fake Tara, anyway, I said. But okay, let's at least have the real Tara's real name. You said it's Tara C. What does the C stand for?
As I said, it was never released.
Probably true, I said. At least Celine didn't catch it as a lie.
Of course it's true,
Tara insisted. But it's also misleading as hell, I said. Because you already know the name. Because you are the real Tara. The real Tara C. I paused dramatically, giving her a knowing smile. The real Tara... I broke off.
The real Tara...
She prompted cautiously. Oh, I don't know, I said calmly. But you do. Celine?
Surprise and fear,
Celine said, her tone matching mine. Thank you. I looked down at my lap, noticed I was still holding my plasmic. Shifting in my seat, I returned the weapon to its holster. You see, only the real Tara C would worry that her name had gotten out, I said quietly. So, real Tara C from the Icarus project, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get this ship into space and on its way to Kashmir. I swiveled back around to face the control board. And then, I said, you're going to tell us what the hell is really going on. I'd had some lingering suspicions that Frecky hadn't really given up on us, and that we might find a nasty surprise or two waiting when we tried to leave Malaise. Once we were in the air, with no hidden emergency exit to slip out of or shadowy landing cradle to hide in, even a quick search would damn us in double-quick time. But apparently his disgust at our incompetence had been real. The new Sandio control tower was quick and efficient. There were no last-minute blocks or return orders, and an hour later, the cutter array sliced us into hyperspace, and we were safe. At least for the moment. And then, as I'd promised, we sat Tara down on the day room fold-out for a serious talk. Because as my father used to say, a threat is just a promise no one wants you to keep.
It starts with a man named Jordan McKell,
she said, looking up from the steaming mug of tea she'd made for herself. It wasn't a blend I was familiar with, but the aroma was pleasant enough. Though if it was designed to calm her nerves, it was doing a rotten job of it. I could see a slight trembling in her fingers, plus a smaller twitchiness in her cheeks and throat. Too much caffeine, possibly. That or she was more nervous than I'd ever seen her before.
I've mentioned him before,
she continued.
He was our pilot on the original Icarus, the man who got us safely through all the path attempts to find us and take the ship for themselves.
You're talking about the Icarus ship now, right? I asked.
Yes,
she said.
Now we use the name for the overall project. So you know McKell. What you may not know is that he has a somewhat checkered past.
She paused for another sip from her mug. I looked sideways at Celine, saw her nostrils and eyelashes quivering as they sampled the airflow. If Tara was hoping the smell of the tea would mask any of her own subtle scent changes, she was in for an unwelcome surprise. The confidence I could see in Celine's pupils was my guarantee that she was fully on top of things. And if Tara's latest story turned out to be yet another patch of spider floss, I was going to be dangerously annoyed.
He started out well enough, I suppose, she said. 5 years in Earthguard Auxiliary. But that ended in a court-martial for severe insubordination and a dishonorable discharge. After that came 4 years in Earth Customs, kicked out this time for taking bribes. A few other small jobs came and went.
She seemed to brace herself.
And he ended up working for one of the Spiral's biggest criminal organizations, using his ship to smuggle drugs and weapons.
Despite my promises to myself to keep emotion out of this, I felt a darkness drift across my vision. Defiance, bribery, and smuggling, all of it ultimately leading up to our own encounter with him 5 years ago. Tara had said he'd killed a pair of EI cams. Given the rest of his history, I doubted it was self-defense.
The point is that he always showed a tendency toward instability and rashness,
Tara said.
Once we got the Icarus to safety, he was offered a place on the team working on it. He accepted, and up until a few months ago, everything was fine. But then...
She shook her head.
There are people who can't just sit by when unpleasant truths raise their ugly heads. Mikkel is one of them. I can't go into details, but bottom line, he's out there somewhere, and Ixel and I need to get him back safely.
So Mikkel deserted Icarus, I said. And you and Ixel deserted to track him down. This project must be heaps of joy to work for.
It's not as bad as you make it sound,
Tara said, mild protest in her voice. I'm just looking at the fact that it seems to inspire the stupid in people. So what was that nonsense story you spun about a con game and you and Ixel pretending to be entirely different people?
The Path had 100,000 Comark bounty on me, and your friend Mr. Varsi was offering twice that,
she said.
The EI cams were already on Malays, and there were bound to be a few bounty hunters also lurking around. I thought if I could dangle a potential reward bigger than anything anyone else was offering, you wouldn't turn me over to any of them.
Again, I looked at Celine. She looked back, her pupils unchanged. So far, no lies that she could detect. Though, as always, that didn't preclude the presence of carefully chosen weasel words that said one thing and implied something else entirely. All right, then, I said, turning back to Tara. Change of subject. No more evasion. No more classified excuses. Your life's on the line. Mikkel's life is on the line. Our lives are on the line. I know the rumors, but I want the truth. What the hell is the Icarus project? Tara's lips compressed, but she gave a reluctant nod.
You called it earlier,
she said.
And for once, the rumors were true. If we can get Icarus fully up and running, it will offer a way to get across space faster and more efficiently than anything we've ever seen.
Better than the Teleriac?
Far better,
she assured me.
But Icarus isn't our problem right now. Our problem is to find Mikkel before something happens that we can't backtrack from.
Such as? She gave me a look of strained patience.
The Path know the truth about Icarus. Mikkel knows the truth about Icarus. Do I need to draw you a map?
I looked one last time at Celine. wondering if any of that had been more of Tara's lies. But no. As far as Celine could tell, every bit of it was true. So what's the plan?
We're assuming Geary went to Kashmir,
Tara said.
I'm hoping Mikkel followed that same logic and headed there too.
So Mikkel's stalking Geary?
I don't know if he's stalking him exactly,
Tara said.
but Geary's definitely the key to whatever crazy scheme Mikkel's got in mind.
So if we find Geary, we find Mikkel?
That's the assumption.
Good, I said grimly. Lucky for us, we know how to get Geary to come into the open. Tara looked at Celine.
You can track him down?
Eventually, sure, I confirmed. But it doesn't sound like we've got enough time for that. Tara's lips compressed briefly, and from the look in her eyes, I could tell we were on the same page.
We need to offer him something he wants,
she said. Yes, I said.
We need to offer him me.
I nodded. Yes. It was a 6-day trip from Malays to Kashmir. We mostly traveled in silence, with the bulk of our conversation revolving around basic ship's functions and a bit of overall planning of what we were going to do once we got there. Tara wasn't in a particularly conversational mood, while Celine reverted to her usual self-restraint of mostly talking only when someone else started the ball rolling. For my part, I was working through what I was going to do once I finally came face to face with the man who'd cost me so much. For the past 5 years, the desire for justice and payback had been a distant hunger in the back of my brain, seldom intruding on my daily life, but never completely going away either. But now, suddenly, there was Icarus to be factored into my thinking, along with the awesome potential it represented for the Commonwealth and the other peoples of the spiral. The path weren't on my personal vengeance list, but their rise to power certainly hadn't made them a lot of friends along the way. Whatever Mikkel was mixed up with, and whatever Tara did or didn't want him to do, they both were clearly vital parts to this whole thing. I still hadn't figured out what I should do when we arrived. There was always the chance that the number Geary had given me back on Zothru had been for a phone he'd since discarded. But it wasn't. 3 vibes into the call, he answered. "I've been expecting you," he said without greeting or other preamble. "Frecky said you left Malays rather like the scalded cat of legend." "There didn't seem anything in New Sandio worth hanging around for," I said. "Apparently not," he said. "I presume there's a connection between your departure and the fact that the Ulco liner he was interested in turned out to be empty." For a moment, I was tempted to take his words at literal value and express my astonishment that every single passenger aboard had somehow vanished. But we both knew what he meant, and I preferred to save my innocent/stupid act for special occasions. "Can't say I'm surprised," I said. "Did he also tell you that I asked him to keep our advance payment warm?" "He did," Geary confirmed, and in my mind's eye, I could envision a sort of urbane predator's anticipation on his face. "Does that mean you're ready to deliver?" "I am," I said. "When and where?" "There's a private meditation club 20 kilometers west of the Sharmir spaceport called the Deodar Expanse," Geary said. "It has a landing field to the north of the main building complex that will accommodate the Ruth, and your names have been registered for entrance. I'll be in the Grand Hall at the center of the East Residence Wing in 2 hours, Do you need me to repeat any of that? No, I've got it, I said. We'll see you soon. I keyed off and turned to Celine. You pull it up?
Yes,
She said, peering at her pad.
the Deodar Expanse truly lives up to its name. It includes 6 building complexes and 90 square kilometers of forest, grassland, sports venues, and artistic interactive circles.
Any Zen gardens? She looked up, her pupils frowning.
Probably. Is that important?
Not really, I said. I got to visit one in Haversham City, that's all. Do you see the landing area?
Yes,
She said.
it doesn't seem large enough for the number of people the residences seem capable of housing. That's because meditation clubs are playgrounds for the rich and powerful,
Tara said, her voice and face betraying her tension.
Their private yachts drop them off and then go sit at one of the regular spaceports until they're called for.
You've seen a lot of these clubs, have you? I asked. She shot me a quick look.
A few.
She said.
Let's focus on finding Mikkel, shall we? Preferably before you have to hand me over to Geary.
Well, he's not going to be anywhere on Deodar's grounds, I said. You heard Geary. Very exclusive place. Very exclusive landing pad. Very exclusive clientele. How could Mikkel even find a way in?
I'm sure he could figure out something.
Maybe, I said. But with the kind of security they're bound to have, he's not going to be able to slip through the gate and then just sit around sipping cola for a few hours. I'm guessing he's parked at Shawmere Spaceport, waiting for Geary to show up.
You could be right,
Tara said, her voice thoughtful.
Can you pull up a list of ships currently berthed there?
Sure, I said. Celine?
I have it.
She confirmed.
What are we looking for? A ship name with the initials SB,
Tara said, stepping forward to look over Celine's shoulder.
Mikkel's ship is named the Stormy Banks, and his fake IDs all have the same initials.
Let me guess, I said. His flight jacket has an SB logo on the shoulder? She frowned at me.
How did you know?
I've known a few other ship captains who've done that, I said, wondering briefly what she would say if I told her I'd gotten a good look at that jacket 5 years ago, when Celine and I nearly ran him to ground.
Here's one,
Celine announced.
the singing banjo. That sounds like Mikkel,
Tara said.
Any open slots nearby? There's one 3 slots to the south.
Try to get it for us, I told her. We'll put down, walk over, and see if he's there. I added to Tara. If he is, we nab him there and do whatever's necessary to get him out of there. If he's not, we'll assume he's already in the meditation club and pick up with Plan B.
He won't be easy to corral,
Tara warned. I still have a couple of vertigo darts, I said. Do you still have that auto-inject antidote for the drug?
Yes, but I doubt he'll be shooting back with them,
Tara said. I didn't think he would. So, confirmation that she did indeed have an antidote. And, by extension, that she deliberately allowed Celine and me to grab her at the Haversham City Starcom Center. Problem was, I couldn't see how that fit in with her claimed goal of chasing down Mikkel before he got into trouble. Could Celine have been wrong about her latest story being the truth?
Got it,
Celine announced. Did you have to offer extra payment? I asked.
No bribes,
She said.
The tower was very accommodating.
Right on cue. The approach path and destination popped up on my nav display. "Okay," I said. "Everyone strap in. Here we go." In retrospect, that unexpected official cooperation should have set off a warning bell in the back of my brain. But focused as I was on Tara and her story, I never even noticed it. Not until it was too late.
Chapter 16.
I got us to our landing pad without trouble and had Celine put a call into the fuelers. Then, leaving the two women inside, under protest from both of them, I went outside and did a quick walk around the ship to check out our new neighborhood. It was hot out here, hotter than I'd expected. Still, the place seemed quiet enough. There were a few humans and aliens in the area, but all of them seemed to be going about legitimate business. Most were port personnel working on equipment repairs or upgrades, but there were also a couple of small ship crews doing the kind of do-it-yourself thruster or cutter array adjustments that didn't require professionals. I didn't see anyone loitering around pretending to be busy, which, given the heat, wasn't surprising. There certainly weren't any lumpy EI cams lurking in the shadows. At least not in the shadows I could see on my limited tour. Given the amount of cover from ships and port equipment available to hide behind, the fact they weren't breathing down the Ruth's intakes really didn't mean much. I would need Celine and her superhuman sense of smell to get a better read on that one. The fuelers arrived just as I finished my recon. I got them started, handed over the advance fee that was always required when a ship was paying in cash, then went back inside. My single thigh-length vest wasn't in very good shape, but we weren't exactly heading out on a major social event, and the lighter garment would give my arms and torso some relief from the heat while still concealing my holster. Celine and Tara had meanwhile armed themselves with our 2 dart guns, concealed by 2 of Celine's much more respectable duster vests, and the 3 of us headed out. Given my partner's unique abilities, I usually tried to approach a target from downwind. Unfortunately, the breezes over Shaw Mere today were light and shifting, which made it something of a crapshoot to match the airflow to our approach path. But we could only try. Tara had said the singing banjo should be due north. With the current breeze coming from the northwest, I took us 1 landing pad to the east to give us a route in from the southeast. Hopefully the breeze wouldn't shift again before we got there. For once, luck and the universe were with us. The breeze, though light, continued coming from the northwest, and as we rounded the final ship's stern and reached a stack of offloaded cargo crates on the walkway, we came into view of a slightly battered-looking Capricorn-class freighter. 50 meters away, standing beside the landing ramp with his back to us as he worked diligently on an info pad, was a medium-built man with dark hair, dressed in faded jeans and a black leather jacket. I frowned. Given the heat, the fact that he was still wrapped in leather struck me as pretty damn suspicious. I felt Tara step up beside me.
"Well?"
I whispered to her.
I can't tell.
She whispered back.
Looks like his jacket. I can see the edge of the shoulder patch, but I can't tell for sure.
Is he usually this immune to heat stroke? She shrugged.
Heat doesn't bother him. He also has a certain macho streak.
I know the type, I said, scowling. I'd hoped we could get at least a 90% positive ID before we had to come out in the open.
"I'll take a look," I said. "You 2 wait here."
No, I'd better go,
Tara said, touching my arm as I started to take a step out of cover.
He won't trust a stranger.
Unfortunately, that was probably true.
Fine, but I'm coming too,
I said.
Celine?
Anything?
I don't know.
Celine said uncertainly.
I'm smelling a lot of spices coming from that direction.
I shifted my attention from the black-jacketed man to the ships and open space past him. The freighter parked to the west of the singing banjo, I noticed, had its main hatch open.
Cooking aromas?
I suggested.
Maybe.
Celine said, still sounding tentative.
I don't know. It doesn't smell warm enough to be cooking.
She muttered something.
And now the wind's shifted.
I focused on the breeze ruffling my hair. It had changed direction all right, veering a bit more west. On the other hand, if Celine crossed the pathway in front of us and took up position between the singing banjo and the freighter to the east of it, she should be back in the main airflow. Space was mostly open, but there was also a diagnostic cart sitting there with cables to the other ship that should give her enough cover.
Feel like a little walk?
I asked her.
Across to that cart?
Yes,
I said.
Keep it casual. Don't look at him along the way.
Understood.
Stepping past Tara and me, she walked across the walkway. She passed the cart as if she was heading to the next row of ships, then did a quick double back and dropped into a crouch beside it. She leaned her head out a little, sniffing the air, then turned her face toward Tara and me. I raised my eyebrows in silent question, got a small shake of the head, and equally small shrug in return.
What's she saying?
Tara asked.
Inconclusive,
I said, wishing I was close enough to see her pupils. Even with extensive attempts at coaching, Celine was only marginal at sending body language signals.
Well, no sense putting this off. Let's go.
No, I'd better go alone.
Tara said.
He might think you're coercing me or holding me hostage. Let me confirm it's him and persuade him you're our friend, and then you can join us.
I felt a sour taste at the back of my mouth. So now the age-old hunter's dictum of always working in groups was going completely out the window, as all three of us went in entirely different directions. Still, I would at least be in plasmic range of both of them.
Just make it fast,
I said, drawing the weapon from my holster.
If it isn't him, get the hell back here.
I will.
Glancing once around the area, Tara slipped out from behind our cover and headed at a quick but casual-looking walk toward the still oblivious man. Raising my plasmic, I leveled it at the center of the black leather jacket, bracing the gun against the edge of the crate stack. Tara was nearly there, keeping to the side where she'd be out of my line of fire if I had to shoot. Another 5 steps. And without the slightest hint of warning, a hand darted over my shoulder and grabbed my gun wrist. I tried to twist out of his grip, but my attacker was already pulling my hand back, wrenching me off balance. I tried to shout a warning, but his left hand came around from the other side and clamped firmly over my mouth. My right arm was already stretched out, and with him spinning me around, my left elbow was out of position to do anything. My only chance was to kick backward and try to take out a knee or shin, but my legs were already working full time to keep me upright. And so, as I'd done in Haversham City, I let my legs collapse under me. Unfortunately, unlike Varsy's thugs, this attacker was ready for it. Even as I started to fall, he dropped with me, giving me an extra shove downward that sent me slamming with additional force onto my butt.
Even as the jolt rattled up my spine, he let go of my wrist and slid his hand up to my plasmic, twisting it against my thumb and wrenching it from my hand. I jabbed back over my head with both hands, hoping to get to his eyes or nose or maybe grab an ear. But again, he was ready, blocking my right arm with his and grabbing my left wrist with his left hand. I tried to roll away, but he twisted my left arm around at the elbow and slammed the forearm straight down onto the top of my head. There he held it, using my own arm to pin me to the ground. I tried to break free, but he shifted position to block my still flailing right arm with his shoulder and adding his right hand to the task of holding me down. For a moment, we struggled silently, me trying to force my way back up to my feet, my assailant trying to keep me sitting helplessly on the ground. But what he didn't know was that my part of the struggle was mostly just for show. In order to get both hands on my left arm, he'd been forced to drop my plasmic. He was lying there on the walkway, apparently forgotten, just out of reach of my right hand. If I could keep him focused on holding me down long enough to figure out a way to get to it, we would have ourselves a whole new ball game. And then, suddenly, there was the opening I'd been hoping for. Most of the nerves in my left arm were still dead, but enough of the pressure sensors were left for me to recognize that he'd let go with his right hand and was only holding my arm in place with his left. Abandoning my pretend efforts to stand up, I turned my head to my left, letting his downward pressure now also drive me sideways. The sudden change in position took enough of the weight off my right leg that I could now snap it out in front of me, then hook it back at the knee, catching my plasmic with my heel and bouncing it to within reach of my right hand. I grabbed the weapon, twisting around on my butt and shoulder to turn myself halfway around, making sure I kept the weapon tucked in close to my chest where he couldn't grab it or slap it out of my hand. I got a glimpse of his face as he abandoned his attack and leaped backward. And even as I brought the plasmic around, the air exploded into a dense cloud of white, burnt sugar-smelling smoke. But that single look had been enough. The man who'd taken me down was Jordan McKell. I scrambled to my feet, my nose filled with the smell of the smoke, my ears catching a hint of McKell's footsteps as he ran off, my mouth working with furious, helpless curses. If McKell had been sneaking up behind us, that meant the man we'd seen standing beside the singing banjo was an imposter. And with the smoke blocking my view of everything, I had no way of knowing whether Tara had evaded the trap or fallen into it. Worse, I had no idea what had happened to Celine. What I did know was the direction McKell had gone. Gripping my plasmic, praying I'd have a chance to use it, I headed off into the smoke. I couldn't see a damn thing, but my extreme caution and watchfulness on the walk over from the roof was now paying off. I remembered every step of the way, the position of every ship, ramp, equipment cart, crate, even the handful of broken or uneven walkway stones we'd passed. I knew which direction McKell had taken, and if I needed to run blindly through a smoke screen to take him down, I should be able to do it without killing myself. And even if it did, even if I ran full tilt into something, I needed to do this. I'd heard no shrieks or commotion from either Tara or Celine, which meant they'd either gotten away clean or had been efficiently and silently taken. With the cloud rolling their direction, I couldn't get to either of them without putting all of us in jeopardy. But if I could chase down McKell, maybe I could trade him to Geary for at least Celine. Maybe even Celine and Tara both. I picked up my pace, knowing that the kind of handheld smoke grenade McKell had used had more limited coverage than the mortar shells he'd hit us with in Haversham City. That meant he, and I, would soon be out in the open again. I reached out my free hand, swinging it back and forth in front of me, hoping I might catch a corner of his shirt.
Abruptly, I ran clear of the cloud, just in time to see a figure disappear around the stern of the next freighter over. I leaned forward into my run, pumping my legs for all they were worth. I'd only had a quick glimpse of McKell, and an even shorter glimpse of the man ahead of me, but there was no way it could be anyone but him. I kept running, wondering fleetingly if I should get out my phone and try to call Celine. Decided that any distraction at this point might get me shot. I reached the freighter and ducked around it, alert for attack, and found myself alone. I slowed to a jog, eyes darting everywhere, trying to figure out where he could have disappeared to. The Shawmere spaceport used landing cradles, but the ships occupying the two closest had wide stabilizer fins that filled most of the gap between the edge of the cradle and the ship's hulls, making it highly unlikely that McKell had slipped down there. The freighter to my right had its ramp extended, the particular hatch position and cradle profile putting the ramp at a low angle, not much more than half a meter above the walkway. The hatch at the top of the ramp was closed, and I could see the red indicator lights that showed it was locked. The ship across from it, lying off to my left, also had a small height difference between hatch and walkway, though this one was more than a meter. Its exit ramp wasn't extended, but the hatch itself was open. Farther down the walkway, as far as I could see, the entire rest of the area was deserted. I headed toward the two freighter hatches, looking back and forth between them, trying to guess which one McKell had gone to ground in. Just because the hatch on the right-hand ship was closed didn't mean it hadn't been open when he tore around the corner, offering him the chance to run up the ramp and close it behind him. Of course, the people inside might have had something to say about a sudden and uninvited guest, but McKell was undoubtedly armed, and anyway, he just proved he didn't need a weapon to make someone's life unpleasant. On the other hand, ship hatches were thick and heavy, and it was rare to find one that was both quick and silent. I hadn't heard the sound of a sealing hatch, and I certainly hadn't spotted any movement from that quarter as I rounded the ship's stern, which left the ship to my left. I took a second, longer look. No ramp, but the hatch was an easy enough jump for someone in decent shape. Even better, once he was inside, there would be no sound or movement to give away his presence. It was my best shot. I gave my left thumbnail the double stroke to turn it into a mirror and started warily forward, keeping one eye on the open hatch and the other on my raised thumbnail. I'd been attacked from behind once today, and I had no intention of going 2 for 2. The freighter hatch to my right was still in my peripheral vision, should McKell be lurking behind it, and anyway, he probably couldn't open it without making enough noise to alert me. I was close enough now to the left-hand freighter to see into the shallow airlock. I shifted my full attention to it, searching the darkened chamber for movement. "That's far enough!" I froze. The voice had come from behind and to my right. From the closed hatch I assumed McKell couldn't have slipped into or out of without my knowing about it. Keeping my eyes and plasmic pointed where they were, I eased my left thumb up and angled it for a look. The hatch was still closed. McKell was lying flat on the walkway, half of him under the edge of the ramp where the shadows and low angle had hidden him during my approach. The half of him that wasn't under the ramp was pointing a plasmic at me. "So what now?" I called back to him. "You shoot me and go back to running from people like Tara and Ixel?" "I'm not exactly running," McKell said. And in my thumbnail, I saw him slide out from concealment and start to get up. If his plasmic's aim wavered for even a second. But it didn't. "And I'm not going to shoot you," he added as he straightened up. "Not unless you insist on it." "Didn't realize I had a say in the matter," I said. "I don't suppose you care that Tara's in danger."
Even in my limited view, I could see a flicker of emotion cross his face. Of course I care. Then why are you standing here holding a gun on me instead of doing something about it? I demanded. What the hell are you running around here for anyway? There are reasons, he said. Oh, right, I said sarcastically. Reasons. The universal excuse of all irresponsible or incompetent people. Can't argue with that, he conceded. But sometimes it's also the truth. What about Tara? I demanded. Or Celine? Or don't you even know about Celine? I know about her, he said. I'm sorry you and she are in this mess. This mess? I snarled. You call it a mess? I call it deadly danger. You want to go help her? Nobody's stopping you. Except you. Nobody's stopping you, he repeated, leaning on the first word this time. Keep your plasmic pointed away from me, and you're free to go anywhere you want. I won't interfere. I hesitated. With him centered in my secret mirror, I knew exactly where he was standing, how he was standing, how he was holding his plasmic, and everything else about his position. If I could take him by surprise, if I could spin around fast enough, I might be able to get off an incapacitating shot before he could react with one of his own. If I succeeded, I would finally have evened the score. If I failed, Celine would be all alone. If it makes you feel any better, there is a plan, Mikhail said into my hesitation. And getting yourself killed trying to get the drop on me won't help either you or Celine. Or the plan? Or the plan. So I am part of the plan? I said. What happened to your regrets about dragging us into this? Come on, I should at least get to hear what I'm supposed to do. You'll probably be getting a call soon, he said, ignoring the question. I'm sure I will, I said. I'm a very popular guy. So what, you want me to say hello for you? If you think that's a good idea, go ahead, he said calmly. Just, all I can say is, you've got good instincts, Rourke. Go with that. Do you want me to tell you what my first instinct is to do right now? Thanks, but I can guess, he said. Just say the word, and you'll be on your way to a whole new world. Remember that. I felt my lip twist. As threats went, that one had been delivered pretty casually, but there was an intensity beneath the calmness, a warning not to dismiss it. Any particular word you had in mind? Artichoke is a good one, he said. It's catchy, memorable, and not one most people would ever think of. Artichoke, I said flatly. Artichoke, he confirmed. Anyway, we're done here. I don't suppose you'd be willing to close your eyes and count to 100. I sifted rapidly through my extensive collection of expletives. Not a single one properly fit the absolute absurdity of that request. What do you think? I said instead. No, I suppose not, he said, a hint of regret in his voice. I'll see you later. Good luck. In my mirror, I saw him lift his other hand. I spun around, dropping into a crouch, swinging my plasmic around. But I was too late. Even as Mikhail came into view at the corner of my eye, the space between us exploded into more of the thrice-damned white smoke. I thought about shooting anyway, fully aware that he was probably already on the move. I thought about trying to guess which direction he'd go and trying to continue my pursuit. I thought about screaming my rage and frustration at the sky. What I actually did was wait, shaken with adrenaline reaction until the cloud dissipated, to find myself once again alone. I looked around as the last remnants of the smoke swirled around my knees and ankles. No one. No McKell, no workers or ship's crew, not even the faint whine of distant runarounds or trucks. Might as well have been the last man on Kashmir. That eerie thought was still echoing through my mind when my phone vibed. I twitched in reaction. Muttering a curse, I jammed my plasmic back into its holster and yanked out my phone. It was Celine's phone calling, but I was pretty sure it wasn't her at the other end. "Rourke," I said. I was right.
My congratulations, Mr. Rourke.
Gary's smoothly irritating voice came in my ear.
I'll admit I had my doubts that you'd be able to hand Tara off at the Deodar Meditation Club, given their high-end security and all. Bringing her to Sharmir, where we could intercept her without fuss or bother, was sheer genius on your part.
I squeezed the phone hard. "I'm glad you're glad," I said. "So you got her?"
We got her,
he confirmed.
Where exactly have you wandered off to?
I glared at the emptiness around me. I was chasing down my attacker.
Mikhail?
He gave a little snort.
Waste of time. He's too fast and too smart. Which is a good thing, of course. If he hadn't stayed on the run this long, Tara would have found him long ago, and we'd have lost our opportunity to get to know her better. Come on back. We're waiting for you beside the singing banjo.
I felt my stomach knot up at the thought of having to face Tara. "You go on ahead," I said.
What about the 100,000 comarks we owe you?
"You can drop it in my account," I said. "I'll send you the deposit details."
I'm afraid we're going to need to see you in person.
Why?
For starters, as I said, we owe you money,
he said.
But mostly, it's because of Celine.
For the second time in a minute, I attempted to crush my phone in my hand. What about her?
Have you forgotten so soon how bad that smoke is for her? While you were busy chasing Mikhail, we were helping her escape his cowardly attack before she could suffer those effects a second time.
I appreciate your thoughtfulness, I said. If you can just drop her off at the Ruth, we'll be on our way. Gary's sigh was clearly audible.
Are you really going to play this game? Fine. Here's the reality. You and your lovely alien partner are coming with us. And you're coming with us now.
You already have Tara, I reminded him. We don't know anything about Icarus that she doesn't.
I know that,
he assured me.
But as you may have noticed, Tara can be rather stubborn. And while she may not hesitate to sacrifice her own life or health, I get the sense she wouldn't be nearly so cavalier with the lives of others.
With an effort, I forced down the furious panic bubbling up in my throat. If you even think about hurting Celine.
Really, Mr. Rourke?
He said reproachfully.
We have no interest in hurting anyone, I assure you. With someone of Celine's unique vulnerabilities, there's no need. Imagine Terra's emotional agony as the two of them sit across from each other in the heavy atmosphere of some, let's say, exotic and spicy heavy cuisine. I'm sure we can find something that makes your partner thoroughly miserable without actually harming her.
I'm going to kill you, Gary, I said softly. You hear me? If you don't let Celine go right now, I'm gonna kill you.
I'd expect nothing less,
he said calmly.
I'd also note that a promise like that will be hard to keep if the two of us are at opposite ends of the spiral.
I took a deep breath, inhaling the ghost of the burnt sugar smoke. I'll be right there, I said.
I'll be waiting,
he said.
Not me personally, of course. Terra and Celine and I are long gone, but the runaround and driver I've left will bring you to our ship.
So he was even denying me the chance to defy the odds of a long-distance kill shot. You just make damn sure nothing happens to them, I said. Either of them.
Trust me,
Gary promised. And even given the perverse satisfaction in his voice, I could sense his sincerity. They were the key to the Icarus project, and whatever glory or money his path masters were prepared to heap on him. Of course he wouldn't hurt them. Not unless and until he had to.
Now be a good boy and hurry up,
he continued.
Time is passing, and we still have a long ways to go.
Midway through my jog back to the ship, it occurred to me that I hadn't said hello to him from Mikkel. Probably just as well.
Chapter 17.
I watched for Mikkel all the way back, just in case he decided to pop his head up out of the gopher hole again. But there was no sign of him. Whatever this plan of his was, it apparently included leaving Terra, Celine, and me to the wolves. About halfway back, it occurred to me that I'd used that phrase a lot in my career. Now with Gary and Freckies using Odin's two wolves as their aliases, it felt disturbingly like the universe was deliberately mocking me. I didn't dawdle on my way to the singing banjo, and certainly the silent driver in the runaround didn't pause to see the sights on our way to the other end of the spaceport and the nondescript ship waiting for us there. Just the same, he and I had barely made it aboard before the hatch was sealed behind us, the repulsor boosts kicked in and nudged us up out of the landing cradle, and we were on our way. Wherever we were off to next, it was clear Gary was in a hurry to get there. He was waiting for me inside the airlock, and after relieving me of my phone and plasmic, he escorted me down the corridor to an aft suite. Terra and Celine were already there, sitting on individual recliner couches, neither of them with particularly enthusiastic expressions. Maybe they'd hoped I would mount a last-minute rescue, and my arrival brought that expectation to a bitter end. More likely, they were just too emotionally exhausted to even bother glaring at me for messing up so badly. Gary apparently wasn't interested in witnessing our awkward reunion. Thankfully, he also wasn't interested in gloating, at least for now. He told us a meal would be delivered in 2 hours, and that we'd be landing 8 hours after that, and then beat a hasty retreat, resealing the hatch behind him. For a few minutes, Celine and I talked, comparing notes on what had happened after Mikkel triggered the smoke grenade, remembering the similar attack on Haversham City, and fearful of a repeat of the debilitating effects of the smoke, she run away from the cloud as fast as she could.
Unfortunately, her path of escape had taken her straight into the arms of Geary's thugs. To their credit, they then kept going, helping her get away from the smoke and waiting until it had dissipated before putting restraints on her wrists and loading her aboard a runaround. She'd reached Geary's ship about the same time as Tara, the latter arriving in a different vehicle, but escorted by the same class of thug. They'd had their phones and other equipment confiscated, then been unceremoniously dumped in our current group cell. It was a reasonably nice cell, I had to admit, especially given the ship's rather shabby exterior. Geary might not want to draw unwelcome attention to his transport, but that didn't mean he was interested in roughing it either. In retrospect, I could see why he and Frecky had seemed less than thrilled by their accommodations aboard the Ruth. Geary had said our trip would take 10 hours, except for our dinner break, which turned out to be the same upper-class caliber as our suite. I spent that entire time visualizing the local star map and trying to figure out where we were going. But in the end, given Geary's masters, there really was only one obvious destination. By the time we arrived, I already knew where we were.
There it is,
Geary said, waving at the viewport as the ship headed in.
Lachlan. I've always thought of it as the unofficial path home away from home.
It's everything the guidebooks say it is, I agreed sourly, gazing out at the cloud-speckled sky and green and blue patches beneath it.
You laugh,
Geary said, his voice almost introspective.
but that's indeed what it could have been. It's got a wide swath of decent climate, and the landscape and natural attractions are the match of anything in the spiral. It could have been a thriving colony with an equally thriving tourist trade.
So what went wrong? I asked. The planet not looking profitable enough for the path? They had locked down all the travel and shipping routes, too?
Essentially,
He said.
Only it wasn't all the path, but just one of the two directors who'd been tasked with developing the system. They had diametrically opposed visions of what they wanted Lachlan to be, and the
He looked sideways at me.
more greedy of them won out. You already know the result.
All non-path interest was strangled away, and the rest of the spiral took their business elsewhere.
Yes.
Geary considered.
Though, given how things subsequently turned out, that may have been a blessing in disguise.
How so? He gave me a mysterious smile.
You'll see.
He promised.
And then even you, bounty hunter Gregory Rourke, seasoned traveler of the spiral, are going to be amazed.
There were still a couple of decent cities on Lachlan, probably more the result of path pig-headedness than any real demand for the real estate. Plus a dozen or more small and no doubt underutilized lake and mountain resorts. We skipped past all of that, settling into one of a pair of isolated landing cradles set in an unremarkable stretch of grassland at the edge of an equally unremarkable strip of tangled forest. Completing the hat trick of dullness was a set of half a dozen dilapidated farm buildings, including a house, barn, 3 sheds, and a crop silo. I'd hoped that, out in the middle of nowhere on a path-dominated planet, Geary might forego any extra security for the next leg of our journey. No such luck. He met us at the suite with 3 sets of restraints, and a minute later we were marched to the outer hatch with our wrists tied together in front of us. Either the man was even more paranoid than I'd thought, or he was under strict orders from someone uphill from him in the path hierarchy. I rather hoped it was the latter. I already had a pretty good feel for Geary's style and constraints. If I was going to make any deals, I probably needed someone higher up that mountain to talk to. Not that I had anything to bargain with at the moment, but I always tried to keep my options open. I naturally assumed we were going to one of the habitable structures, the house if Geary was feeling hospitable, the barn if he wasn't. Instead, he stepped off the landing ramp and turned to the right, toward the crop silo. With 3 of his thugs paralleling Tara, Celine, and me on either side, we followed. The view through the ventilation mesh showed the silo was about half full. Geary either didn't notice or didn't care. He walked up to a spot directly beneath the silo pipe and pulled open a hidden control panel. A handprint, optic scan, and muttered voice code, and an equally hidden door popped open from the silo wall. With an appraising look back at the 3 of us, probably wanting to see if we were sufficiently impressed by the cleverness of it all, he walked inside. The room behind the door was narrow but long, leading to an elevator near the center of the silo. More security checks to get the elevator door open, and he headed in. Unlike the corridor, the elevator car was quite roomy. Good in that no one was going to have an attack of claustrophobia. Bad in that it meant all our guards could pile inside with us without any of them getting close enough for me to help myself to one of their plasmics. The floor selection panel had just 2 buttons. Geary punched the lower of the 2, and the doors closed, and we started down. And down, and down, and down. The idea of the path putting a secret installation out in the middle of nowhere was crazy enough. The thought that they'd also apparently decided to put it deep enough to smell magma was edging on the ludicrous. An irreverent thought flicked through my mind that some director's brother was probably in the mine shaft drilling business. The trip seemed to take forever, but it probably lasted no more than a minute. The momentary relief that the doors were finally open was tempered by a sight that I could have gone my whole life without seeing. A pair of the lumpy-faced EI cams seated behind heavy, full-auto flechette guns pointed straight toward us. Geary made some kind of hand signal. The EI cams responded by angling the muzzles of their weapons a few degrees away from us. Behind the guard post, a rock corridor stretched out. The walls far enough apart to accommodate both us and our phalanx of guards. The floor and ceiling lit only by subdued light sconces, spaced every 10 meters or so. With another glance over his shoulder to make sure we were following, Geary headed down the hall. I knew the EICAM guards wouldn't be in a facility like this if they couldn't obey even orders they didn't like. Still, as I walked between them, I got the distinct feeling that they rather hoped I would give them an excuse to open fire. I passed up the temptation to offer them a smug smile and moved on. The corridor ended in a T-junction. Geary paused there, glanced right, then turned left. We followed, and as we rounded the corner, I smelled a faint hint of something coming from the other direction. "Celine," I murmured.
"Cooking aromas,"
she murmured back.
"Path and EI cams, freshly laundered linens, filtered water, alcohol-based beverages."
"Living quarters?"
"Yes,"
she said.
"Ahead, metal, electronics, EI cams, and path. Many path."
I nodded. The supervisor I'd been expecting, presumably, plus more minions. Now we were getting somewhere. A set of blast doors guarded by a pair of Corona gun-armed EI cams slid open as we approached, and Geary led the way through. Into a large cavern buzzing with activity. Celine had been right about there being a lot of path. The malicious little creatures were everywhere, monitoring consoles, working at equipment scanners and analyzers, or just sitting in circles with info pads propped up in front of them, discussing or arguing among themselves. Spaced around the cavern walls, well clear of all the work areas, were more armed EI cams. At the center of the cavern was a cylindrical chimney, a good 5 meters across, that disappeared upward into the rock. An industrial-sized lifter plate, built into a heavy-duty framework, lay ready on the floor beneath it. Surrounded by 4 cable racks, helping to organize the multitude of cables and wires snaking from the various consoles up into the chimney.
I believe introductions are in order.
A smooth voice came from the side. I turned. The path walking sedately up to us looked like all the other members of his species, given that I'd never taken the time to learn how to distinguish between path faces. But his hooded robe told me all I needed to know. Instead of the usual unadorned gray, his had 6 royal blue slash marks set into each sleeve, and the same number on the left and right edges of his hood. This was no academic, equipment supervisor, or even high-level diplomat. This was a full sub-director, just 2 path ranks below that of Director General itself.
Of course, Your Eminence,
Geary said, his voice taking on a respectful tone that underlined what the path's outfit had already told me.
This is bounty hunter Gregory Rourke, his partner Celine, and Terra C, whom I believe you already know.
I've not, in fact, had the pleasure.
The path corrected, gazing into Terra's face. His attention shifted to me, and for another long moment, his eyes traced across my features like he was looking for something specific. Then he gave a small shake of his head.
No, you're not him. I thought perhaps, but no.
Let me guess, I said. You were wondering if I was Jordan McKell?
Indeed, I was.
The path agreed.
I see I was mistaken. I see, too, that you are insightful.
No, it's just that I keep running into that problem, I told him. Some of your EI cams wondered the same thing, though I really don't know why. McKell and I don't look a thing alike.
Human faces,
the path said, an odd intensity drifting into his voice.
Difficult to distinguish between. You're acquainted with Mikhail, then?
He threatened to shoot me and tried to break my arm off, I said. If that counts as acquaintanceship, I guess I'd have to say yes.
He's being sarcastic, Your Eminence,
Geary interjected.
Thank you, Expediter,
the path said.
I am familiar with human wordplay. Yes, that does seem the sort of social interaction Mikhail specializes in. You're fortunate to be alive, Mr. Rourke.
He paused, as if reconsidering his statement.
Or perhaps not. Welcome, all of you, to the Firefall Project. I am Sub-Director Nesk, whom you will be serving.
Serving? That didn't sound good. Celine apparently didn't think it did either.
May I inquire as to what our service will consist of?
She asked.
For you and Mr. Rourke, there are two possibilities,
Nask said.
The first is that you rest in your quarters for the next few days, coming out at mealtimes to the finest cuisine and alcoholic beverages the Patha can provide. The second is that you spend those same days writhing in agony under the most exquisite torture the Patha can devise.
Deliberately, he turned his gaze onto Tara.
Which of those paths you walk is entirely in the hands of your companion.
I looked at Celine, seeing the growing fear in her pupils. Gary had already stated that Celine and I were being brought along to ensure Tara's cooperation. But somehow when he said it, the threat had sounded theoretical and distant. Now it was suddenly real, imminent, and utterly horrifying.
No,
Tara said flatly.
You haven't yet heard my request,
Nask said.
I'm not saying no to your request.
Tara corrected.
I'm rejecting the statement that anything that happens to them is on me. If you choose to torture or kill them, that is entirely your decision, and the consequences will be entirely on your hands.
A difference without a distinction,
Nask scoffed.
Their pain will be the same whether they blame you or me.
Perhaps,
Tara said.
but know that when the time comes for repayment, their view of whom to blame will be of critical importance.
For a moment, the two of them held each other's gaze. Then, almost unwillingly, Nask broke contact, shifting his eyes again to me.
I doubt Mr. Rourke will ever be in position to seek retribution.
You didn't think Mikkel would either,
Tara said. Nask turned back sharply.
Yes, I know who you are,
Tara continued, a small, grim smile twitching at her lips.
Mikkel was merciful and let you live. If I were you, I wouldn't count on such restraint from every human that falls into your hands.
I also wouldn't count on every human you meet to be strong and righteous to the point of pig-headedness, I put in. Advanced placement of blame for someone else's suffering wasn't the direction I wanted this conversation to go. Personally, I'm a great believer in compromise and cooperation. What exactly is going on? And what can we do to make all this talk of torture go away? Nask looked at me, back at Tara, then back at me.
A reasonable request, he said. Come.
He turned and headed toward the lifter. Someone prodded me with a none too gentle jab in my back, and as I half turned to glare at him, I found to my surprise that somewhere in the past couple of minutes, the human guards from Geary's ship had been replaced by Icams from the cavern contingent. Here in the heart of whatever the hell this was, apparently only Path and their most loyal servants were acceptable. The Icam prodded me again, harder this time. Turning, I headed after Nask, noting that Tara and Celine were likewise under Icam guard. We reached the lifter, and as Nask and I stepped onto it, I craned my neck to look up. At the top, I could see a metal plate covering the top of the shaft, with an opening the size of our lifter in the center. Through the opening, I could see that the space beyond was well lit. The rest of the group piled on behind us. The lifter's guardrails extended, and we headed up. The lifter had 3 speeds, I noted, and Nask had chosen the slowest of them. Whatever was up there, he was going to milk as much drama out of it as possible.
What you're seeing is one side of an alien artifact that has apparently lain buried on Leklin for thousands or perhaps millions of years,
Nask said as we rose sedately up the shaft.
Tell me, Mr. Rourke, are you familiar with the Pathaunuth mythology?
Not even familiar with the human version, I'm afraid, I said.
Pity, he said. Ancient literature tells so much about the basic hopes and fears of a species. Our myths include the story of Orameska, a Pathaunuth who flew high in the heavens to challenge the sun and subsequently fell to his death. Unlike the theme of foolish glory prevalent in so many of your human myths, though, his goal was the more noble one of capturing fire and bringing it to his people.
Sort of like Prometheus, I said, a cold chill running up my back as I again looked up at the alien artifact above us. Tara had implied the Path had been looking for Mikkel as a way of getting their hands on the Icarus project. She'd been wrong. The Path didn't need Icarus. They already had one of their own.
I thought you didn't know human myths,
Nask said. There are a few stories that have gotten stuck in popular culture, I said. I know about Thor and Hercules, too. So, if you've got your own superstar drive, what do you need with us?
Interesting,
Nask said, eyeing me thoughtfully.
As I said, you have the gift of insight.
Wasn't that hard, really, I said with a shrug. The minute you invoked the Icarus myth, it was obvious where you were going.
Obvious only to those who can connect the spots,
he said.
As to what I need you for.
He turned his head toward where Tara was standing silently behind me.
Perhaps Tara would be kind enough to enlighten you.
I turned too. Tara's expression was wooden, but I could see subtle stress lines in her throat and at the corners of her mouth. I looked at Celine, saw in her pupils that she was smelling that same tension. Tara, I prompted. She took a deep breath.
I don't know for sure,
she said, her voice as wooden as her face.
But at a guess, I'd say Subdirector Nask's people haven't been able to get Firefall working.
She looked at me.
I think he wants me to fix it for them.
She added softly,
and is ready to sacrifice you and Celine if necessary to force me to do it.
There didn't seem to be much that needed to be said after that. Tara went silent. Celine didn't seem interested in adding to the topic, and Nask also seemed to be done for the moment. I had the impression he was pleased that Tara had been the one to drop that bomb instead of him. Part of his plan to shift as much responsibility for any pain we suffered into her lap, presumably. Not that it had worked. I was smart enough to keep the blame on the people making the trouble, along with the people who'd given them their orders. Though that distinction probably wouldn't mean much to the rest of my nerve endings when the agony really got started. We reached the top of the shaft, and as my head rose above the level of the metal, I saw that it wasn't a flat plate, but a slightly curved section of a sphere. A large sphere, too. A good 40 meters in diameter. Across from us and about 30 degrees up the side was another rectangular gap, this one about 1 meter by 2, that led through the wall into another area that was as well lit as the one we were just entering. That gap was also the destination for most of the cables from the cavern below us. Near the opening were another 8 or 9 pieces of analysis equipment welded to the inside of the sphere wall. It wasn't until I belatedly focused on the operators, casually sitting and standing and walking across the metal surface in total defiance of gravity, that I realized that the equipment wasn't welded to the metal, but simply stacked there. Somehow, the sphere had its own radial gravity field powerful enough to overcome and supplant that of the entire planet below us. I looked at Nask to find him looking intently back at me.
So you really don't know anything about Icarus,
he said. Did you think I did? I demanded, feeling my anger at his patronizing tone collide head-on with my churning dread at his threat of torture. The result, I knew from past experience, was a dangerously explosive mixture. I got you your damn prize. Where the hell do you get off threatening us? With my wrists tied together, I knew better than to try to get physical with him. But maybe Geary didn't know that. Or maybe Geary just felt like hurting someone, and I was his first choice. Regardless, a second later, I found myself down on one knee, fighting for balance with my face pressed against the lower part of Nask's gray robe as Geary jabbed the edge of his foot into the back of my left knee. Behind me, I heard Celine's startled whimper as Geary's hand closed in a painful grip on the top of my left shoulder.
One doesn't speak to a path subdirector in that tone, Rourke,
Geary said, his voice the calm of an approaching storm.
I believe you owe him an apology.
With my judgment half blinded by pain and rage, my first instinct was to shrug off his hand, leap up, and throw everything I had into the most devastating punch I could manage. But with my hands restraint locked and a circle of armed EI cams watching, I knew any resistance would be futile. Back on Kashmir, my awareness of what my death would do to Celine had kept me from launching a suicidal attack at Mikkel. Now that same concern dictated that I swallow my pride, play their game, and wait for a better opportunity. As my father used to say, getting your enemy to overestimate you is good. Getting him to underestimate you is better. I craned my neck, looking up. Geary was standing over me, his expression that of someone eyeing a disgusting bug and wondering if it was still useful or simply needed to be stepped on. My apologies, Subdirector Nask, I said, forcing a humility into my voice that I absolutely didn't feel. I spoke without considering the consequences.
Apology accepted,
Nask said.
Help Mr. Rourke up, will you, Geary?
Of course, Your Eminence.
Shifting his paralyzing grip on my shoulder to my upper arm, Geary pulled me to my feet.
He is, after all, only a bounty hunter.
But still a useful one,
Nask said. The lifter came to a final halt, fitting neatly into the rectangular hole in the sphere.
Come, Mr. Rourke. Let me introduce you to Firefall.
Chapter 18.
Between my aching leg and the sphere's vertigo-inducing gravity, I expected the trip to be pretty unpleasant. As it turned out, as long as I kept my eyes on the metal at my feet, with occasional glances at Nask as he strode along in front of me toward the rectangular opening I'd seen from the lifter, The unsteadiness I'd anticipated didn't occur. My legs still hurt, though.
No, this is the challenging part,
Nask said as we gathered around the opening. Geary close behind me and to the side, the ICAM guards forming a circle around all of us.
As we stand out here, the gravity points into the opening. On the other side, the smaller sphere also has a radial gravity field, pointing outward toward its wall. Here at the opening, the fields therefore point in opposite directions.
So you're saying that if we jump straight in, we just bounce up and down? I asked. I felt a touch of air on the side of my neck as Geary took a step closer.
That would indeed be the case,
Nask said. His fingertips made a small gesture away from me, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw Geary retreat. Apparently, I'd already had my lesson in proper groveling for the day.
So we of course will not do that. What we will do is this.
He lay down on the floor, settling onto his back, parallel to the long edge of the opening. Then he rolled over the edge, his hand reaching in to something on that side, and disappeared from sight as he completed the roll.
The operation is easier than it looks, I assure you.
His voice came through the opening.
Geary will be next, followed by Mr. Rourke, and then the ladies.
Looks to me like there's a handhold somewhere on that side, I pointed out as Geary lay down on the floor. It would be a lot easier if you took off the restraints.
I'm sure it would,
he agreed, making no move to actually do so.
Make it quick. And don't forget how many Corona guns are pointed at your back.
He rolled into the opening and disappeared.
Gregory?
Selene asked as I got down on the floor, her pupils showing anxiety. It'll be okay, I told her, wishing I actually believed that. I'll be waiting on the other side to help you through. Bracing myself, I rolled. Nask's assurances notwithstanding, the maneuver wasn't quite as easy as it looked, but it wasn't as hard as I'd feared either. It took me 2 tries to get the right balance of momentum and angle, and the sudden change in gravity direction was more than a little disconcerting. But on the 3rd try, I made it, rolling neatly through the opening, and even managing to grab the handhold that had been welded onto the deck half a meter away, despite my restraints. I got up on my knees, noting in passing that we were indeed in another sphere, this one crammed with wires and equipment. Selene rolled into view, and I grabbed her arm and helped pull her through. I eased her to the side to clear the space for Tara, and got ready for my next assist.
Not her,
Nask ordered.
Let's see how well she does on her own.
I was still trying to decide whether or not to obey him when Tara rolled smoothly through the opening, doing another half roll away from the opening to put herself face down and then using her bound hands to push herself up to her knees and then to her feet. She threw a slightly condescending look at the handhold, which she hadn't bothered with, then looked around her.
You really do need help, don't you?
She commented. I could see her point. The sphere was about 20 meters across, roughly half the size of the one we just left, and covered with cables, monitors, and control boards. Some of the cables came in from the larger sphere, clearly put there by the path, but most of them were apparently original equipment. A mesh lay across the entire inner curve of the sphere, holding the cables in place against the floor, with numerous cutouts to give easier access to the various monitors and control boards set into the surface. 6 of the boards and displays were active, showing glowing controls and colored indicator lights, but everything else was dark. Extending out from one of the panels directly across from us was a slender, black and silver banded extension arm that stretched out to the center of the sphere.
"Indeed, we do," Nask said, with surprising humility, especially for a path. "The question is whether or not you're willing to provide it."
Willing is just the first question,
Tara said.
Able is the second. This is hardly my area of expertise.
"Come now," Nask said reprovingly. "You've been with Icarus for 6 years. I can't believe you didn't learn everything there was to know about the system."
He nodded toward Celine and me.
"Especially when there are lives balanced on the line."
I frowned as a sudden thought struck me. They were arguing about getting a superstar drive running, except that said superstar drive was currently buried 100 or more meters underground. Tara could get the damn thing up and running tomorrow, and it still wouldn't be ready to join the Path merchant fleet for years, especially since Tara's friends at Icarus were 6 years ahead of them, and presumably on the cusp of getting their own version on the market. Unless, as I'd wondered earlier, the star drive simply didn't work. In which case, Tara would never be able to get Firefall working either, no matter how hard she tried, and no matter what Celine and I had to go through.
"Are we boring you, Mr. Rourke?"
I snapped my attention back to the conversation. Nask was looking at me, that intent look back on his face. Sorry," I apologized. "Mind wandering. I was just wondering if all these extra power cables might be interfering with Firefall's own power system. Maybe you should take them out and see if the thing has some self-diagnostics you could run."
"What makes you think Firefall has a power supply?"
Nask asked. "It's got artificial gravity," I reminded him. 2 sets, in fact, that complete and balance against each other. That not only takes power, but also control. I pointed in the direction of the active control boards. "Are you running those, or is Firefall?"
"Thank you for your advice,"
Nask said, not sounding very thankful at all.
"But this isn't your task."
I know, I said. "My task is to bleed."
"That's up to Tara,"
Nask said.
"Well,
Let me think about it.
she said evenly.
Right now, my companions and I need food and rest. Ask me again in 12 hours, and I'll tell you what I'm willing to do.
You don't get to set the terms,
Geary began.
12 hours,
Nask agreed calmly.
Expediter Geary will show you to your quarters.
And then food?
Tara pressed. Nask smiled.
Yes, and then food.
Our cell turned out to be only a little bigger than the suite we'd shared aboard Geary's ship, though it felt smaller because it had partitions to allow each of us a private sleeping space. The sleeping cubbies connected to a minuscule common room, an even smaller bathroom. I've been in worse, but the reminder that we might spend less time here than we would in Nask's torture chamber threw a certain pall over the exploration. I'd assumed Nask would have our food brought to us in the cell as a way of emphasizing our isolation and confinement. To my surprise, We'd barely had time to look around the suite when Geary and the EICAM guards ordered us out and marched us down the corridor to a surprisingly spacious and well-lit dining room, which included several tables currently occupied by groups of EICAMs. All of them turned to look at the three of us as Geary ushered us to one of the more isolated tables, and none of them looked happy to be sharing their eating space with alien prisoners. Apparently, Nask had decided to pass over intimidation by claustrophobia and go directly to intimidation by angry alien.
Your guards will wait outside the door,
Geary said.
They'll take you back to your suite when you're done. Food and drink will be brought to you in a few minutes.
We don't get a choice of menu? I asked as we all sat down, noting that we all instinctively chose chairs that offered views of the rest of the room.
Sure,
Geary said.
You can take what's offered, or you can go hungry.
He shifted his attention to Tara.
When you're ready to cooperate with Subdirector Nask, just let your cell guards know.
Nask gave me 12 hours.
Tara reminded him.
You might want to reconsider,
He said.
Path get annoyed when you make them wait. I don't think you want to see the Subdirector annoyed.
Throwing her an icy smile, he turned and strode back across the dining room and disappeared out the door. This resort leaves a lot to be desired, I commented, doing a quick visual scan of the walls, ceiling, and floor nearest us. Wherever the microphones and cameras were, and I had zero doubt that they were there, I couldn't spot them.
Microphones shouldn't be a problem,
Tara said.
At this range, they'll have trouble picking up anything, as long as we keep our voices low.
You might be surprised, I said.
I don't think so,
She said.
Anyway, we have to risk it. We need to figure out what we're going to do, and our cell is much too quiet for any private talk. Just keep your voices low and try not to move your lips any more than necessary.
And do this, I said, scratching my fingernails gently on the tabletop. Helps mask the higher frequencies. Across the room, 3 EI cams appeared through a doorway, each carrying a tray loaded with a covered dish, a tall glass of clear liquid, and a squat 1-liter brown bottle with a gaudy green and orange label. They walked to our table, set the trays in front of us, and retreated without a word. Any idea? I asked, tapping the bottle as I lifted the cover from the dish. There were 2 different meat-like slabs on the plate, plus 2 servings that looked like vegetables and one that was clearly some sort of grain bread. A typical cross-species selection, and from the smell, they were reasonably close cousins of foods I'd had before. I looked at Celine, wondering if the aroma would be too much for her, but her pupils showed more curiosity than revulsion or discomfort.
Nask talked about alcohol earlier,
Tara said.
I'm guessing this is his first offering.
She pulled out the cork and gave the liquid a cautious sniff.
Smells like some kind of brandy, or maybe a brandy-fortified wine. Definitely ethanol, so it's probably safe to drink.
She lifted the bottle toward her lips. No, wait, I said, frowning as I looked around the room. Every EI-cam-occupied table had a similar bottle in the middle, all of them open. Don't drink it. Put the cork back in and hand it to me.
Why?
Tara asked as she obeyed.
If they wanted to drug us, there are a lot of easier ways.
That's not it, I said, taking the bottle and holding it for a moment while I pretended to read the label. Celine,
Did you want me to open it first?
she asked as she handed over her bottle. No, I'll do it, I said. I uncorked the bottle, held it in both hands while sniffing it, then put the cork back in. I did the same with mine, then put all 3 bottles at the far end of the table.
I presume there was a good reason for all that,
Tara asked. Just planning for the future, I said, picking up the soft plastic fork I'd been given and attacking one of the meat slabs. Let's talk about the present. What are you going to do about Firefall?
Nice succinct question,
she said, digging in a bit more cautiously.
I wish I had a nice succinct answer. On the one hand, I don't relish the thought of you and Celine being tortured. On the other, this is an important piece of alien technology, and the people I work with wouldn't appreciate me helping the Path get a handle on it. Those people aren't here,
Celine pointed out around a mouthful of vegetable.
You are. What do you think?
Tara's throat worked, and not just from swallowing.
Given the growing Path stranglehold on shipping,
She said.
I'm not at all certain the Spiral's economy can survive an operational Firefall in Path hands. Why else would I have risked myself trying to get to Mikkel before they did?
Okay, different question, I said. If you decide you want to get it running, can you? Not just whether you have the expertise, but will it even be physically possible? There could easily be vital components that are missing or damaged.
If there are, I didn't see anything obvious,
She said.
You're right, though. And there's no way of knowing until I start hooking things together. Excuse me, but I see a problem that no one seems to be addressing.
Celine said.
A star drive buried this deeply underground would seem to be useless. They'd have to dig it out, and I would anticipate a good chance of damage or destruction during the process.
I was wondering that same thing, I said. It would take months or even years to get the damn thing out. Plenty of time for someone else in the Spiral to come here and take it away from them. So what are they really up to?
One, nobody out there knows where we are.
Tara said.
Even if they found out about Firefall, it's a big spiral to go hunting in. Two,
She hesitated.
look, there's no way around it. Whether I do what they want or not, in the end, Nask is going to kill us. The only difference will be how much pain is involved.
You're probably right, I conceded. Personally, I vote for the no-pain option.
You afraid of a little pain?
Tara asked scornfully. No, I'm afraid of a lot of pain, I said. More to the point, working to get Firefall fixed buys us time to find a way out of here. Tara looked across the room at the EI-cam tables.
You have a plan?
She asked, resuming her eating. I have the germ of one, I said. But it's going to have to simmer a bit before we know if it has a chance of working. For a moment, Tara sat silently, taking a few more bites of her food and a couple of sips from her water glass. Celine and I took the cue and continued our own meals. Whether Nask was trying to listen in, the EI cams were certainly watching us.
All right,
Tara said at last, a clear reluctance in her voice.
How much time do you need?
A couple of days to see if what I've got in mind will work, I said. Realistically, a day after that to come up with a second plan when the first falls through, then a couple of days to develop that one.
And if you need a plan C?
The same 3 or 4 days tacked on to the other end, I said. As my father used to say, plans are like roses. You have to let them grow a little before you can smell anything.
And like roses because they can poke thorns into your fingers?
He used to say that, too.
Your father must have been hilarious to grow up with,
she said acidly.
Fine. You said 2 days before you know?
Hopefully. I'll have an idea by this time tomorrow, I said. In the meantime, as my father used to say, never pass up an opportunity to eat. And if possible, always ask for seconds. People who've never left their own home planet never really understand the challenges of switching worlds on a regular basis. Not only are there time zone and biorhythm changes to deal with, which, granted, can also be a problem on a single world, but also the more subtle adjustments needed with a new gravity, new atmospheric mix, even a new sunlight spectrum. Adding in new food, drink, and odors, you have a situation that might realistically take several days to adjust to. Tourists often had that luxury. Bounty hunters almost never did. Still, being stuck in an underground warren was probably going to eliminate the atmospheric and spectrum issues. And for me, artificial lighting actually made the biorhythm adjustment easier. For the rest, we were just going to have to work it through. Initially, we would have those 12 hours Nask had promised. Tara clearly intended to run down that clock, partly to take advantage of what little control she had of the situation, partly to give us more time to think and to plan. Until then, I decided my best use of our brief grace period would be to catch up on some of the sleep I'd missed lately. I stripped down to my underwear, stretched out on my sleeping nook mattress, and fell asleep. 5 hours, and not nearly enough sleep later, I was brusquely awakened by an Icarus who informed me it was dinner time and that I would be joining them in the dining room. Apparently, our first meal in our new prison had been lunch. My truncated sleep cycle had left me groggy, and I could feel myself staggering a little as the Icarus half escorted and half shoved me back into the dining room. Celine and Tara were in better shape, but I could tell neither of them was happy with this scheduled force feeding either. But then I got my first look at the groups of Icarus seated around the other tables, and my fatigue was suddenly gone. There were roughly the same number of aliens here now that we'd seen at the earlier meal. Once again, in the center of each one of their tables was a bottle identical to the ones we'd been offered at lunch. Time to find out if Plan A might actually be a go. I waited until we were seated and the servers had brought our trays, this time featuring a different selection of food, another water glass, and yet another of the green and orange labeled bottles.
I suppose you don't want us to drink these either?
Tara asked as she reached for hers. Hang on, I said, motioning her to stop. Celine, are these the same bottles we had at lunch? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her nostrils and eyelashes working.
No,
she said.
How do you know?
Tara asked, frowning.
Gregory handled all of them,
Celine reminded her.
I don't smell his scent.
Oh, Tara said. There was an odd expression on her face, as if she was only now starting to fully comprehend the depth of Celine's abilities. Okay, now you can open it, I said, picking up mine and pulling out the cork. Sniff, but don't taste, then seal it up again. You too, Celine.
What now?
Tara asked when we'd all finished.
Now Celine's going to take 2 of the bottles to each of those other tables. Tell the EI cams that they smell funny and ask if they'll swap with her. At each table, she'll see if she can spot any of our lunchtime bottles.
All right.
Celine said as she stood up.
Please do keep eating. We don't want them thinking you're overly interested in what I'm doing.
Tara and I watched in silence, mechanically shoveling in food as Celine went in turn to each of the 8 occupied tables. At 6 of them, the EI cams turned her down with brusque words and gestures, while those at the other 2 added more verbal abuse to their refusals. But at least no one took a swing at her, as I'd feared someone might. She finished her tour and returned to our table, shuffling along with her shoulders hunched and her head hung low, the perfect image of a beaten alien put in her place by her social and cultural betters. Briefly, I wondered if Tara appreciated Celine's acting abilities as much as she did her olfactory ones. I took the bottles as she passed me, setting them down on the table away from us. Well?
The 1st, 4th, and 5th tables,
she reported as she sat down and resumed her meal.
All 3 were nearly empty.
Perfect, I said, remembering not to smile or in any other way indicate that my gamble had paid off. After all, I was supposed to be a beaten and intimidated lesser creature too.
What's perfect about it?
Tara asked. With Celine now safe, relatively speaking, she was showing a little more interest in her dinner. Nask promised us the finest cuisine and alcohol available, I reminded her. I thought it likely that the EI cams would also appreciate the finer things in life, certainly the alcohol part. Most beings appreciate good liquor. So when we left 3 untouched bottles of perfectly good hooch on our table, they helped themselves to them.
So how does that help us?
Tara asked.
Unless you're thinking you can tell on them and get them in trouble, I don't see the point.
I glanced up at the ceiling, wondering again what kind of listening devices Nask might have planted there. The point, I said, lowering my voice still further as I started scratching on the tabletop, is that I've got knockout pills I can drop into the bottles. Tara sat up a bit straighter.
How many?
4, I said. Unfortunately, 1 pill per bottle will leave the drug too dilute to actually floor anyone, but it should at least make them a bit befuddled and unsteady on their feet. In an escape situation, that can make all the difference.
Agreed,
Tara said.
So...
Easy, girl, I cautioned. Growing roses, remember? I first have to figure out the guard schedule and match that to how the bottles get redistributed once we hand them back. It'll be a couple of days at least, maybe more.
The question, then,
Celine said,
is how long can you stall on activating Firefall? Not a problem,
Tara said.
I can make the repairs last as long as you need without Nask getting unhappy or suspicious.
Then we've got a plan, I concluded. Let's finish here and get back to our cell before I fall asleep in my soup.
It's a puree, Drita,
Celine corrected absently, sniffing at the bowl beside my plate.
Not technically a soup.
Chapter 19. The next few days settled into a comfortable, if somewhat boring, routine. Tara was taken away every morning to work on Firefall, while Celine and I stayed in our cell. At lunch, the 3 of us were reunited in the dining room for a meal and some casual chatting, interspersed with hurried bits of quieter and more clandestine conversation. Half an hour after our arrival, we were separated again, Tara going back to work, Celine and I going back to our cell. Dinners followed the same pattern, with Tara working an extra hour or two afterward before being brought back to the cell for the night. At least once a day, I offered to join Tara in Firefall, pointing out that my long experience flying the Ruth had given me a fair degree of mechanical skill. But the two EICAM guards who took Tara away each day merely said they'd pass the word along, and the four who accompanied Celine and me ignored the offer completely, and nothing ever came of it. Still, the three of us had a fair amount of time together, and I could tell Tara was a bit puzzled by that. Traditionally, prisoners were kept apart as much as possible to guard against escape attempts, mutual planning, and synchronization of stories and lies. In this case, though, Nask was apparently willing to take that risk in favor of getting Tara as socially and emotionally tangled up with his sacrificial hostages as possible. He was probably also hoping to eavesdrop on any nefarious schemes we might be plotting. Hopefully our dining room precautions were enough to thwart him on that one. Back in Haversham City, Geary had said that Path weren't normally very good at distinguishing human faces, but that the possibility of a 200,000 Comark bounty might inspire them to make the effort. I was equally bad at distinguishing EICAM faces. But while money was definitely a big motivator, staying alive beat it hands down, which meant my next priority was learning to identify each and every damn alien in the place. I started with our guards. There seemed to be 2 shifts of 2 guards per prisoner, who stood outside our cell until meal times and then escorted us to the dining room. Identifying the EICAMs who brought Tara to and from the dining room, again, there were 2 different pairs, was the next step. Memorizing the ones we got glimpses of at various doors and intersections along our limited journeys came next, and then the pair who bodyguarded Nask on the rare occasions when he passed us by. After that, all that was left was to track each of the off-duty aliens into the dining room, looking for patterns in seating, and especially noting where our rejected liquor bottles ended up. I couldn't keep sending Celine around the room, hunting for those, of course, lest Nask get suspicious. But Tara turned out to have terrific eyesight, and subtle fingernail tears and loosened corners of the bottle labels let us pick them out with reasonable precision. Like most beings, the EICAMs had a social hierarchy, and to my quiet satisfaction, I discovered that after the first couple of days, it seemed that our personal guards, ours and Tara's, were getting first crack at the bottles we left behind. Tara suggested it was probably a picture of dominance or even assault against us. Celine saw their drinking of our liquor as a somewhat more gruesome metaphor. Personally, I didn't care what the psychological basis for it was, as long as they kept doing it. And finally, we were ready. The guard shift change happens about an hour before dinner, I told Tara and Celine as we sat in the dining room, eating what I hoped would be our final uneventful lunch together. Those evening guards, the ones at that table over there, eat lunch when we do, then pick up guard duty just before they take us to dinner. They're also drinking the liquor we left behind at yesterday's dinner.
So if we drug tonight's bottles,
Tara said slowly, working through the logic and timing,
they'll drink from them at lunch tomorrow. Will the effect last long enough?
It should, I said. Remember, all we're going to get is a little slowing of thought and reaction time. We'll let them take us out of the cell, dump them into one of the other rooms along the way. I've already figured out which ones will work. Then rendezvous with you as you're on your way here. We then drop your guards and hightail it to the elevator.
What about the guards along the way?
Tara asked. I gave a small shrug. We deal with them. Her lip twitched. Possibly she'd forgotten that dealing with our guards meant we'd be collecting their Corona guns to bring to the next phase of the party.
So you're saying this happens tomorrow?
As my father used to say, putting off until tomorrow what you can do today just crowds up tomorrow's schedule, I said. Unless you have a reason we should hold back.
No,
Tara said hesitantly.
but we can't just run to the elevator. There's something we first need to get out of Firefall.
So bring it with you.
It's too big for one person to carry,
she said.
We all need to be there.
I looked at Celine, saw her nostrils working, and focused on her pupils. As far as she could see, Tara was telling the truth. Why do we need this thing? I asked. Tara paused, either gathering her thoughts or else searching for a way to phrase a lie so that it would slip through Celine's filter.
You haven't yet explained how we're going to get to the elevator and all the way to the surface before Nask can shut everything down,
she said.
There's something in the small sphere that will guarantee he has to let us go.
Like what? I pressed. A rare crystal globe? A lamp with a genie inside?
I can't explain further,
Tara said.
You just have to trust me when I say...
No, I cut her off harshly. I need more than just you have to trust me.
And I need more than just we'll get to the elevator and somehow it'll all work out,
she shot back.
Rourke.
She took a deep breath, lowering her eyes to her plate.
We're in the middle of an underground research station,
she said, her voice so soft I could barely hear her.
In the middle of nowhere, on a planet inhabited almost exclusively by Path. There's something in Firefall that will guarantee Nask will let us go. That's all I can say. You really do just have to trust me.
I looked at Celine. Her pupils were still not registering any lies. Still, Tara wasn't exactly being fair. Just because I was being vague about some of the details didn't mean I hadn't worked them out, because I definitely had. I had a way to keep everyone away from the elevator long enough for us to get to the surface. If there was a ship waiting, we could get off Lackland that way. If not, I'd spotted at least 2 air vehicles tucked away in the barn on our walk to the silo that would get us out of the area before Nask could organize an effective pursuit. And just because Lackland was path-dominated didn't mean there weren't plenty of places we could go to ground until I found a freighter or liner we could stow away on. Especially since Nask couldn't exactly charge in with plasmics blazing if he wanted Tara to live long enough to get his damn alien star drive working. Still, if Tara really did have a massive lever to use against him, it might make things a lot easier. And unless Celine had completely lost her touch, such a lever really did exist. Or at least Tara thought it existed. If you're wrong, we all die, I warned.
I know.
Tara looked up and gave me a hard-edged smile.
Ditto.
Fine, I said. But if it doesn't work, prepare yourself for an I told you so that even your grandchildren will hear.
Understood,
she said, and I saw a little color come back into her face. Whatever was going on, she'd been genuinely afraid I would turn her down. In that case, there's no point in taking out the guards on the way here, I said. We might as well wait until we're taken back out again.
That way we won't need to worry about connecting with each other, and we'll get at least one last nice meal. I looked over at our 3 bottles, sitting all forlorn and rejected across the table. And there may be 1 or 2 other bonuses as well, I added. Beside me, Celine shivered.
I wish you wouldn't refer to it as a last meal,
she said. Sorry, I said. But as my father used to say, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow you'll get the bill. Tara shook her head as she sliced off a piece of meat with the edge of her fork.
I'm guessing,
she said,
that your father was a very lonely man.
We were escorted back to our cell and settled in for the night. I told Celine and Tara they should get a good night's sleep, but I doubted they did. I know I didn't. The next morning's routine went as always. Tara was led off by our usual pair of EI cams. I again offered unsuccessfully to tag along and help, and Celine and I were then left to our own devices. Celine spent the next few hours in her sleeping cubby, thinking, meditating, or possibly trying to catch up on the sleep she just missed. I mostly sat in the common room, giving Celine her privacy, and mechanically playing solitaire with the single deck of cards they'd given us as I ran endlessly through the plan. But if there were any factors I'd missed, or any variations I hadn't taken into account, I couldn't find them. Lunchtime came. Again, we stuck to our routine. Celine and I escorted by our 4 guards to the dining room, Tara joining us from Firefall, our food being delivered, our usual sniffing at the open bottles before recorking and setting them aside, and then eating our meal. To anyone observing, it was exactly the way we'd always done things. Only this time, as I disdainfully sniffed the contents of the bottles, I slipped a knockout pill inside each one. After lunch, we were taken away, and as we left the dining room, I watched out of the corner of my eye as the EI cams cleared the table. As far as I could tell, none of them was acting any differently than usual either. Every plan included 1 or more make-or-break points. Our first such hurdle had been passed. Only maybe 1,000 more to go. I tried to get some sleep that afternoon, but with limited success. After I gave up the effort, Celine and I played a few rounds of poker and double solitaire. But it was strictly for the benefit of the monitor cameras I'd long since spotted, and the EI cams presumably watching. In reality, neither of us really had our hearts in the game. And then, right on schedule, the door was unlocked, and the EI cams outside ordered us out for dinner. We headed down the corridor, Celine and I walking side by side, the 4 EI cams, as usual, forming a moving box around us. As we rounded a corner, I looked sideways at Celine, and in her pupils I saw confirmation that the EI cam's odor had subtly changed. The drug was in their bodies, and our next make-or-break point had been passed. Though whether or not they were sufficiently effective for what we needed had yet to be determined. Tara joined us in the dining room, and as her guards dropped her off at our table, I again got Celine's silent confirmation that those 2 EI cams too had joined their fellows in drinking our leftover liquor. Our dinners were served. We did our usual routine with the bottles and settled down to eat. I kept an eye on everything and everybody, but could see nothing to indicate suspicion or heightened alertness or any other hint that they were on to us, which made it that much more of a shock when Nask and his bodyguards unexpectedly came sweeping through the door and headed straight for our table. "Don't react," I warned Celine and Tara as I took a sip of water. I didn't dare make the potentially telegraphing head and eye movements necessary to check out their expressions, and I could only hope that neither of them was doing anything to give us away.
Good evening, Mr. Rourke. Nask greeted me as he came up to the table. Good evening, Miss Tara, Miss Celine.
Is there anything particularly good about it? I countered, with the barely civil antipathy I always used in our infrequent conversations.
Of course,
he said, sitting down in one of the chairs across from me.
We received confirmation this afternoon that your 200,000 comarks has been fully registered into your Zathru account.
So glad to hear it, I said, throwing a furtive look at Tara. The path, blood money, and I wouldn't be human if I didn't want to check out how the woman I'd betrayed was reacting to the reminder. To my relief, she was reacting perfectly. She was looking sideways back at me, her throat tight, her eyes cold and bitter. Whether it was all an act, or whether she was boosting the visible emotion by channeling her current tension, it was an excellent performance.
There's other news as well,
Nask said.
You'll be pleased to know that thanks to Tara's exemplary work, your long wait is nearly over.
Really? I asked, feeling a sudden warning knot in my stomach. After all the effort Tara had put into evading the bounty hunters the path had put on her tail, Nask had to know there was no way she would just meekly hand over Icarus's secrets to him.
Really?
He assured me.
She has one more day to prove that she's serious about activating Firefall. If she fails, the torture will begin.
He said it so matter-of-factly that it took a second for the words to register. When they did, it was like a kick in the teeth. "What?" I demanded.
You heard me,
Nask said coldly, his casual tone gone, like it had fallen into a bottomless pit.
Tara continues to merely pretend she's working in our interests, while in fact working wholly against them. You've watched me every step of the way,
Tara said, her tone tight.
Did you see anything to suggest I wasn't doing exactly as you asked? I saw many things,
Nask said.
I saw you connect circuit boards one day, then reconnect them the next, then completely rewire them the next. I saw you ignore orders to run power to one of the primary panels. I saw you turn one of the displays upside down. I've told you 100 times this isn't my area of expertise,
Tara countered in that same stiff tone.
I'm trying to remember exactly how Icarus looked and where everything goes. Sometimes I need to sleep on the day's work to realize I had it wrong.
She flicked a glance at me, then focused on Celine.
Do you think I want them tortured? Perhaps more than you realize,
Nask said.
They may be the only friends you have, but you surely haven't forgotten that they're the reason you're here.
Tara lowered her eyes.
Hardly,
she muttered.
Good,
Nask said.
My decision stands. Unless you make substantial progress tomorrow, their suffering will begin the following day.
Ours and the spirals? I suggested. The Teleriac drive hasn't caused enough damage to everyone else's star travel? You need something even faster? Nask's eyes narrowed.
You seem, like so many others, to believe the Pathaunuth are the source of all evil in the universe.
He bit out.
You would be well advised to learn the true history of our rise to economic power.
You ruined a lot of people and small companies, I said. That's all I need to know.
The Teleriac opened up possibilities previously undreamt of.
Nask shot back.
We've made life better for billions of beings across this spiral.
And crushed millions more, I said. Not sure that was a deal worth making.
Then you're a fool,
Nask said scornfully. Maybe, I said. But I'm not the one threatening to torture innocent people to keep that economic machine chugging along.
You would if you could.
Abruptly, Nask stood up.
It will be all the work for today, Tara. You may retire to your quarters to consider your options. Activate Firefall or watch your friends suffer.
You're forgetting her third option, I pointed out. One that guarantees you can't torture us. Nask tilted his head slightly.
What is that?
Smothering us in our sleep, I said. Oh, and I know where the cameras are in our cell, so we can make sure no one's watching while she does it.
You are an endless source of amusement,
Nask said. But there was a brittleness in his voice that hadn't been there before. Maybe he hadn't heard of the Earth philosophy of keeping the last bullet for yourself.
I bid you good night.
Likewise. I reached across the table, got my hand around the abandoned liquor bottles, and dragged them over to me. Sounds like this is the time to find out if this stuff tastes as bad as it smells.
Really?
Nask said.
I was beginning to think you didn't drink alcohol.
Only on special occasions, like when I'm being threatened with torture, I said. Alcohol is a traditional human anesthetic, especially when taken internally.
Nask
said.
I think you'll find your bleak assumptions about Fistria brandy are wrong, much as your assumptions about the Pathaunuth. Good night.
He smiled slightly.
Sleep well.
We watched in silence as he and his bodyguard strode across the room and out the door. The rest of the diners, who'd been furtively observing our impromptu drama, now returned to their meals, though their conversation seemed a bit more subdued.
You think arguing economics was the smart move right now?
Tara asked, glaring at me. It got him to leave, didn't it?
I suppose.
She conceded grudgingly.
But you're not really planning to get drunk, are you?
Celine asked. That depends on how the next half hour goes, I said. You'd better be right, Tara, about everything.
I am.
She took a deep breath and looked back down at her plate.
You wanted a last good meal,
she reminded me.
Eat, drink, and be merry.
We finished our dinner in silence. Then, as usual, we headed to the door and our waiting guards. Not as usual, I carried 2 of the liquor bottles, their bases cupped in my hands, while Celine carried the third. With the subtle effects of the knockout drug still in our guards' blood and brains, they may not have spotted this notable break in our usual pattern,
They certainly didn't comment on it. We all headed off together toward our cell. Tara in front, me in the middle, Celine bringing up the rear. All of us walking as close together as we could without stepping on each other's heels. A few steps along the way, I shifted the bottles so that I was gripping them around their necks. And at the first turn, where I'd long ago noted a blind spot in the monitor camera coverage, I made my move. The 2 guards flanking me went first, as I swung my arms up along my stomach and chest, and then thrust my arms to the sides, slamming the bottoms of the bottles hard against their heads. The impact sent them bouncing off the corridor walls and into a pair of unconscious heaps on the floor. I pulled my arms back in, again tucking them close to my body as I pivoted 45 degrees to my left, and again shoved the bottles straight out to my sides. This time, taking out the EI cam on Tara's right and the one on Celine's left. Celine had already used her bottle to take out her other guard, and as I turned back around, Tara threw herself at the last EI cam still standing, grabbing his arm and hand and pinning the limb in place as he fumbled for his Corona gun. He was still trying to pry her hand away when my bottles and I sent him to join his unconscious fellows.
That went better than I expected,
Tara said, her breathing showing the slight raggedness of a person whose adrenal glands had kicked into overdrive.
Casual walk or a sprint?
Pretty sure casual went out the window when the first guard went down, I said, kneeling down and relieving 3 of the EI cams of their weapons. Having observed even just a partial demonstration of the damn things, I was pretty sure it was something I never wanted to use on any living being. But as my father used to say, better to have a card you never have to play than watch someone else play that same card out of his sleeve.
So we sprint?
We sprint, I confirmed, handing each of them a Corona gun. I stuffed mine into my belt and retrieved my 2 liquor bottles. If you have to shoot, don't hesitate, and try to stay out of my line of fire. The danger inherent in falling into a routine was never more evident than it was during the next few minutes. We were already halfway to the big work cavern before any alarms sounded, and even then, the EI cams clearly weren't taking it seriously. It was only when the 3 of us actually charged into view that any of them seemed to realize someone hadn't called a drill or accidentally bumped a button. At which point, they did indeed swing into action with an intimidating degree of professionalism. But we had the initiative and momentum, and the fact that everyone was armed with the same short-range weapons slowed any inclination on their part to charge us. On the contrary, their immediate instinct was to shy back or duck around convenient corners to get clear and out of range. Only the pair of guards at the cavern blast doors showed any willingness to risk their lives, dropping to one knee with weapons drawn and waiting stolidly for us to get close enough to fire. Unfortunately for them, while a kneeling position was good for purposes of targeting, it left them completely unable to evade the liquor bottles I hurled at their torsos. One of them managed to dodge far enough to the side to take the impact on his shoulder. The other caught my attack squarely in the chest. Neither alien should have any lasting damage, but both were out of position to stop us as we barreled past them. Of course, Nask might inflict some lasting damage of his own for their failure, but I couldn't worry about everything. There was the usual assortment of path techs and assistants roaming around the cavern as we entered. Like the EI cam guards, they scrambled to get out of our way as we ran to the lifter. We hopped on. I keyed for the fastest setting, and we shot upward. I waited, the last liquor bottle ready in case the EI cams outside rallied and came charging in to stop us. But again, the sheer unexpectedness of our break for freedom seemed to have caught them by surprise. Or more likely, the ominous thought occurred to me on our way up. Nask's authorized escape counter was for everyone to rush to the choke point by the elevator. The only way for us to reach the surface. Tara's little side trip to Firefall might very well cost us any chance we had of getting ahead of that response. Whatever magic wand she was hoping to wave in Nask's face, it'd damn well bear work. We reached the sphere, and I spent a few seconds locking the lifter in place. Hopefully, by the time they found a way to bypass the lock, we'd have Tara's gizmo in hand and be ready to ride the plate back down. Tara had already reached the entrance to the smaller sphere as I finished, with Celine right behind her. One by one, they rolled inside and out of sight. Corona gun in one hand and liquor bottle in the other, I followed. I arrived to find Celine standing by the opening, her own gun ready, and Tara up to her elbows in one of the alien control panels. "What are you doing?" I called to her. "Let's grab this thing and go."
We're not leaving.
Tara's muffled voice came back. Celine's head twisted around toward me, her pupils wide with surprise and growing horror. "What the hell are you talking about?" I demanded.
We're not leaving.
Tara peeked out from the panel, a tight smile on her lips.
But don't worry. We're also not staying.
Chapter 20.
"Well, that's clear," I snarled. What the hell game was she playing now? "You want to elaborate before they break in and haul us off to the Rack and Iron Maiden?"
Yes, do try to keep them out,
Tara said.
I set things up as best I could, but I didn't dare leave it too close. It'll take me a few more minutes.
"A few minutes to do what?"
I couldn't tell you before,
she said.
I wasn't sure whether the path knew the truth, and I wasn't sure how much they could overhear.
She paused in her work to throw me another quick look.
You see, everyone thinks, because we let them think, that Icarus is a star drive. It's not. It's a star portal.
"What the hell does that mean?"
Exactly what it says,
she said.
You step into the launch module, this sphere here, you punch in the address of your destination portal, you grab that shaft,
she nodded her head back toward the black and silver extension arm,
you ride it up to the center, and you disappear from here and pop into the center of your destination's receiver module. That's the big sphere out there.
I stared at her. Of all the answers I might have expected. "That's insane," I insisted. I looked at Celine. "She's lying, right?" Celine was staring at Tara, her pupils quivering with shock and disbelief, her nostrils flaring and contracting.
No,
she said mechanically.
She's telling the truth.
I looked back at Tara, or at least I reminded myself she was telling what she thought was the truth. That could be a huge difference. "We're deep underground," I reminded her. "That won't be a problem?"
The portal can punch through 45,000 light years worth of dust, gas, and stars,
she said.
I don't think a couple 100 meters of rock will be a problem.
"You've tested it?"
Yes, just back and forth between the Icarus launch and receiver modules, but we know it works.
"Is it instantaneous?"
A few seconds per trip.
I looked over at the stripped extension arm, the possibilities and implications bouncing through my mind like tethered balloons in a windstorm. The Teleriac drive, the faster, cheaper transport method that had raised the path to economic dominance. And now, suddenly, we were sitting on an alternative that could take someone across the stars in the time it took to check for oncoming traffic. The path had offered 100,000 comarks for someone who might be able to give them Icarus's secrets. Tara, the con lady, had suggested she might be able to talk them out of 5 or even 10 million. Neither number had been even close, not by at least 5 orders of magnitude. I looked one final time at Celine, holding out one last small hope that it had all been a lie. A lie would mean we were in horrible trouble, but at least I would be able to avoid making a drastic upheaval in my worldview. But it wasn't a lie. As far as Celine could tell, every bit of it was true. As my father used to say, truth is stranger than fiction, because fiction has to make sense, and usually tries to leave a better aftertaste. A distant sound snapped me out of my tailspin contemplation back in the big sphere. The lifter had been unlocked from below and was headed down. "Snap it up," I called. "Company's coming."
2 more minutes,
Tara said. I looked around. There were dozens of power and sensor cables around. And given enough time, I could probably weave them through the sphere's cable control mesh into something that would at least require a would-be intruder to go get some wire cutters. But I didn't have that much time. And anyway, there were probably cutters and saws lying around the cavern down there. Our only other asset were 3 Corona guns and 1 bottle of liquor. 1 bottle of flammable liquor. When Nask had first described the 2 spheres' competing gravitational fields, I'd suggested a person in the interface could bounce up and down. He hadn't been amused. Now that arrangement was going to offer an even better trick. Though I was pretty sure he wouldn't be amused by this one either. Uncorking the bottle, I poured the liquor into the center of the opening. It behaved exactly as expected, its momentum carrying some of the liquid through to the larger sphere before sloshing back toward me, the splash quickly dampening out as it also flowed outward to fill the opening. A screen of bad-smelling alcohol floating in the path of anyone who might try to get through. Beyond the rippling barrier, I heard the lifter start back up again.
ready!
Tara said. She extricated herself from her work area and started punching an array of glowing red squares. As she tapped or double-tapped each one, it changed color to either yellow or black.
Both of you, get over to the shaft! And be careful. Right at the base, gravity changes direction to point inward.
"Right," I said. At this point, even a gravity field that could change direction in midair didn't seem any more remarkable than a favorite restaurant suddenly altering its menu. "Celine, get over there!" Taking a step back, wondering how close the lifter and its passengers were, I pointed my Corona gun at the gently undulating liquor and fired. Star drives and shifting gravity fields might challenge traditional theories of physics, but at least alcohol subjected to a sudden blast of electrical energy behaved exactly the way it was supposed to. The floating puddle ignited into a brilliant blaze, throwing dancing flames in both directions. I felt a wave of heat from the fire and a more subtle wind at my ankles as the sphere's air rushed to fill the partial vacuum and feed the flames. And it belatedly occurred to me that my handy little barrier was rapidly chewing up the sphere's supply of oxygen. Hopefully, we'd be out of here before that became a problem. If not, at least suffocation would be a faster and easier way to go than whatever Nask had planned for us. Celine had reached the base of the extension arm by the time I headed that direction. Sure enough, she was now floating slowly upward, her hands sliding along the shaft for balance or stability, or just to have something to hold on to. I looked over at Tara as I ran. Most of the squares on her board were yellow or black, but there were still 3 red ones. Her hand poised over them. "Trouble?" I called.
Just trying to remember,
she said. "Remember faster," I bit out.
You just focus on not falling over your own feet,
she shot back. With 3 quick movements,
She keyed the last 3 squares to yellow.
Go!
I'm going! But not nearly as fast as Tara. By the time I reached the base, and my inner ear was screaming the change of gravity to my brain, she was already halfway across the sphere. Clearly, she'd had a lot of practice moving across the mesh and cables coiled beneath it. I grabbed the extension arm and started my own ride. And as I looked upward to check on Celine, I saw that the last 20 centimeters of the arm had changed color from black and silver to an oddly luminescent gray. Celine and I were well on our way. Tara was nearly to the base of the arm, and my fire barrier was still going strong. Another few seconds, half a minute at the most, and we'd reach the end of the arm. If the fire held out, and if Tara was right about what this damn alien thing was. With all the shifting gravity fields, I should have been prepared for anything. I wasn't. Abruptly, my inner ear gave another warning scream as my upward float switched to a full-speed downward fall. I tightened my grip around the arm, only now discovering how slippery the damn thing was. I got my other hand on it, squeezed hard, and felt myself slowing down. My relief was premature. A hint of a whimper was my only warning that Celine, with her lesser hand muscle strength, was sliding helplessly down on top of me. I barely had time to brace myself when I felt her feet land squarely on my shoulders. She did her best, bending her knees as she hit in an attempt to soften the impact. But she still had all her weight and all her momentum, and I was nearly jerked off the arm as we dropped like a 2-piece rock toward the deck. Fortunately, I was able to maintain some semblance of a grip. Even more fortunately, we hadn't been too high up when she crashed into me, which meant we didn't have time to build up too much speed before my feet hit the mesh and the tangle of cables beneath it. Tara had managed to stay clear of our path, and I got a glimpse of her staggering for balance off to the side as Celine and I rolled onto the mesh. I used the last part of my final roll to get back up on my feet, doing a quick mental inventory to confirm nothing was broken or sprained. Celine was getting shakily to her feet, and a quick look at her pupils showed me that she was also not in any pain. I turned to Tara, now standing rigidly, and opened my mouth to demand an explanation.
Excellent!
Nask's voice came from the sphere interface. I turned back, looking a little ways up the curved hull to see the opening. The fire was gone, vanished like it had never been. Nask was standing just inside the opening, his angle making him tower a little above me. He was flanked by his Icarus bodyguards, and Geary was standing a little ways to the side. Path and Icarus expressions were still partially unreadable to me, but Geary's was perfectly clear, a mix of contempt and immense satisfaction. Whatever had just happened, he and Nask had clearly been behind it. I eyed them, wondering if I could get to either of them in time. Geary responded to my look by slipping his Libra 3mm from beneath his jacket and holding it casually at his side. "So I was right," I said, looking back at Nask. "The damn thing doesn't work."
This one?
He asked, waving an arm around the sphere. It was hard for such a simple motion to look smug, but Nask pulled it off.
Of course not. But then, working was never its purpose.
No,
Tara whispered. I turned my head to look at her, something cold running up my back. Her face was rigid, with the stricken look of someone staring at death. Not just her own death, but the deaths of everyone she'd ever known and cared for. The death of every dream she'd ever had. And with that, the skies seemed to open up, and the horrible truth rained down on me. "I don't understand," I said, dredging up some puzzlement to shine through my dismay. Getting your enemy to underestimate you. What do you mean? It was never supposed to work. Are you that naive? Nask demanded. Do you truly not comprehend?
He's a bounty hunter, Your Eminence,
Geary said derisively.
They're known for their targeting skill, not their intellect.
Nask gave a wet-sounding snort.
Perhaps Terra would be good enough to explain it to him.
But Terra had turned her back on all of us, her shoulders shaking with reaction, or possibly silent sobs. Celine stepped close, reached out a hand as if offering to comfort her. Then, slowly, she let the arm fall to her side. I guess you'll have to do the honors, I said to Nask. Nask snorted again.
It's incredibly simple,
he said.
As Terra and her friends at Icarus feared, the Path have indeed found a portal of our own. Not here, of course, but safely secured on one of our 3 core worlds.
He waved a hand at the board Terra had been working at, the one with the pattern of yellow and black squares.
But like any form of communication, a lone portal is of little use. One must have at least 2 in order to make proper use of them.
I looked at the display, as if I'd suddenly figured it out. You needed Icarus's phone number.
Address,
he corrected, the contempt getting a little deeper.
We call it an address, not a phone number. But yes, we needed Icarus's location. Now we have it.
So you rigged up a duplicate of the portal here in Lackland, I said. And then you pretended you needed Terra to hook it up for you?
No,
Terra said, her voice almost unrecognizable.
that's impossible. This is the portal. It has to be. The gravity fields. No one in the spiral has the technology to do that.
I felt my breath freeze in my throat. Slowly, imperceptibly, she'd swiveled slightly to put her left side toward Nask and the others. And from my angle, I could see her hand moving to the Corona gun tucked away in her waistband. And in the second horrible revelation in 2 minutes, I realized what she was going to do. A blast or 2 of high-voltage current into the control panels, and the whole thing might well be damaged beyond anyone's ability to fix it. If this was indeed the real portal and not just a decoy, that would end the Path bid for this technology. There was only one problem. Her weapon was still in her waistband, but Geary's was already in his hand. She would never even get the gun into position, let alone be able to fire before he dropped her in a bloody heap on the deck. Not unless something else drew his attention first. His attention and his attack. You had this whole thing set up from the start, didn't you? I demanded, taking a step closer to Nask. You grabbed me, then let me run around playing games with cameras and microphones and liquor bottles, and the whole time you were just sitting back laughing at me. I put my hand ostentatiously on my own Corona gun, knowing full well that I was still too far away from any of them to use it. Well, damn you all to hell! There was nothing like the appearance of a loaded weapon to pique a person's interest, even a weapon that was out of range. Like magic, Nask's, Geary's, and both the ICAM's eyes turned to me. Nask's Libra was still hanging at his side,
but I had no doubt he could lift it and put 2 or 3 rounds into me before I could take so much as another step toward them. I had no intention of taking that step, or of even looking like I was thinking about taking it. All I wanted to do, all I needed to do, was hold their attention long enough for Tara to get a killing shot into Firefall's heart. After that, well, I could only hope that Nask would recognize the pointlessness of revenge killings. I looked closer at Geary's eyes, and with the final gut-wrenching revelation of the evening, I realized that it wouldn't matter what Nask wanted. Not in the heat of the moment, maybe not even afterward. Geary was looking for an excuse to kill me, and one way or another, he was gonna find it. In that single heartbeat, I almost shouted a warning to Nask, drawing his attention to Tara and thwarting her desperate last-minute act of sacrifice and stupid bravery. I had no reason to die for her, or for Icarus, or really for anything else. I didn't know why Celine and I were even here. Geary could have recruited any of 100 other Crockett's for this insane search. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Celine. She was still where she'd been when this whole depressing thought process began racing through my head, barely a step away from Tara, still trying to decide whether to offer comfort or to give her space to work through the emotions of her failure. And I realized that if Geary opened fire on Tara, he might hit Celine too. And with that, I no longer had a choice. "Damn you all to hell!" I repeated, taking a diagonal step away from Tara and Celine and toward Nask. I couldn't stop Geary from shooting me, but if I was Geary's first target, Nask might be quick enough to stop him from killing Celine along with me. I took another step forward, just as Tara yanked her Corona gun free and sent a withering blast of high voltage into the control panel she just activated. I snapped up my own weapon, shifted the aim to Geary, and squeezed the trigger. Even as my own crackling spray of current shot out, I could see that it would dissolve woefully short of its target. I braced myself for the crack of his Libra, for the inevitable stab of agony as the slugs blasted their way through my chest. Tara fired a second time. And then, all was silence. The miniature electrical storm swirling in front of me dissipated. To my disbelief, I saw that Geary's weapon was still at his side, his earlier death mask replaced by a self-satisfied smirk. Nask and the EI cams were also just standing there, and I could swear the path had the same smug look as Geary. "By all means, Tara. Destroy anything you want," Nask said, mock encouragingly. "Fire again if it makes you feel better. Fire until the power pack is drained." "We were finished with this copy the minute you punched in Icarus's address." Tara spun around, her earlier despondency replaced by fury. "Good luck picking it out of that!" she bit out. "Please," Nask said, with all the disdain the path were so famous for. "Even locked away in the Icarus research department, you must have heard of such things as cameras." "Be assured, we have recordings of every move you made this evening." He looked at me. "There's no need for any of you to die tonight," he added. "Unless you strongly feel the need to be a martyr." I took a deep breath, gauging his expression and Geary's. if they were planning on shooting us anyway. But no. Nask was smart enough to recognize that there was no need to kill helpless hostages, especially when those hostages might still be useful down the road. Not really, I said, leaning over and placing my Corona gun on the mesh. Celine, Tara. I looked back to see Celine straightening up, her own weapon on the mesh in front of her. Tara, I repeated. For a bad moment, I thought she was going to take Nask up on his martyr invitation, but she exhaled a silent sigh and tossed her Corona gun to the side. So how did you do it? I asked.
This?
Nask asked, waving a hand to encompass the whole setup.
A great number of small gravity plates beneath the shell, of course. Extreme heavy duty, of course, so that they could overcome the planet's own pull.
Something like that would be pretty hefty, I pointed out. A lot of equipment, a lot of power.
Certainly,
Nask said.
but we had plenty of room to build everything once we'd hollowed out enough space in the rock. You have already noted, of course, that the one place where the massive gravity equipment would be noticeable is at the receiver module entrance. And of course, we oriented that so that the planet itself would provide the pull.
What about the interface between the spheres? I asked. I could see the puzzlement in Celine's pupils as she wondered why I was bothering with this now. But if Tara was right about this being the actual portal, with Nask merely bluffing about it being a faked duplicate, it would be useful to find that out before they hauled us away. Not just so that we knew where we stood, but also so that we could maybe do a little more damage on our way out.
Directed repulsor projectors at opposite sides of the spheres,
Nask said, pointing over my shoulder.
You can see the one in here if you know what to look for.
I followed his pointing finger, my heart sinking a little more. It was there, all right, buried in a mass of cables between a pair of glowing light displays whose glare helped throw the projector into shadow. I didn't know you could focus repulsors that tightly, I said, mostly just to have something to say.
It is quite difficult,
Nask admitted.
Not just the directionals and the edge shearings, but also the tuning and balance. But once we had that perfected, it was easy to simulate a pair of opposing gravity fields.
And all of that work just to convince us we were in a real portal? Nask smiled.
Great efforts bring great reward,
he said.
In this case, the reward is indeed great.
I looked at Tara. If she'd had any lingering hopes that she'd smash the path portal, those hopes were clearly gone.
So what happens now?
She asked dully.
I was going to let you spend one last night here before we left,
Nask said.
But on consideration, I see no reason for further delay. The guards will put you in restraints, and we'll go to my ship.
And from there to a hidden prison somewhere? I asked.
Hardly,
Nask said, a gleam of anticipation in his eye.
I'll take you to the real Firefall.
He smiled maliciously at Tara.
After all, Tara deserves the chance to say farewell to her Icarus friends.
Chapter 21 The ship Geary had used to transport us from Kashmir had been a nondescript sort of freighter, designed to blend in anywhere in the spiral without attracting attention. Nask's ship, in contrast, was far more fitting for a Path subdirector. Sleek and expensive looking, plastered with a big Path diplomatic emblem, and all but screaming luxury and privilege. If Nask could have hooked up external speakers to scream that message more literally, he probably would have. As always with power and privilege came an entourage. The Odin had a full crew, including no less than 3 of the Cyborgian pilots with their shiny face implants to fly the ship, plus a contingent of EICAM guards to bolster the contingent Nask brought along from Lachlan. The interior of the ship was just as luxurious as the outside. Naturally, the 3 of us didn't get to see much of that. Still, the cell we were locked in was bigger and more comfortable than either the Lachlan prison or Geary's ship suite, for whatever that was worth. Nask had said that the firefall was on one of the 3 Path core worlds, which didn't tell me anything since no one had more than a vague idea of where those worlds were. He'd also said the trip would take us 4 days, but with a Teleriac drive cutting us through hyperspace, that also told me nothing. Still, for the first couple of days of our journey, I entertained myself by visualizing as much of the spiral as I could, eliminating the systems owned or colonized by the Commonwealth or any of the other alien species, and trying to narrow it down. Wasted effort, really. But then there wasn't much else to do. Tara spent most of her time lying on her bed, her face turned to the wall, not talking to either of us. She only roused herself for our twice-a-day meals, and I suspected she wouldn't have shown even that much liveliness without Celine's quiet but persistent encouragement. I thought about putting in a reminder or 2 of my own about the importance of keeping up strength in captivity, but I never found a good place to bring it up. Anyway, given the looks Tara gave me whenever our paths crossed, prolonging any of those interactions probably wouldn't have been a good idea. Interspersed between meals, sleep, and my speculations on our destination, I tried to think up a way to fix this mess. As far as I could tell, there wasn't one. The Path had their own Icarus-type star portal. We were headed there right now with the key that would let them use that portal to send a team across to either capture or destroy their competition. And they would succeed. Barring something unexpected, there was no doubt about that. Icarus was a sitting duck, with none of the people there having the slightest idea of what was about to come boiling out their back door. Even if Mikkel had alerted them that Tara had been captured, they had no way of knowing the ace the Path were holding up their collective sleeve. A small commando team dropped into the Firefall launch module in the dead of night. Hell, even a single well-equipped invader could probably pull it off. A quick jaunt to the Icarus receiver module, and the whole project would be theirs, to haul away or wreck as they chose. Either way, the dust would settle with the Path holding all the cards. If they could reverse engineer either portal and make more of them, the upheaval and transportation they'd brought about with the Teleriac drive would be nothing in comparison. And here Tara, Celine, and I sat, imprisoned, incommunicado, and outnumbered. No one out there even knew where we were, let alone had any idea what the Path were up to. Could we unlock our cell, overpower our guards, and take over the ship? Even if I somehow pulled off such a miracle, I couldn't fly this thing without the continual cooperation of one of the pilots. Could we break free somehow once we landed? Get off the ship and call someone? But I didn't have a name or number.
and given Tara's current feelings toward me, I doubted she would trust me that far. Even if she did, I'd be a human on a path world, and I probably wouldn't make it a single block toward any kind of transmitter before I was tackled or shot. Tara wouldn't do any better. Celine would probably do worse. Could I throw myself at one of the EI cams after we landed, sacrificing my life in the hope that someone would take note of such a bizarre event and start an investigation? Again, a futile waste. A human death on a path world wouldn't even be noticed. The path had won. Again. The spiral just didn't know it yet. I was lying in my bed on the last night before our arrival, sleeping as poorly as I had every other night since we'd been hauled aboard, when there was a soft tap on my door, and the panel slid open a crack.
Gregory?
Celine's soft voice came timidly. "Yes? What is it?" I asked.
I wanted... Could I come in and stay with you a while?
I frowned into the darkness. Celine had never, ever made such a request before. We worked well together, and we certainly liked each other, but that was all. We were partners in a business, no more, no less. Besides, I was human, and she wasn't. And while interspecies romances were a cliched staple of star thrillers, I'd yet to see one in real life. But of course, that wasn't why she was here. There might not be much romance in the sordid worlds of bounty hunters and Crockett's, but there was more than our fair share of loneliness, fear, and despair. I could understand Celine's need for comfort, especially given our bleak situation. And to be honest, being able to lie close to another living being, holding her and being held in turn, sounded like the best the universe was offering us right now. "Sure," I said, shifting over to one side of the bed. "Come on."
Thank you.
She closed the door softly behind her and sidled into the narrow space between the bed and wall. There was a moment of hesitation, and then she gingerly lay down beside me, her long white hair briefly tickling my nose as it brushed across my face. She shifted position awkwardly, moving close to me. Belatedly, I wondered how my breath and body smelled to her hypersensitive senses. She'd never complained about my scent before, but then she normally wasn't this close to me. I wondered if I should turn my back to her and let her snuggle with me that way, or whether that would be seen as rejection, or even if I would smell any better that way. And then, as I waited apprehensively for her to decide this had been a bad idea, she pressed up against me, her face half buried in my neck, her cheek pressed tightly against mine.
We need to talk about Tara,
she whispered, so softly that even with her lips to my ear, I could barely hear her.
There's something wrong.
I sighed, adjusting a bit so that my lips were up against her ear. I could understand her wanting to keep our conversation private, and I had no doubt Nask had microphones in here. But the fact that Tara had spiraled into a deep depression wouldn't exactly be a surprise to anyone. "She's lost everything, Celine," I whispered back. "It's perfectly normal for her to feel miserable."
That's just it,
Celine said.
She doesn't.
I frowned. "Doesn't what?"
Feel miserable.
Celine said.
It's an act. All of it.
Abruptly, my fatigue and dejection disappeared. "Are you saying she's come up with a new plan?"
I don't think she ever gave up on the old one,
Celine said.
Back on Lackland, when the portal failed to work, she looked horrified and angry, but she didn't smell that way.
My mind flicked back to Kashmir and my brief confrontation with Mikkel. If it makes you feel any better, he'd assured me, there is a plan. Was this what he'd been talking about? Only what the hell kind of plan was it to get the three of us captured and tossed into a Path prison? Why didn't you say something about this sooner?
I wanted to keep watching her,
Celine whispered.
I thought it might be a denial or delayed reaction, but it's not. Her dejection isn't real. Her reluctance to eat isn't real. Her lying in bed for hours, none of it is real.
I stared at the side of Celine's head, her white hair in stark contrast with the dark metal wall behind it, like the contrast between what Tara was feeling and what she wanted us to think she was feeling. Or was it us? Of course, the acting was for Nask's benefit. That much was obvious. But was it for our benefit, too? Surely she remembered how Celine had been able to read her emotional responses via the subtle changes in her body odor. Did that mean she expected us to know, or at least suspect that she was up to something? I didn't mind her having a plan. What I minded was that she might have a plan we knew nothing about but were expected to participate in.
What do we do?
Celine asked. We pretend to believe her, I said. We help her sell the act to Nask, and we wait.
For what?
For whatever she's got planned, I said. I'm guessing we'll know it when we see it.
I hope so.
Celine paused.
Do you want me to go now?
Only if you want to, I said. Me, I'm pretty comfortable right like this. She gave a soft sigh that again tickled my ear.
So am I,
she said.
Maybe just a little longer.
5 minutes later, still resting alongside me, she was fast asleep. 5 minutes after that, so was I. Earthguard and other militaries, it was rumored, had hidden underground landing pads and cradles scattered around the spiral for the use of rapid response and dark op units. Having never been invited to such a place, and with the sum total of my own travel experiences having been with above-ground facilities, I tended to view those stories with a bit of skepticism. Not anymore. Impressive, I commented as we walked down the Odin's ramp and turned toward an ICAM guarded door at one end of the large underground chamber we'd landed in. Across the walkway we were now walking on was another landing cradle, currently unoccupied, a twin of the one we'd put down in. Set up neatly around the empty cradle was a full complement of support gear, equipment carts, and fueling hoses, again duplicating those surrounding Nask's ship. Above us was a flat gray roof, probably metal-reinforced ceramic, that echoed back our voices and footfalls. There were certainly plenty of footfalls available for that purpose. There had been a good 50 EI cams waiting when our little group emerged from the ship, and they were now marching with parade ground precision on either side of us. Personally, I thought it was a bit over the top. Tara, Celine, and I already had our wrists restraint locked. Geary was walking behind us with his Libra no doubt close at hand, and Nask, who was leading the procession, had positioned his bodyguards between him and his 3 prisoners. All that the extra troops did was make the whole thing bigger, more unwieldy, and a lot louder. But Nask was a sub-director, and the local Firefall garrison commander probably felt he needed to put on a show.
We're glad you like it,
Geary said from behind me.
Very expensive, I'm told, but money well spent.
Hey, when you're looking to take over the whole spiral, what's a little pocket change? I said, frowning. In front of me, Celine had half turned her head, and I saw her nostrils and eyelashes going like crazy. Something interesting in the air?
The spiral?
Geary let out a small snort.
You think too small, Rourke. I'm thinking we can take the whole galaxy. Maybe even the whole universe, depending on Firefall's range.
I thought about telling him the current record was 45,000 light years, but decided against it. If the path were hell-bent on conquering everything, they could do the damn research themselves. It's nice to have goals, I said. But I'd bet they'll find that taking is easier than holding. Every human empire has eventually figured that out.
Humans aren't path,
He countered.
Still, conquering even a single galaxy is a long-term proposition. You and I will be long dead before they find out whether or not it can be done.
You're always such a wellspring of optimism and comfort, I said. Do we at least get to see this thing before you lock us away?
Of course,
he said, as if that was a foregone conclusion.
If for no other reason, then Subdirector Nask wants you to see just how closely the Lackland decoy duplicated the original.
Yes, I was curious about that, I agreed, feeling my pulse pick up a bit. So he was going to take us to the actual Firefall portal? Had Tara anticipated Nask's desire to gloat and planned her move around that expectation?
Naturally, you'll be going alone,
Geary went on, as if that, too, was obvious.
Maybe with Celine. We're certainly not going to let Tara anywhere near it.
After that light show on Lackland, I don't blame you, I said, my cautiously rising hopes dropping back to ground level again.
Who would, really?
Geary said.
So where exactly do you stand on all this?
On all what? I asked. The path taking over the universe? Like you said, it's not likely to happen during my lifetime. Makes it a moot point. Of course, even if you figure out how to make new portals, there's the whole problem of getting them to where you want them. Even the Teleriac isn't that fast.
I'm sure that question's already being pondered,
Geary said.
What I meant was, what are you hoping to get out of all this?
I shrugged. Celine had turned the other way, her nostrils slowing their fluttering, but her eyelashes now going double time. My life, I said. Celine's life. A huge pile of co-marks would be nice, too, but I'd settle for walking out of here alive.
I'm sure you would,
Geary said softly.
But if I were you, I wouldn't get my hopes too high.
The work cavern we were taken to was very much like the one on Lackland, with the exception that the entryway into the portal was in the side of the large sphere instead of the bottom.
This, you see,
Nask said, waving toward it.
exactly the same.
Well, so far as we can see from here, anyway, I said.
You'd like a closer look?
Nask asked.
Certainly.
He gestured to one flank of our EICAM guards.
Take the females to their quarters. Follow me, Mr. Rourke.
I set off behind him as he strode toward the entrance, watching out of the corner of my eye as Celine and Tara were escorted away from the cavern down a different corridor. So much for whatever scheme Tara had planned. Too late. I wished now that I'd taken the risk of trying to get some information from her before we disembarked. At the time, it had seemed more important to keep any such conversation away from eavesdropping ears. But at the time, I'd also assumed Tara would get a crack of her own at the Firefall portal. "I'm impressed that you were able to get it here," I commented. "Do you actually have freighters big enough for it to fit inside?"
We didn't,
Nask said.
we do now. Please, join me.
I glanced over my shoulder. Aside from Nask's bodyguards, all the rest of the EI cams had dispersed, either hidden to various guard positions inside the cavern or support equipment outside, or with the group that had escorted Celine and Tara. But Geary was still with us, and he didn't look exactly thrilled with Nask's invitation. Still, an order from a Path sub-director was hardly something a person could simply ignore. Picking up my pace, I caught up to him and settled into a spot a couple of meters to his right, making sure the bodyguard on that side was between us. The last thing I wanted was to be close enough to Nask that some innocent gesture on my part might be perceived as an attack. "How much of it have you figured out?" I asked, "if I may be so bold."
You may,
Nask said, eyeing me thoughtfully.
but then I would say that boldness seems to come naturally to you.
I shrugged. Some would say it's not so much boldness as pig-headedness.
The two traits are often confused.
Nask said.
But you're far too modest. From everything Geary and Frecky have told me, I believe your talents are being wasted.
Bounty hunting is a dangerous job, I said, feeling my throat tighten at the memory of that last terrible job. Trailblazing may not pay as well, but it's safer.
So it is,
Nask agreed.
I wasn't suggesting you return to your old position. I was suggesting you might join the Part2 as an expediter.
With half my attention on the portal, now only a few steps in front of us, and the other half on Geary, and the rest of the cavern security setup, Nask's suggestion caught me completely flat-footed. Well, what? I managed.
Come now, Mr. Rourke,
Nask said with clear amusement.
Having successfully gone up against two of my finest, surely you aren't surprised that I would be interested in recruiting you. The Part2 have always sought the service of the very best this spiral has to offer.
He stopped at the rectangular opening leading into the portal and pointed inside.
The entrance is a bit tricky. Watch me and use the handholds.
He reached both hands into the opening and ducked his head and shoulders through. His arms stiffened as if someone was pulling on them, and as his head and torso disappeared inside, he lifted first one foot and then the other to the opening's edge and disappeared inside.
A moment for the handholds to reset.
His voice came through the opening.
Then join me.
I stepped to the opening. From a new vantage point, I could see that a framework had been set up inside the sphere with a handhold on either side. The handhold's currently sliding back toward me along a pair of tracks. They reached the bottom and stopped. Bracing myself, I ducked my head and reached inside. Back on Lackland, my inner ear had had a field day each time I crossed one of the abrupt gravity change gradients. This place was no different. As my eyes and brain struggled to orient themselves, I grabbed the handholds, wondering how I was supposed to activate them. Fortunately, the designers had that covered. I'd barely gotten my fingers wrapped around them when they started upward on their tracks, pulling me up into the sphere. I put my feet on the edge as I'd seen Nask do, and a moment later, I was able to let go of the handholds and step away from the opening onto solid metal. Nask had watched me from a couple of meters away, and now inclined his head.
"Nicely done,"
he said.
"Most people have more trouble the first time."
I had a little practice on Lachlan, I reminded him, turning to look at the interface opening into the launch module and noting that the same handhold system had been set up there. Thanks for fixing things here so that we don't have to do that whole roll around the corner thing, I added, turning back to him. Geary, I noted, was now halfway into the sphere, his gun in hand, his eyes focused unblinkingly on me.
"It does rather bruise one's dignity, doesn't it?"
Nask agreed.
"Please, feel free to walk around a bit. Get a feel for the place."
I took a couple of steps, and then a couple more. The conflict between my inner ear, which insisted I was walking on flat ground, and my eyes, which insisted just as loudly that the landscape was curving up in all directions, was the stuff of which headaches were made. But if I could get past that, I could see the subtle differences between this portal and the Lachlan counterfeit. In that one, I'd felt slight discontinuities as I walked along the inside of the sphere, a result I knew now of the fact that the interior gravity field was made up of dozens of separate gravity plates mashed together. Here, in contrast, everything was as smooth as polished glass, with no breaks or hesitations in the gravity. However the portal's creators had pulled that off, they'd done an impressive job of it. "Gravity seems a bit lighter here," I commented.
"You're very observant,"
Nask complimented me.
"Yes, the portal's default setting is about 80% Part2 norm, or 85% that of your own core world. On Lachlan, since we were using the planet's own gravitational field for the lower part of the receiver module, we had to adjust our gravity plates to match it."
I'm surprised Tara didn't notice.
"The difference was slight,"
Nask said.
"We've also found indications that the gravity levels in the two modules may be adjustable, though we are a long way from learning how to do that. If Icarus has also discovered those controls, she may have thought that we had done likewise. Perhaps you'd like to investigate the launch module."
I came to a casual stop, a quiet alarm bell going off in the back of my head. The launch module was where all the critical equipment was located. If I was able to wreck something important, the whole massive thing would be worthless. Surely Nask wouldn't take such a risk. Unless he knew there wasn't any. At the moment, as I stood with my back to Nask, Geary was also out of my line of sight. But I didn't need to see him to recognize the trap box they were trying to nudge me into. The minute I got within sabotage range of the launch module and had therefore proven myself a threat, I would be shot down like a rabid dog. Geary had already hinted that I might not be leaving Firefall alive. This might be his golden opportunity to make that happen. "So," I said, my back still to them, "is this corporate vacillation or just a private bet?"
"Excuse me?"
Nask asked. Are you trying to decide whether I'm worthy to be an expediter? I explained. Or is it a bet between you and Geary that I'll be brave or stupid enough to try something destructive? I turned back to face them. Nask's face was mostly unreadable, though I was pretty sure there was some amusement there. Geary's, in contrast, was as coldly malevolent as I'd ever seen him. I'm guessing the latter, I added. Once again, Nask inclined his head.
A bit of both, actually,
he conceded.
Personally, I'm pleased that you passed the test.
I don't doubt it, I said. Bloodstains are a pain in the butt to clean up.
So they are,
Nask said.
Time to go. You'll need to rejoin your companions.
He looked at Geary.
And Geary needs to prepare for his mission.
I felt a muscle in my cheek tighten. Icarus?
Icarus,
Nask confirmed.
If you'll precede us out, Mr. Rourke, I believe your keepers are just about to serve lunch.
Our keepers had indeed served lunch in our new cell. No more open dining rooms for us, apparently. A fine lunch it was, too. A shame I didn't have any appetite for it. For the next few hours, I ran the entire memory over and over in my mind, trying to find a place where some change in my actions might have given me an edge, or a hostage, or anything else that would have led to something besides abject failure. But I couldn't find anything. I'd been there, close enough to the heart of Firefall to stab it to death, and there'd been nothing I could do. Not without getting myself uselessly killed. I went to bed early, not wanting to spend any more time avoiding Tara's and Celine's eyes than I absolutely had to. Fortunately, like the suite aboard the Odin, our cell had sleeping room doors that closed. I was in the middle of a terrible and depressing nightmare when I started awake to find someone shaking me roughly by the shoulder.
Wake up, Rourke,
a familiar voice bit out.
Wake up!
I squinted up into the face looming over me. Frecky, I managed, wincing at the hoarseness in my voice. When did you get here?
Never mind me,
Frecky growled, grabbing my upper arm and all but hauling me up into a sitting position.
Get dressed, now.
Why? I asked, my voice sounding a little more human this time. What's wrong?
I said, get dressed.
And I said, what's wrong? I repeated, making no move toward my clothes. For a fraction of a second, I thought he was going to hit me. With visible effort, he resisted the temptation.
It's Geary,
he said.
He's disappeared.
Into Firefall? I asked, snagging my shirt from the hook beside the bed.
Yes,
he said.
Almost 7 hours ago.
My condolences, I said. What do you expect me to do about it?
What do you think?
Grabbing my trousers from the hook, he tossed them viciously at my chest.
You're going in after him.
Chapter 22.
Nask had a handful of Path and the ICAMs were waiting as Frecky hauled me into the work cavern.
There you are,
Nask said, as if I'd stopped for a meal or some sightseeing on the way from our cell.
Over there. Get dressed, now.
I looked where he was pointing, On a chair near the firefall entrance was a gray combat suit. "What's happened?" I asked as I headed toward it, resisting the urge to point out that I was already dressed and that my outfit was probably a lot more comfortable.
Geary went into the launch module,
Nask said.
He hasn't returned.
"Are you sure he can?" I asked, stopping at the chair and pulling off my shirt. "He's got Firefall's address, right?"
Of course,
Nask said.
the arrival and departure addresses should both have appeared on one of the displays upon his arrival.
I paused with my trousers halfway down. "Should have appeared?"
That's how it worked at our end,
Nask said.
The display showed both addresses.
"You didn't know your own address before that?"
We couldn't obtain Firefall's address until we sent a package to Icarus. Now we know it.
He gestured to one of the path, who scurried up and handed me a piece of paper. It was a print photo showing 2 grids of squares. One grid showed the yellow-black control board that Tara had punched Icarus's address into back on Lackland, while the grid beside it showed a different pattern, this one in squares of orange and black. Which is which?
Yellow is destination, orange is home,
The path said. His voice was strained, somewhere between controlled nervous and equally controlled panicked.
But the displays are only lit for 10 to 15 minutes after activation. If he was delayed in moving from the receiver module to the launch module, he won't have any way to return.
I nodded, understanding Nask's nervousness. His big scheme had presumably relied on Geary hitting Icarus a killing blow before they knew what was happening. After 7 hours, that plan was looking a little ragged. "Why me?" I asked. "Actually, back up a little. Why was Geary alone in the first place? Why not send a full commando squad? You could at least have sent Frecky along."
The plan was for him to reconnoiter and perhaps lock down a beachhead if the opportunity presented,
Nask said.
He would then send back a situation report, and the team would follow.
He leveled a finger at me.
That will now be your task.
"Ah," I said, suppressing a grimace as I finished undressing and starting to pull on the combat suit. "Let me guess. You don't have enough human expediters to put together an assault team, and throwing a bunch of PATH or EI cams at Icarus would be way too provocative."
There were other considerations,
Nask said stiffly. "Yeah," I said, pausing in my dressing as a new thought suddenly occurred to me. "Speaking of considerations, has the possibility occurred to you that Geary never even got to Icarus? I remember Tara having trouble coming up with the last 3 digits of the address. What if she got them wrong? What if he ended up on the other side of the galaxy or nowhere at all?"
That thought has occurred to us,
Nask said.
You asked why Frecky was not being sent. That's your answer.
Right. I looked over at Frecky, found him glaring a sort of simmering frustration at me. Because I'm expendable, and he isn't.
Yes,
Nask said. Ah. Carefully I set down the boot I'd been preparing to put on. So why again am I agreeing to go?
Because if you don't, your companions will suffer.
Nask said.
Greatly.
I thought that would be your answer, I said. I stood up, noting peripherally that all the EI cams within range had suddenly put their hands on their Corona guns. So let's get a couple of things clear. If I do this for you, whether I make it back or not, Celine goes free. Understood? Not in 20 years, not in 1 year, but right now.
And if I merely pretend to agree?
Nask asked. You're a subdirector of the path, I said. Your people are here, all around you. Do you really want to renege on an agreement in front of them? Nask's eyes flicked around the room, probably wondering what would happen if he just ordered them away. But it was too late, and he knew it. They'd heard my veiled threat, and whether they heard the rest or not, one or more of them would make sure to follow through on the outcome. I didn't know much about the path upper echelons, but I had no doubt there were a dozen sub-directors waiting with quiet eagerness to take Nask's place.
I would never so debase myself,
he said stiffly.
Very well. We have an agreement. If you don't return, Celine will be delivered unharmed to...
He looked questioningly at Frecky.
Zathru,
Frecky said.
To Zathru,
Nask said.
It may take as long as a week for the arrangements to be made, but it will be done.
I accept, I said, a small part of my mind noting that even now he was deliberately fudging the timing in order to further obfuscate the location of the path core worlds. What about Terra?
What are your wishes for her?
I'd like her released as well, I said. Any chance you'll agree to that? He pondered the question.
She cannot be released with the same immediacy,
he said at last.
But I pledge that she, too, will be released unharmed within the next half year.
He looked around the room again.
If we haven't achieved our goal by then, I think it unlikely we ever will.
I accept, I said, sitting down again. Leaving Terra cooped up for the next 6 months was hardly ideal, but I was frankly surprised I'd gotten that much. Not that any of it was guaranteed, of course. I wasn't that naive. Nask could do whatever he wanted on the assumption that a success with Firefall would make him impervious to any political fallout that might come of his having broken an agreement with a stubborn human. Hell, if it came to that, his prestige would probably go high enough for him to simply have all of the witnesses killed. But my participation had been all the leverage I'd had, even if in the end that lever turned out to be made of balsa wood. Let me get these boots on, I told Nask, and I'll be ready. The combat suit, for all its tightly arranged matrix of rigid armor inserts, was light, flexible where it needed to be, and surprisingly comfortable. The helmet was a bit heavier than it looked, and the faceplate and breather mask were cumbersome and tended to fog up. But all in all, it was better than some of the limited coverage armor I'd occasionally worn over the years. Soon, all too soon, really, I was ready.
The address has been properly entered,
Nask said, nodding toward the glowing yellow and black display from his position beside the launch module entrance.
You have the return setting?
Yes, I said, my eyes flicking back and forth between the picture of Terra's departure code and the one the path tech had just punched into Firefall's destination panel. Nask could say properly entered all he wanted, but I had no intention of just taking his word for it. For a while, I'd held out a small hope that Geary's disappearance had been a simple copying error.
that some idiot had missed Tara's address by a digit or two. But I'd now had time to compare the two pictures and had reached the reluctant conclusion that they'd gotten Geary's destination right. Which didn't allow for the possibility that Tara herself had gotten the address wrong, of course. But there was nothing I could do about that. Going in and messing with the code on pure guesswork would be one of the worst ideas I'd had in a lifetime full of bad ideas. The tech here had gotten it right, too. Wherever Geary had ended up, that was the same place I was going. "Okay," I said, sliding the picture into the hip pocket where I'd also stored the shot of Geary's departure code. "You going to stand there and wave goodbye?"
We don't want to risk it,
Nask said, motioning his bodyguards toward the opening.
We have no way of knowing whether the launch module is intended to hold more than the designated traveler. When you reach the gray section, get a firm hold onto it, and you'll be transported.
He gave me a final brisk nod.
Good luck, Mr. Rourke. I hope to see you soon.
I watched as one EI cam, then Nask, then the other EI cam disappeared into the receiver module. Then, with a final look around at the various control and monitor boards, I walked over to the base of the black and silver extension arm. The new gravity field caught me as I reached it, and I started to float upward. I wrapped my hand loosely around the arm for steadiness, a small part of my mind noting the irony of my position. Earlier that day, Nask had tempted me with the opportunity to come in here and raise havoc. Now, I was completely alone, with no one to stop me should I decide to be brave and stupid. But if I did, I would never get out of this facility alive. More than that, my actions would guarantee that neither Celine nor Tara did so either. Besides, there was a part of me that really, truly wanted to see if this damn thing actually worked. The end of the arm had gone luminescent gray. I watched it as I approached, wondering how the path on Lackland had pulled that one off. My sliding hand reached it, closed around it. I felt a tingle run through me, like I'd touched a low-level electrical wire. A strangely uniform tingle running through my entire body, and not just in the hand and arm touching the gray section. I could feel the hairs on my neck and arm standing up, and even the numbed nerves in my artificial arm roused themselves back to duty long enough to take note of the effect. Also, unlike an electric shock, it carried no pain, nausea, or confusion of balance. Somewhere in the distance, I heard what sounded like the rippling thunder crack of a too-close lightning strike, and the world around me went black. I counted 3 seconds. Then suddenly, I was back, floating in the center of the now familiar large sphere. The whole area around me lit by a soft glow whose source I couldn't quite locate. As I started to drift toward the inside sphere surface, I craned my neck to see exactly where I'd landed. Sometimes observations and revelations came in a nice, well-ordered sequence, the facts trotting themselves out with enough time to consider each before moving on to the next. Here, unfortunately, the first 5 facts slammed into me simultaneously, like a coordinated rugby attack. Fact 1. This definitely wasn't the Firefall receiver module. That one had been full of equipment and devoid of people. This one contained only Geary. Fact 2. Geary was alive and well, crouching down at one side of the sphere with his helmet and face gear off to one side. Arranged neatly around the helmet were pieces of his Libra 3mm, a Victory plasmic, a dart gun,
and an Icarus Corona weapon.
A metal water bottle and a supply pouch were lying a ways farther off to the side. Fact 3. The thing Geary was crouching beside was a large round plate, a good 2 meters across, welded or otherwise fastened to the sphere's surface. From the lack of any other visible openings, it was clear the plate was currently covering the interface that normally provided access to the launch module. Fact 4. Geary had been here 7 hours. The plate was still there. Fact 5. We were trapped. There didn't seem to be any reason to keep my helmet and face gear on, since Geary's current membership among the living showed there was nothing in here that would kill me with any great speed. Anyway, as long as I was drifting slowly downward, with no way to hurry up the process, there really wasn't much else to do. I hadn't noticed any sounds when I first popped into the sphere, but with my helmet off, I could now hear a series of soft but sharp sounds coming from Geary's direction. He hadn't yet looked up, either because my arrival had been silent or because he was too focused on his work. He might not notice me, in fact, until I landed. Unfortunately, my current vector aimed to land me behind him and only a few meters away. Given his probable state of mind, that might spark an instinctive and highly unpleasant reaction. As my father used to say, if you have to wake a sleeping man, it's best not to use a sharp stick. Fortunately, there were other ways to announce my arrival. Getting a fresh grip on my helmet, I gave it a gentle lob toward the floor, a quarter of the way around the sphere. Even having seen Geary move quickly once before, his response this time was impressive. As the dull thud of the helmet's impact echoed around the sphere, he threw himself to the side in a flat leap, rolling once on his shoulder and coming up into a crouch with his water bottle in hand, ready to throw. A fraction of a second later, the crouch went into a sort of twisting spiral as he saw the sound had been a diversion and spun around, trying to locate the source. He spotted me. "The hell?" he snarled, rising half to his feet, the water bottle still poised to throw.
How the hell did you get in here?
"Nice to see you, too," I called back, watching the water bottle warily. I was still in free fall, with zero way of ducking an attack if he chose to launch one. "Nask says hi, by the way."
What are you doing here?
He bit out. "I broke out of my cell, of course," I said. "Overpowered the guards, wandered around until I found the soldiers' barracks, picked out a nice combat suit in my size, strolled past all the other path and the eye-cams, broke into Firefall, then gave myself a one-way ticket to Icarus. What do you think I'm doing here?" Slowly, he lowered the water bottle to his side.
Are you armed?
"No," I said, holding my arms out to my sides. Naturally, the receiver module picked that precise moment to suddenly crank up the gravity and drop me the last meter to the deck. I flailed a bit as I hit, but managed to keep my balance and dignity. No food or water either. Probably expected me to die quickly and didn't want to waste the supplies.
No, that's just Frecky's paranoia leaking through,
Geary said.
Not the expecting you to die part, but not wanting you to have anything that could be used as a weapon. No tools either, I suppose.
What you see is what I've got. I pointed toward the plate. Looks like they were worried about unexpected company.
I don't know why they would be,
Geary said.
They don't even know we've got a portal, let alone that we've got their address. More likely, they just wanted to keep their own people out of here.
Why? I asked.
Same reason we've got guards watching Firefall,
Geary said with strained patience.
Lot of tech secrets in here, and you don't want random people sneaking in and poking around. Or maybe it was some particular person they wanted to catch in the act.
Right, I said through suddenly stiff lips. Secrets. Mikkel had told me they had a plan. Tara had only been pretending to be devastated at her reveal of Icarus's address. Secrets. Only she'd let this one slip. I hadn't noticed at the time, but Tara had let it slip. It can punch through 45,000 light years worth of dust, gas, and stars, she'd told me, inside the fake launch module on Lackland. I don't think a couple 100 meters of rock will be a problem. How could she possibly know the portals could reach that far? Geary was wrong. Nask was wrong. The whole damn Path Nation was wrong. Icarus and Firefall weren't the only portals. The Icarus team had found another one somewhere. This one. The trap box Tara had deliberately sent us to. Maybe she'd assumed that only Path or EICAMs would end up here. Maybe she'd never expected Nask to send me. Maybe she hadn't cared if he did. So if it's a trap box, how does it work? I asked.
Take a look,
Geary said, sitting the bottle on the deck and walking back to the round plate.
You see how the plate is welded over the interface to keep anyone who came in from getting back out again?
Yes, I said, leaning over for a closer look. The plate was a dull gray color, 2 meters across and about 10 centimeters thick. At the four sides, where the north, east, south, and west symbols would be on a compass rose, were the embossed letters ORDW. What do those letters mean? I asked.
They mean that whoever's in charge of Icarus didn't have something this size to use over the access point, so he just grabbed a shaft cover from the nearest Volga Industrium plant and slapped it on,
Geary said. Never heard of them, I said, searching the plate in vain for any other words or identifying marks. Where does it say Volga Industrium?
It doesn't,
Geary said.
but I know the company. They're a mid-sized outfit near the Najiki archipelago, and they're big into inspirational crap. This is one of the opportunity, readiness, discernment, willpower seals they slap all over their factories and offices.
He lifted his finger like a professor lecturing a particularly slow pupil.
Now, if I was setting a trap for some troublemaker, I'd make it so you could only open it from the other side. But the Icarus team decided to be cute.
He tapped the edge of the plate.
You see these welds?
They're a little hard to miss, I said, feeling my stomach tighten. Whoever had been in here with the welding torch had really put his heart into his work. The furrowed marks went around the entire rim where the plate met the sphere deck. I frowned, leaning in closer and tracing the weld marks with my eye. Wait a minute, I said. If they were trying to catch someone in here, welding a plate over the opening doesn't make any sense.
Comes the dawn,
Geary said sarcastically.
About damn time. Because if you look here...
He tapped the middle part of the disk's edge with a slender spine from his plasmix focusing array.
You can see it's really two thinner plates pressed together. Or I should say a single plate set on top of a setting ring straddling the entry hole.
You think the top disk separates from the ring?
Has to,
he said.
There's no other way for anyone to get in or out of the sphere.
So the thief snakes in from the launch module, using some straightforward opening mechanism on that side, and gets trapped, I said. And then sits here until someone comes by over there and lets him out?
Right,
Geary said.
only we can't wait that long.
He pointed at the edge of the plate.
So we'll just have to open it ourselves.
I leaned closer. There was a series of small indentations along the line Geary had identified as the connection between the plate and the setting ring. What are those?
Like you said, it's only meant to be opened from the other side,
Geary said.
but there still has to be a latch in there somewhere. If we can poke around the edge until we find and trigger it, we should be able to get it open.
Hence your little toy there, I said, eyeing the device clearly cobbled together from parts of his various weapons. I could see one of the magnetic accelerator segments from his Libra 3mm, with one of the bullets poking out of the accelerator. The power pack from his plasmic was powering the device, and one of the air cylinders from his dart gun had been hooked up to keep the mechanism cool. A miniature hammer drill, I gather?
Impressed that you even recognized it,
Geary growled.
Now get out of the way. I've got work to do.
Obediently, I took a step back from the plate. How can I help?
By staying out of the way,
he said, lining up the punch with the intersection line.
Go take a nap or something.
He started the hammer drill, and the sharp sounds I'd heard on my way down resumed. I looked at the remnants of his weapons, wondering if I could put together something of my own out of what was left. 2 of us working on the disc would presumably get the job done in half the time. But it looked like he'd already salvaged everything useful. There certainly weren't enough parts to make another hammer drill. I turned back to the plate, wondering if it came completely apart, or swiveled open, or swung up on hidden hinges. If I could figure out which it was, we might be able to concentrate Geary's work at the critical points. I scowled at the embossed letters and the subtle mocking embedded in the associated inspirational drivel. Opportunity, readiness, discernment, willpower. All fine qualities, but none of them were a damn bit of good without tools. Opportunity, readiness, discernment, willpower. Opportunity, readiness, discernment, willpower. ORDW. ORDW. I stiffened. ORDW. Or was it WORD? Word. A memory flashed to mind. Kashmir and my brief violent encounter with Jordan McKill. Just say the word, he'd said, and you'll be on your way to a whole new world. Remember that. Any particular word you had in mind? I'd asked. Artichoke is a good one. It's catchy, memorable, and not one most people would ever think of. For a few seconds, I just stood there. No. It couldn't really be that easy, could it? On one level, it seemed absurd. Connecting dots that weren't there, or just wishful thinking. But I had to know for sure. There was only one way to do that. Taking another step away from the disc, I walked around to where Geary had set down his water bottle. It would be a gamble, I knew. A huge, possibly fatal one. There was no guarantee I could get Geary's hammer drill working on my own. And even if I could, I didn't have the engineering knowledge to know how and where to use it. But at this point, nearly any gamble was probably worth taking. I picked up the water bottle, unscrewed the top.
Whoa!
Gary snapped, the pounding sound stopping.
Hold it, Rourke! That's my water!
I wasn't given any, and I'm thirsty, I grumbled over my shoulder at him. You go back to playing with your toys. I was raising the bottle toward my lips when he reached me and snatched it out of my hand.
Like hell,
he said firmly. He glared for a moment, then lifted the bottle and took a long drink of his own, underlining his right of possession, or possibly just being a jerk. Replacing the cap, he turned and stalked back toward the plate, taking the bottle with him. He was halfway there when the knockout pill I'd slipped into the bottle sent him sprawling unconscious to the deck. I waited a moment to make sure he wasn't faking it, then went over and gingerly checked his pulse. Weapons or no weapons, I had no doubt he could kill me without working up a sweat. And if he knew I'd drugged him, I'd probably get the chance to watch him do it. I walked past him to the plate. For a moment, I stood over it, gazing down at the embossed W-O-R-D letters, bracing myself for the disappointment that was surely about to come. Then, clearing my throat, I took a deep breath. "Artichoke," I said. Nothing. Oh, I scowled at it, feeling like a fool, and took a deeper breath. "Artichoke," I said in a louder voice. I said the word, damn it. "Artichoke! Open the damn—" And without so much as a click or screech, the plate split apart, right where Geary had said it would, rotating on a hidden post with the speed and precision of a tennis backhand to reveal the same kind of rectangular access hole I'd seen at Firefall. Through the opening, I could see the faint radiance and glowing control lights of the portal launch module. The Icarus people hadn't installed the kind of handholds the Firefall team had been thoughtful enough to provide, but I'd had some practice with the Lackland version, and I rolled over the edge and into the launch module without any trouble. The small sphere was empty, but otherwise appeared to be completely functional. I rolled back up to my feet, looking around and savoring the relief flooding through me. It was over, and hadn't ended in either starvation or asphyxiation. All I needed to do was grab Geary, punch in Firefall's destination code, and we'd be back in time for breakfast. I would tell Nask that the disk had opened by itself, without any effort on my part, that the Icarus people had apparently abandoned the project and sealed the portal, and that the whole game had ground to a halt and a stalemate. Nask might suspect this portal wasn't Icarus, but he couldn't prove it, and there was nothing he could do about it even if he could. Nothing except strap Tara down and start her on a path of long, slow torture, and probably Celine and me along with her. Nask was determined to have Icarus, and he would kill all of us if that got it for him. Only it never would. I'd wondered all along why Tara had been left to run around the spiral with all that Icarus knowledge in her head. Now I realized that she hadn't. She'd probably gone through some memory block or erasure regimens before we left. Enough to destroy, or at least bury all knowledge of Icarus's address while leaving her the address for this other portal. Nask could torture her all he wanted, and all he'd ever be able to do was pop back and forth between Firefall and here. Going back to Firefall would mean death by torture. Staying here would mean death by starvation. As my father used to say, when your only options are frying pan or fire, it's time to rethink your strategy. Unfortunately, none of the available strategy was mine. Mikkel had said he had a plan. Tara and her capture had apparently been part of it.
From my totally objective perspective, it seemed like one hell of a lousy plan. Or was I missing something? I turned to look at the boards that would show the traveler's home and destination. All the squares in both arrays were showing uniform red at the moment. Tara didn't have Icarus's address. So who did? Not me or Celine. Mikkel would have to know we would both be thoroughly searched. Could Tara have stashed it somewhere along our way? Somewhere in the Ruth, maybe, where she knew I would find it? Hopefully not, because the Ruth was currently way the hell over at Kashmir. Could she have whispered it to me when I was asleep? Was some kind fancy hypnotic going that would stuff it into my memory, just waiting for a keyword to pull it out? I cleared my throat. Artichoke! I called. The word! Saying the word! Saying the word to Mikkel! Saying the word to Tara? Saying the word to Tara C! Saying... I stopped, growling a curse. Ridiculous. Besides, any kind of hypnotic drug would have left residue that Celine could have picked up 10 meters away. Could Mikkel have said something during our fight? Something in his words or phrasing that would give me the key? Something besides that damn say-the-word thing? He'd held my left arm pinned on top of my head long enough to deliver most of the Gettysburg Address. My left arm. My artificial left arm. And that snooping ferret of Ixel's had watched me give the Bonvier seeds to Varsi in the private park in Haversham City. The combat suit wasn't designed for the wearer to just push up a sleeve. I had to take the whole tunic off to get to the elbow compartment in my left arm. And there it was, a neatly folded piece of paper with a precisely drawn picture of a portal destination display in colorful yellow and black. My ticket to Icarus. And the way out of here. But there was more. At the top of the paper was a short inscription. As your father used to say, there's nothing to end a meal like a good pineapple cake. Earlier, a couple of centuries earlier, the way all this felt, we'd speculated that the path wouldn't pick up on the subtlety of human-style bounty hunter specs, thus missing the fact that Varsi was quietly calling for Tara to be delivered to him dead rather than alive. Now, Mikkel had tapped into the same alien unfamiliarity with niche Earth customs and cuisine. I'd never had a pineapple cake in my life, but I'd had many a pineapple upside-down cake. Smiling tightly, I turned the paper around and headed for the control board. I took it slow, double and triple checking every square as I tapped it to the proper yellow or black. When it was all done, I checked it again, then went to the extension arm and started up. My last thought before I hit the gray section was that if Mikkel had screwed this up, I hoped Tara would never let him live it down. I hit the trigger section, winced as the tingle ran through my body. It felt easier this time now that I knew what to expect. Watched the blackness drop over me, and suddenly I was in the center of yet another receiver module. Looking down the barrels of 6 heavy-duty laser rifles in the hands of 6 armored Kalix series soldiers who were lying comfortably along the curved deck. "Don't shoot!" I called, holding my hands up with the fingers spread wide. None of the rifles so much as twitched, but at least no one opened fire. And then one of the aliens half turned toward the access hole beside him, and with a start, I saw it was Ixel. "Jordan," he called. "Someone get Jordan Mikkel. Tell him Rourke is finally here."
Chapter 23.
That I'm finally here? I demanded, glaring at Ixel as he sat me down in a comfortable conference room chair, eyeing the mug of cola and the selection of snacks set out on the table in front of me. I was hungry and thirsty, but there was no way in hell that I was giving them the satisfaction of touching any of it. You think any of the timing was under my control?
My apologies, Gregory,
Ixel said, as he sat down in the chair across from me. His ferrets took the opportunity to scamper down his arms to the table, one of them heading to check out the snacks, the other making a beeline for me. He gave me a quick sniff and an equally brief squeak, then joined his friend at the snack bowl. Probably the one who'd shadowed me in Haversham City, I guessed.
I meant no such slight or implication,
Ixel continued.
I was mostly acknowledging the fact that Jordan had been quite concerned about you.
About me? I asked archly. Or about Tara?
About all three of you,
Ixel said. He snapped his fingers twice, and the ferrets returned to his shoulders.
Though I probably wouldn't mention to him that I said so,
he added.
Jordan likes to maintain the image of a strong and stoic leader.
I was trying to think of a sufficiently scathing way to phrase my response when the door across the way opened and Mikkel himself strode in. "Rourke," he said briskly, as if I was an old business acquaintance who just happened to drop in for coffee. "The medics check you over?" "I'm fine," I said, my left arm aching with memory, my right arm itching for a weapon. "All I want—"
He refused the medics,
Ixel put in. "Did you tell him the Admiral ordered it?" Mikkel asked, sitting down beside the calyx. "Did I tell you I don't care a damn what an Earthguard brass wants?" I countered. "Celine's a prisoner. I've got a drugged expediter to figure out what to do with, and there's a Path subdirector who's going to warm up the rack if I don't get back there soon." "Relax, Rourke. We're on it," Mikkel assured me. "The Admiral's on his way. In the meantime, let's get you debriefed and start working out our response." "How about this?" I asked. "Since I don't really want to repeat everything for your Admiral friend, how about we instead start by you telling me what the hell is going on?" "Sorry," Mikkel said. "That's on a need-to-know basis." "Trust me, I need to know," I said, putting every bit of quiet menace I had into my voice. "You've been marching me around like your personal marionette proxy, and you've put Celine and me in deadly danger. You owe me." I cranked up the intensity of my glare. "But more than that, you still need me. You want my cooperation? Then convince me that everything you've done to us makes sense." Mikkel looked a silent question at Ixel.
"We do owe him, Jordan,"
the calyx said.
"I don't think the Admiral will object."
He considered.
"Not overly."
Mikkel's lip twitched, but he gave a reluctant nod. "Fine. How much do you know about Icarus?" "It's an alien portal that can send people across 45,000 light years about as fast as it takes to sneeze," I said. "I know a little about how to program it, and I know there are 3 of them in operation. That's about it." "Good," Mikkel said, nodding. "I will note, with a certain irony, that after 6 years of studying them, we don't know a whole lot more than that." "Well, you better get on the stick, then," I warned. "The Path have one of their own, and they're pouring everything they've got into studying it." "Yes," Mikkel murmured. "Which is really where this story begins. Because up until 3 months ago, they didn't have one. I stared at him. You're kidding. I wish I was, Mikhail said.
Though it might be more accurate to say that until 3 months ago they didn't have it working,
Ixel put in. Yes, that's true, Mikhail said. They may have had it in their possession for years and just taken this long to figure out how to activate it.
I thought about the elaborate setup for Firefall and the equally impressive base they'd set up around their fake version. I'm guessing that's the case, I said. How do you know that was when they got it working?
We got what amounts to a ping at that time from the Icarus portal,
Ixel said.
A sort of super electronic handshake, letting everyone else know it was up and running.
How did you know it wasn't someone else in the spiral who'd found it? I asked. Or even someone way the hell across the universe?
We didn't,
Ixel conceded, reaching up and stroking the backs of his ferrets.
But as we thought back to all the attention and roadblocks the path had thrown at the Icarus when we were trying to fly it to Earth, and the speed at which they'd come after us, we began to realize that even then they knew more about the portals than they were letting on. It was hardly proof, of course, but it was a reasonable working theory.
Even if they still thought at the time that it was just a super-fast star drive, they still wouldn't want anyone else having one to play with, Mikhail said. Given the means of your arrival, I assume we were right?
Well, I damn well didn't get here by bus, I said,
with strained patience.
So how does Celine and I figure into all this?
Let's go back a bit more. To Terra's supposed jumping off Icarus, as you once put it, Mikhail said. The decision was made that we couldn't afford to let the path have a portal. Not because we wanted a monopoly.
Not just because we wanted a monopoly,
Ixel interjected. But mainly because it represented a danger to our work here,
Mikhail continued, flicking a glance at the other.
We have pretty good security, but if the path got hold of our portal's address, they could send a sabotage or assassination team directly here.
Like what just happened,
I said, as the dawn suddenly started to glow.
So you figured you'd try to deflect Nask by dangling Terra as bait and letting them talk her into giving them the address to the other portal instead.
So Nask is the one in charge, Mikhail said, nodding. I thought it might be. And yes, she gave him the address to the portal we call Alpha. We leaked the story that I'd gone rogue, and that she was trying to find me, and hoped they'd try to grab her.
Brilliant, I said sarcastically. And it never occurred to you that they might torture her, or just decide to kill her outright? Or did you just not give a damn?
Mikhail's eyes narrowed dangerously.
She insisted she be the one,
Ixel put in quickly.
Of the three of us, and we were the only three she trusted to do the job. She was the only person who could be memory blocked to protect Icarus's address.
What? You two were too squeamish?
We were too military,
Mikhail corrected stiffly.
We've both spent time in our respective militaries, and part of the officer commissioning protocol is to undergo procedures to make memory blocks permanently ineffective. We'd had those procedures. Terra hadn't. That made her the only one who could be safely allowed into path hands.
I'd argue about the word safely, I said. So she went on the run with you and Ixel as, what, shadow bodyguards? What if you got caught?
We wouldn't, Mikhail said simply. I felt a shiver run through me as the full meaning beneath those words penetrated.
They would make sure neither of them was taken alive. And as I looked at both of them, I had no doubt that the path would pay a very high price for any such Pyrrhic victory. At any rate, we'd been keeping track of her and her progress. Ixel picked up the explanation. Using the Starcom facilities on Malaise and Pincus, as you've already deduced, the biggest complication to the plan was that we needed Terra to be captured, not just by the path, but by the right path.
They aren't just a single monolithic government, Mikhail said. The directors and subdirectors are always jockeying for position and power, and the favorable attention of the Director General. If Terra was picked up by someone other than the person in charge of their portal project...
They call it Firefall, by the way, I put in.
Ah, Mikhail said. Anyway, if she was picked up by the wrong path, it could be days or even months before she was negotiated and handed over to the right one. We couldn't afford that kind of delay.
He hesitated.
Neither could Terra.
Fortunately, we had sources of information to draw on,
Ixel said.
Jennifer, who you met on Malaise, coordinated much of that and making sure we and Terra were all current on any new developments.
One of which was the unexpected intrusion of your criminal acquaintance, Luco Varsi, Mikhail said. For some unknown reason, he suddenly seemed to want Terra for himself.
Who suddenly wanted Terra dead for himself, I corrected.
The ferrets gave a simultaneous twitch.
So we learned, Ixel said. Fortunately, you'd already been recruited by Geary and Frecky. I had Pix eavesdrop on their conversation on the Ruth's Bridge when we were doing that circle around Pincus, and confirmed they were the ones who could get Terra safely to Subdirector Nask and Firefall. The other bounty hunter groups had been dispersed by our smoke attacks, and she'd slipped out of their encirclement, so all that remained was to make sure you were in position to capture her and hand her over.
Right, I said. That whole scene after we brought Terra to the Ruth, coming back like the repeating of an ill-advised meal. Only I figured they were going to give her to Varsi, and I kicked them off the Ruth.
Yes,
Ixel said ruefully.
That one did take us by surprise.
We didn't expect you to go all noble on us at the last second, Mikhail said. So we had to scramble to fix it. I'll bet you did, I said. Was that whole "we're con men impersonating the real Terra and Ixel story part of it? That was more Terra's attempt to improvise, Mikhail said. Though to be fair, she was just jumping off your ridiculous conclusion that she was trying to sell Icarus to the highest bidder. At any rate, once you reached Malaise, Terra was able to fill us in on Frecky's attempt to force you to Kashmir.
Why Malaise? I asked. Because she'd started from there?
And because it was likely the path who'd been looking for her still had a presence there, Mikhail said. We assumed Geary and Frecky would be smart enough to split forces, one going to Kashmir in case their course lock worked, the other going to Malaise in case it didn't.
And we were right, Ixel said. Unfortunately, an ICAM squad had also arrived on Malaise, and we had no way of knowing if they were fully under Frecky's command or if they were working for some other director or subdirector. Until that was settled, we couldn't let Frecky get hold of you. We certainly couldn't let the EICAMs do so.
I thought expediters could commandeer any path resources and personnel, I said. Theoretically, yes, Mikhail said. As a practical matter, It mostly means that if some director interfered with Frecky, he could bring it to the Director General's attention and demand a ruling. It would probably be in his favor, but Tara would still have been sitting around in the wrong place for days or weeks, and we'd still be out that much time.
But eventually, Tara was able to persuade you to head to Kashmir,
Ixel said.
So that part, at least, eventually worked out.
Yes, I murmured. Something he'd said a minute ago, belatedly bouncing up from my memory. We didn't expect you to go all noble on us at the last second. And on McHale's note, he'd written as your father used to say. How had he known about my father and his fondness for offbeat aphorisms? And how were any of them expecting anything from me, nobility or otherwise?
You seem to know a lot about me, I said carefully. Are you saying you pushed Geary into hiring us?
I wondered if you'd be able to put the pieces together, McHale said.
The short answer is yes. That's indeed what we plan to do.
I'm so terribly honored, I said between clenched teeth. Jordan McHale, who'd tried to kill me once,
now blithely having another go at it?
If McHale noticed my sudden bubbling anger, he didn't show it. You're being sarcastic, he said calmly.
But in fact, you should be.
We searched through hundreds of Hunter and former Hunter profiles, looking for someone who could quickly and believably sniff out Tara.
In your case, quite literally,
Ixel said. I'm sure you see the balance we had to walk. McHale went on. Too easy, and Nask would get suspicious. Too hard, and we'd lose time we couldn't spare. Not to mention the risk that Varsi's men might get to her first.
You could have just asked us,
I bit out, knowing full well that I'd not only have turned him down flat, but would probably also have taken a shot at him. But right now, my sense of logic was teetering on the edge, and I didn't really care about self-contradiction.
I'm sure it's fun to manipulate people, but you could have just asked us.
Easy, McHale soothed. I said we'd planned to nudge Geary. As it turned out, we didn't need to. He found you and hired you all by himself. I frowned, my anger cooling just a bit. I had no doubt McHale would lie his face off if he thought it would benefit him. But if he wasn't lying,
why would he recruit us? How would he even know about us?
McHale shrugged. I assume the Path have the same depth of information sources that we do.
Though from what Tara said, it sounded like you still had to pass an entrance exam first,
Ixel said. I scowled. That stupid money test back on Zothru, with Frecky's week-old scent on it. Apparently everyone out there liked playing marionette proxy with us. Oh, he tested us all right, I growled. The point is that things worked out the way we all wanted. McHale quirked an almost smile. Though I'll concede it probably wasn't the way you wanted.
Oh yeah, it worked out great,
I growled.
I don't suppose it ever occurred to you the Nask wouldn't be happy with just Tara, that he'd want to bring a couple of extra hostages along into Oblivion's backyard.
Actually, it not only occurred to us,
Ixel said,
but it was what we hoped he would do.
Because we knew he'd never let Tara test his portal, McHale said. She was far too valuable to let out of his sight. We needed Nask to have someone available who we could get to Alpha, and from Alpha to here.
Why? I demanded. To see if Nask really did have a working portal?
No. McHale pointed to my side pocket,
The one where I'd put all the pictures and papers I'd been given.
So we could get Firefall's address.
I stared at him. With all the rest of the conversation, the secrets and double crosses and revelations of manipulation, that part hadn't even occurred to me. Why? So you can go there and destroy it?
No,
Mikhail said, his voice suddenly low and very, very dangerous.
so we can go there and bring Tara and Celine back home.
I looked into his eyes, letting the simmering anger there wash over me. Jordan Mikhail. And now, somehow, we'd ended up on the same side of this battle. And depending on how serious he was about getting Tara back alive, well, at least there's something we agree on, I said, reaching for the cola and one of the snack cakes. Apology accepted. Tell me more. They'd barely gotten started describing their assault plan when the Admiral finally arrived. Though it would be more accurate to say he swept in, like some ancient Roman procession or a major weather system. He was dressed to the hilt in full Earth Guard dress uniform, shimmering blue and sparkling white, with gold insignia and rows of ribbons. I was wearing an elite Path combat suit, its deliberately subdued design nevertheless exuding power and skill and authority. It was the most impressive outfit I'd ever worn, and I still felt seriously underdressed. Fleetingly, I wondered if Mikhail and Ixel were feeling any of my intimidation. Somehow I doubted it.
Mr. Ork, I'm Admiral Sir Graham Barker.
The Admiral introduced himself. His voice, measured and casually confident, completely matched his outfit.
I want to first apologize for having put you in this situation, and also congratulate you on your sterling performance, despite the necessity of keeping you in the dark about what was happening.
Thank you. You're welcome. And it's not even close to being over, I said brusquely. Celine and Tara are still stuck in there with a bunch of Path and EI cams. I gestured to Mikhail and Ixel. And from what I've heard so far, the extraction plan stinks.
Agreed,
Graham Barker said calmly.
I'll add that much of the stench comes from our current lack of intel on what exactly their team will be walking into. We're counting on you to fill in those crucial details.
The crucial detail is that the place is a fortress, I said. The Firefall portal has a one-man entrance. I believe those are called choke points, and opens into a cavern loaded with the ICAM guards that also has a single exit.
How big an exit?
Mikhail asked. Okay, that one's decently sized, I conceded. But it's also a good solid sprint from the portal. And the minute you charge out with lasers and plasmics blazing, they'll seal you in with a set of heavy blast doors. And as I say, it's a cavern, so rock walls all around with nothing except the blast doors for you to punch through.
I assume Tara and Celine will be on the other side of those doors?
Graham Barker asked. Nask doesn't trust Tara anywhere near the portal, so that would be a yes.
Then we'll just have to go in without the blazing plasmics,
Mikhail said.
Sneak in somehow.
You'll never make it, I said bluntly. Even if you did, how long do you think you could keep your presence secret on a Path core world? They'd know you were there so fast it would... I broke off. Suddenly, like a blinding flash of lightning, the whole thing had become clear. Keep your presence secret. I focused on the others. Graham Barker was looking thoughtfully at me. Ixel's expression was unreadable. And Mikhail had the look of a man who was about to be asked to take a card. When did Tara move from Malays to Pincus? I asked. How many days before we brought the Ruth into Haversham City?
Let me check, Ixel said, producing a pad and scrolling rapidly through the pages.
Is it important?
Graham Barker asked.
Let's find out, I said. Ixel?
She arrived in Haversham City about 5 days before you did,
Ixel said. You're sure? I asked, mentally running the numbers. And damned if I wasn't right.
Very sure,
Ixel said.
And?
I leaned back in my seat. I know where they are. And it's not on one of the Path Core worlds, I said. But there's a price. Go on, Graham Barker said. I'll give you the name of the world, I told him. Once you have that, you should be able to launch a 2-prong attack from both inside and outside. I'm guessing that's the last thing they'll expect. And I guarantee it's your best shot. Simultaneous assaults do usually raise the odds, Graham Barker agreed. Your price? I'll do whatever you want to help lay the groundwork and assist with the operation. I continued, ignoring his question. I'll also give you a map of the areas I've seen, which I'll admit won't be all that complete. But certainly better than nothing, Graham Barker said. And? I braced myself. In return, I looked at Mikhail. You give me Mikhail. Graham Barker cocked his head slightly to the side. Excuse me? I have a score to settle, and this seems the best time to do it, I said. It comes down to Mikhail or Tara. Choose. I held my breath, waiting for them to call my bluff, or worse, remind me that if Tara didn't make it out alive, neither did Celine. If necessary, I had a plan for Celine, but the odds were worse than anything we could possibly come up with here, and I would only use it as a last resort. I waited, counting my heartbeats. Mikhail stirred in his chair. All right, he said, his voice steady. If that's what it takes, I agree. Jordan! Graham Barker rumbled. Sorry, Admiral, but you don't have a vote in this, Mikhail said, his gaze steady on my face. All right, Rourke. Where are they? I let my breath out in a silent sigh, and with that, the die was cast. Bonvier 7, I said.
How do you know?
Ixel asked. 3 indicators, I said. 1, like you said before, an entrance exam. Geary had already confirmed that Celine could pick up a day's-old scent, which she would need to find Tara. But as long as they had us, he figured he might as well see if there were any bits from the Firefall base that might have leaked into the atmosphere where they could be picked up by a Crockett probe. If we didn't find anything, odds were no one else would either. Seems a bit dubious, Graham Barker said. Not done, I told him, raising a warning finger. 2, the Commonwealth did a survey flyby of the Bonvier cluster 16 years ago, which is often the precursor to a more thorough study. But then, suddenly, everyone forgot about that whole area. Anybody remember why? Mikhail sat up straighter in his chair. Lachlan, he said. Lachlan, I confirmed. Suddenly the Path were swarming around that system, pouring in money and attention and massive amounts of publicity, and the whole spiral went nuts. They kept it going long enough for everyone to forget about Bon Ver, then shut down Lackland to make everyone go away.
Seems to me that's also a mark in favor of Firefall being there and not on Bon Ver 7,
Graham Barker pointed out. It might, I said, but setting up a fake portal on the same world as the real one would be stupid and dangerous. I lifted a finger again. But here's the clincher. 3. We'd just finished our survey when Geary suddenly decided to skip the rest of the survey and directed us to Ringbar. We met Frecky there, and he told us Tara had been spotted 3 days ago in Haversham City. That was after we'd left Zothru, and I remember thinking at the time how Ringbar was ideally placed as a jumping-off point for Pincus. So how did Geary know all of that? For a long moment, the room was silent.
There's a private communication array on Bon Ver 7,
Mikhail said softly.
a world that's supposedly only been visited once.
And supposedly never even been landed on, I said. In retrospect, I'd have to say taking us there was a huge mistake on Geary's part. But they were so focused on getting to Terra that I guess he assumed I would never make the connection.
Or if you did, that you'd notice too late,
Graham Barker said.
Ixel?
We can have a team there in 3 days, Ixel said, working his pad some more. That fast? I asked, frowning. Just how close are we, anyway?
Not really any of your business,
Graham Barker told me. His voice was civil enough, but I had no trouble hearing the unspoken order to drop it.
Mikhail?
I don't know,
Mikhail said doubtfully.
3 days is a long time to stall. You have any idea where on the planet it is?
Not really, I admitted. The landing cradles are underground, hidden by ceramic and metal roof. I don't think the base is too deep either. In fact, from the angle, the receiver module may be poking up out of the ground, unless they've disguised it, if that helps any.
That plus a communications array on an otherwise uninhabited world should be all we need,
Graham Barker assured me.
As to the delay, Jordan, I have a few ideas.
He pulled out one of the chairs and sat down.
We have some planning ahead of us, gentlemen. Let's get to it.
Chapter 24.
2 hours later, I was back in Firefall, with a semi-conscious Geary in tow, my pockets bulging with all the pieces he'd taken out of his weapons, and a water bottle that had been thoroughly purged of the knockout drug I'd given him. And with one hell of a story to tell. I don't know what kind of crystal ball you've got, I told Nask across the table, as the path medic silently checked Geary's injuries after his faceplant on the Alpha deck. But your timing was just about perfect. It was 4 a.m. by the time I got in. There was a clock in the main analysis chamber, and everyone was gone. I didn't want to dig too deep, but...
Where was Geary all this time?
Frecky interrupted. He'd planted himself behind Nask, hovering there over the subdirector's shoulder like an angry and very suspicious thundercloud. The only times he'd taken his icy stare off me were his occasional glances at Geary to check on the medic's progress. Fortunately, they seemed to be focusing exclusively on treating his injuries and not checking for drugs in his system. I already told you, I said, putting a little impatience into my voice. As my father used to say, if you got a story to tell it like you're as excited to hear it as everyone else.
He tripped and knocked himself out on the receiver module deck.
No,
Frecky said flatly.
we don't just trip. Not ever.
Maybe it wasn't just a trip, I said. His Eminence said the gravity in the modules can be changed. Maybe there was a brief glitch that threw him off balance.
Did you feel anything?
Frecky pressed. No, but I wasn't really paying attention, I said. I also wasn't walking at the time. Frecky shook his head.
No,
He said again.
that's simply not possible.
It's an alien artifact filled with alien technology, I reminded him acidly, suddenly tired of this. Anything is possible. But fine, have it your way. I pointed to the red marks on Geary's cheek, forehead, and jaw, spots where he was already raising some impressive bruises. I walked up to him, right up in front where he could see me, wound up my fists and punched him 3 times, and he never even tried to stop me. You like that scenario better? Again, Frecky looked at his partner. Well?
I don't remember anything after I showed him my hammer drill,
Geary said. He was trying to be as hard and strong as Frecky, but he was still coming out of it, and there was more confusion than steel in his voice.
but there's no way he could have attacked me without showing it.
He shifted his eyes to me, a little more life and ice in them this time.
Or without being dead.
Which I'm clearly not, I said, turning back to Nask. Can we get on with it, Your Eminence?
You seem remarkably eager to assist us,
Nask said. There was challenge in the words, but to my hypersensitive ears, his tone sounded more curious than suspicious. What I'm remarkably eager to do is get this over with and move on with my life, I corrected. I have it on good authority that there are 200,000 comarks in my Zothru account, ready to be spent. And also, well, we'll get to that. Like I said, it was 4 o'clock when I finally got the hatch open. I went through the launch module. A lot of stuff had been opened up in there. They must be doing some serious work. I went through and into the analysis chamber.
How did you get the hatch open?
Geary asked. I kept going along the edge with your hammer drill, like you'd been doing, I told him. When I got to the catch, it popped, just like you said it would, and I was able to swivel the plate around and open.
You sure no one spotted you?
Nask asked.
You were in the receiver module for a long time before entering the base. There weren't any guards?
There were a couple on the blast doors leading into the analysis chamber, I said, but they were facing outward, toward whatever work or sleeping areas were in that direction. They never saw me.
No monitoring devices in the chamber itself?
Nask persisted.
Or in the receiver module?
There was nothing in the module.
Geary said. He was sounding stronger now, almost back to his usual smugly annoying self.
I checked when I was looking for another way out.
There wasn't anything in the chamber either, I said. But hang on. Here comes the good stuff. I dug into the pocket where all my portal address photos were stashed and pulled out the artificially aged flyer that Graham Barker's people had put together. Geary was thinking the plate suggested Icarus might be somewhere near a Volga Industrium facility in the Najiki archipelago. Turns out he was right. And furthermore, I can now tell you their exact location, right down to the planet and city. I slapped the flyer triumphantly on the table in front of Nask.
What is this?
Nask asked, picking it up. A notice about the Boken Festival in Okan City. I said. No idea what the hell a Boken festival is, but it's got a sword pictured on it, and a lot of the desks I saw had miniature sword racks on their curio shelves. That tells us Icarus must be somewhere in the area.
A Boken's a wooden replica of an old Japan sword,
Frecky said, pulling out an info pad. He peered briefly at the flyer, then began punching keys. I thought it might be a tournament, I said. Probably just a marketplace or exchange then. It still tells us they're near Okan City.
Yes,
Nask said thoughtfully, eyeing the flyer.
You say some of the desks had miniature sword racks?
Yes, quite a few of them, I said. That's why I figured it was safe to take the flyer. There were at least a dozen of them in the stack, and I figured everyone would just think one of the others took it.
Indeed,
Nask said, still gazing at the paper.
Frecky. Okan City's on Hashima, Your Eminence,
Frecky said.
The system's near the south nadir edge of the archipelago, as Geary said. Probably an 8-day flight from here. The festival's not just in Okan either. Looks like versions of it take place all across the planet.
He gestured toward the flyer.
Unfortunately, it begins in 3 days and only runs for 2. Not enough time. Perhaps.
Nask reached a hand up toward him. Not enough time for what? I asked, as Frecky handed down his pad. Nask began punching keys, ignoring my question. Not enough time for what? I tried again.
This is a sword festival,
Frecky said, sounding a little annoyed that I was butting in.
Some of the Icarus staff are sword enthusiasts. People who take off work to go to the festival won't be in the chamber. You get it now?
Ah, I said, as if that had never even occurred to me. As my father used to say, never tell someone everything he wants to hear. Let him fill in important parts on his own. So if we pick that time to go in, those are people we won't have to deal with.
Exactly,
Frecky said.
But as I said, the festival starts in 3 days, and we're 8 days away. We can't get there fast enough to take advantage of the timing. We can't,
Nask said.
but there are 2 rapid response teams that can.
He handed the pad back to Frecky.
Do you know these 2 expediters? Only by reputation,
He said, peering at the pad.
but they're solid enough. 15 EICAMs in each team, I see. Rock, would 16 soldiers be a big enough assault team?
How should I know? I asked.
Oh, I don't know.
Frecky said sarcastically.
Maybe because you were there?
1, I told you I only got into the main analysis chamber, I said. 2, maybe expediters can count people they can't see, but I can't. They could have a whole army stashed away down there for all I know. 3, I have no idea what kind of outer door they've got or how secure it is.
Pity you didn't take any pictures.
Frecky growled.
They might at least have given us some parameters.
I didn't have a camera, I reminded him. Nothing that could be used as a weapon, remember?
I had a camera,
Geary said, glaring at me. That would have been good to know, I said, doing a little glaring of my own. Next time mention it to me when it might still be useful. Or are you suggesting I should have gone through your pockets while you were sleeping?
Only if you had a death wish.
My point exactly.
Enough!
Nask said.
I'll make sure you have a camera on your next journey. In the meantime, I presume you can draw us a map.
Of course, I said, letting my eyes narrow a little. What do you mean, my next journey? I thought you just said you were sending an expediter and a bunch of EI cams.
Yes, you just said. We have no idea of their entrance's security,
Nask said calmly.
We'll therefore launch a twin edge detect. One from the outside, one from the portal itself. I assume you're willing to lead the latter attack.
You want me to lead it? I asked, letting my eyes widen. I'm not a soldier.
You're the only one who can open the hatch,
Nask reminded me. It's easy, I assured him. I can teach Geary or Fricky how to do that.
And if you teach us wrong?
Geary asked. Why would I do that?
You're human, and the Commonwealth doesn't like path,
Geary countered.
You said you were eager to end this. Are you or aren't you?
For a couple of seconds, I looked back and forth between him, Nask, and Fricky, as if I was weighing the situation and the options. So far, Graham Barker had anticipated Nask's responses perfectly. All I had to do to help it along was not look too eager about getting volunteered. Fine, I said at last. But once I get it open and make sure the path into the chamber is clear, I go back to the launch module and come straight back here.
I thought you bounty hunters weren't afraid of anything,
Geary said scornfully. Of course we're afraid of things, I shot back. We're not stupid. Just because I'm willing to point the way doesn't mean I'm ready to reenact the charge of the Light Brigade.
Interesting that you bring up Lord Cardigan's failed Crimean War attack,
he countered coldly. The guy who liked sprinkling French and Latin into his conversation apparently couldn't stand being one-upped on anything cultural.
Let me tell you how I'm seeing the scenario you're painting.
I can hardly wait, I said acridly. Geary leaned forward in his chair, brusquely pushing aside the path medic trying to bandage his forehead.
I see you having been caught when you went into Icarus. I see you having made a deal with them. I see you setting us up, then scurrying away like a rat the minute we get there. I see them shooting us at their leisure while we roll out one at a time.
He leaned back again.
And then I see me blowing your head off.
I looked at Nask. He was watching me closely, clearly waiting for my reaction. Fine. If he wanted a reaction, I would damn well give him one. Interesting little fever dream, I said, turning back to Geary. Let me tell you what I see. I see me not getting caught. I see me leading the way in because they know I was snatched along with Tara and they won't just open fire on me on sight. I see me able to distract them by telling them I escaped and maybe getting their leaders to come talk to me. I see you not getting shot because you weren't stupid enough to charge in one by one, but lobbed in a few flash concussion grenades first. And as for working with Icarus, I broke off, looking again at Nask. I was going to save this for later, but what the hell? If you want me to do this, there's going to be a price. Not just Celine and me walking out of here, but a real, actual price.
Expediter training?
Nask asked. Frecky looked down at him, and for the first time since we'd met back at Ring Bar, the man seemed genuinely surprised.
You're taking him as an expediter?
That conversation's for later, I said before Nask could answer. Right now, my price is Jordan McKell. I want him.
Alive or dead?
Nask asked calmly. Alive, if possible, I said, frowning at him. I'd expected a little more reaction than that. I'd prefer to deal with him myself.
Why?
That's between him and me, I said. For a long moment, Nask gazed at me.
For now,
he said.
Very well. I'll inform the expediter in command of the ground assault team. If Mikhail's there, we'll save him for you.
He considered.
Assuming he survives the assault from Firefall.
I'm sure Geary knows how to pick his targets, I said, looking at him.
Oh, I do.
Geary said softly.
Trust me.
I waved a hand. Then I don't see a problem.
The problem would be if Mikhail is unlucky enough to be in the analysis chamber when we arrive.
Nask said.
I'm afraid you still think like a bounty hunter, Mr. Rourke. If you wish to become an expediter, that will have to change. Frecky, explain how you'll enter the chamber.
Flash concussion grenades are for amateurs,
Frecky said, giving me an evil smile.
I'm thinking a pair of heavy fire shells. Probably hellspawn mortar rounds, lobbed into the center of the room.
My mouth felt suddenly dry. The sheer cold-bloodedness of the idea. Surely Your Eminence isn't seriously considering letting them do that, I said carefully.
You object?
Nask asked. There are civilians in there, I reminded him, trying to keep my voice calm. If he was going to let Geary have some of those hellish things, he would probably hand them off to the EICAM assault team, too. The thought of someone with hell spawns wandering around the public parts of Okan City. You don't have to kill them.
This is a military operation, Mr. Rourke,
Nask said, his voice gone suddenly cold.
Icarus is a potential prize of war. You can hardly object to the use of military equipment.
What about their intrinsic value as Icarus techs? I countered. Them and their equipment both.
Certainly, we would prefer to take them and their equipment intact,
he said.
But if that's not possible...
He gave an eerily human-style shrug.
We have plenty of our own techs.
I looked at Frecky, then Geary. Their faces were as wooden as Nask's. But they're civilians.
There are no civilians in the field of war, Mr. Rourke,
Nask said.
All who stand within such a field are to be considered soldiers.
That's not how the Spiral military conventions see it.
The conventions are for the weak and the timid,
Nask said contemptuously.
Victory goes to the strong and bold. The Pathaunuth are both. Perhaps you don't have the fortitude to be an expediter after all.
Maybe he should just tell us how to get into the launch module,
Frecky suggested.
We don't need a coward with us.
We don't even need that much help from him,
Geary said.
I got a good look at that hatch plate. A couple of turns of blast cord should take it out.
I took a deep breath. Like it or not, Graham Barker's plan required me to be a part of the assault team. I'm not a coward, I said. And as for blasting it open, be my guest. If you want every eye and gun pointed at you before you're even out of the receiver module.
They can point all they want,
Geary said.
Doesn't mean they'll have time to do anything else.
Fine, I said. Just remember you'll need to get all the way to the other side of the launch module before you can fire your mortars into the chamber. There's too much stuff in the way to send a shell through from the receiver. Also remember that the interface opening between the spheres is every bit as much a choke point as the one leading out of the launch module. Geary shifted his eyes to Nask.
Your Eminence.
You'll be in command of the operation,
Nask said.
Whatever decision you make, it will be final.
I still think there are better ways, I said. Did I mention the valuable data that's probably stored in the analysis chamber that a hellspawn would destroy?
You did,
Geary said.
but we won't need their data. Once we have Icarus, we can generate our own.
Only if you can get the portal out of there before someone comes along and stops you, I warned. I don't think 15 EI cams and an expediter will be able to hold off any serious effort to take it back.
Other assets will arrive close behind them,
Nask said.
The operation will commence in 3 days. You have that much time to convince Geary to your point of view. If you can persuade him that the two of you entering will be a better opening move than an unexpected attack, I'm certain he'll modify his plan.
But don't count on it,
Geary said. Wouldn't think of it, I assured him. And if you think you're coming in with me, forget that too. Given our recent history, I don't think the Icarus staff would believe you'd been kidnapped too.
You think that's what His Eminence is suggesting?
Geary asked mockingly.
Don't be a fool. You said it yourself. Expediters can't count people we can't see. Luckily, we know someone who can do exactly that.
I stared at him, my blood going cold. No, I said. Not an option.
Why not?
He countered.
A couple of sniffs in the launch module, and we'll have the whole personnel count. As long as she stays down, no one's likely to blow her head off.
He raised his eyebrows.
The Hellspawn attack's looking a lot better now, isn't it?
I looked away, trying to calm my sudden churning fear. Graham Barker had anticipated almost every other aspect of Nask's tactical thought process. Why hadn't he anticipated this one? Because, of course, he hadn't. Celine was a wild card, a factor so rare she would never figure into ordinary military considerations. The real question, the damning question, was why I hadn't seen it coming. But I hadn't, and now I was trapped. If I backed out of my offer to scout the Icarus analysis chamber, they would wonder why I was suddenly okay with letting a surprise hellspawn attack kill dozens of people. But if I somehow managed to talk Nask into dropping Celine from the attack, he would probably bounce me too. And if he did that, Graham Barker's whole counterattack plan fell apart. And if that happened, Celine and Tara would probably die.
Not to mention that I probably would too. Nask's vague expediter offer was clearly contingent on the path successfully grabbing the Icarus portal. And if I backed out, there really wasn't any reason to keep me around.
Mr. Rourke?
I snapped out of my depressing train of thought and looked at Nask. He'd risen from his chair and was looking expectantly at me. Yes, Your Eminence? I asked.
I would speak with you,
he said, turning toward the door.
Walk with me.
We left the conference room and turned toward the portal and Firefall's work cavern. Nask's 2 bodyguards, who'd been waiting out in the corridor during the meeting, now rejoined him, again flanking the path and shouldering me to the outside of our little group.
You said your conflict with Jordan Mikhail was between the 2 of you.
Nask said.
No longer. Tell me about it.
I threw him a sideways look. Of all the things vying for my attention right now, this one was pretty low on the list. With all due respect, Your Eminence.
Tell me.
I scowled. But it hadn't been a suggestion, and I still needed his goodwill if I was going to get Celine out of here. It was 5 years ago, I said. Back when the Icarus, the original ship, first disappeared, the path had put massive bounties out on the 4 crew members they had names for, and every hunter in the spiral was crawling over all of the others trying to get to them first.
I remember,
Nask said, his voice distant with memory.
I was the one who authorized those bounties.
I looked at him in surprise. You?
I'd interacted with Mikhail and some of the others,
he said grimly.
I had him within my fingers, in fact.
What happened? He sent me a hard look.
Let us say merely that if you don't deal with him, I will,
he said.
You said you were all hunting him.
We were hunting all of them, I said. But their trails just got colder and colder, and none of them were ever very warm to begin with. Most hunters figured that the crew disappeared when the ship did, and after a few months of wasted effort, most of them gave up and moved on.
But not you.
Actually, we dropped out after the first 6 weeks, I said. Then, about a year after the Icarus disappeared, we picked up a rumor that Mikhail had been spotted on Rachna. We headed there, found a security video with him on it, and used that to find a place he'd recently touched. Once Celine had his scent, there was no way he was going to lose us.
Unless he left the planet.
I shook my head. 2 ways to get to a ship. Walk or take a vehicle. If he walks, no problem. If he gets a cab or runaround, we'll know where he picked it up, track through the records to find which specific vehicle it was, track through those records for the destination, and reacquire him there. Same process if he gets on a ship, just longer and more complicated.
And yet somehow he evaded you.
With a conscious effort, I unclenched my teeth. He didn't evade us. We tracked him down, and he tried his damnedest to kill us.
Really?
Nask said.
How?
We had him cornered in a warehouse district, I said. He was upwind, and Celine knew exactly where he was. It was late at night, with no one else around, and we figured we could just run him down and take him. I took a deep breath. We were moving in when he opened fire. Not a warning shot like most people do when they're trying to brush back pursuit, but a straight-up killing shot.
That was when you lost your left arm?
I nodded, my throat tight. I've been able to mostly ignore the continued numbness of the arm for the past few days, but now those memories were flooding back again. It was pure dumb luck I had my arm up to signal Celine, or the shot would have burned out the center of my chest. I told him. I got off a shot, but it was wild, and I missed completely. I took another deep breath. And then, for no damn reason at all, he shot again. Only this time, it was to put a pair of slugs into Celine's chest.
Interesting,
Nask said. I turned to him, a flash of fury suddenly boiling up inside me. Interesting? I snarled, ignoring his bodyguard's sudden alertness. Is that all you can say? Interesting?
Interesting in the sense that I now understand your motivations,
Nask said calmly.
Interesting in the sense that I now also understand Mikhail a bit better. So how will you kill him?
I turned away from him. Hadn't really thought about it. I muttered. I just want to look into his eyes over the barrel of my plasmic and let him know that payment has finally arrived. Maybe I won't even kill him. Maybe I'll just burn his arm off, then borrow a gun and pump a couple of rounds into his chest. I had a long time to think while Celine was in the hospital. Thinking is good for a person. We'd reached the work cavern, and Nask had led us between the door guards before he spoke again.
I understand why you don't wish to put her in danger again,
he said.
Yet you surely also understand that we must use every resource at our disposal if we're to succeed.
Sure, I said, looking around the cavern. It was getting late, but there were still over a dozen paths in the room, working under the muted lighting, bathed in the slightly brighter lights from the various consoles, tracking, sifting, analyzing, and otherwise trying to squeeze every last bit of data out of the firefall portal that they could. I looked at the entrance to the receiver module, at the handholds they'd set up to make it easier to get in and out, and frowned. There was something in the module, I saw now. Something small, barely visible, sitting right at the edge of the opening. My first thought was that it was a tool or handheld scanner that had been carelessly left there, and for a moment I considered pointing it out to Nask as a reminder of how observant I was. But it was really none of my business. I started to look away, and then the object moved. I felt my eyes narrow, trying to pierce the shadows inside the module. It moved again, part of the vague lump now resolving into a small head with a pair of bright eyes. Mice? Rats? Did Bonvir 7 have native vermin, or was this something that had hitched a ride when the path set up shop here? And then, with a rush of adrenaline, I got it. The creature was one of Ixal's outrider ferrets. Chapter 25. My first reaction was disbelief. Graham Barker was launching his attack now, without further planning and with his commando team still 3 days away? Worse, launching it before I'd had a chance to even get back to Celine, let alone tell her and Tara what was happening. Following right on the heels of that first flash judgment was the more personal one of professional outrage. Were they checking up on me? Had Mikhail and the Admiral decided that my description of Firefall in the work chamber wasn't good enough and that they needed to look for themselves? Did they just flat not trust me? And then,
Reality kicked in. Of course they didn't.
Why in hell should they?
With Celine's life hanging by a thread, why should they believe anything I said? Hell, I wasn't even sure I trusted me. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Graham Barker's perfectly understandable paranoia had now hung the Icarus project over a field of razor knives. If Ixel was hiding in Firefall, and I couldn't imagine him sending his ferrets in alone, not with 3 long days before he could get back here to retrieve them, then a single path tech going in to check on something would bring the whole thing crashing down. Ixel knew Icarus's address, and if Nask was able to extract it from him, then everyone at Icarus was doomed. I couldn't let that happen. Not with Geary gleefully talking about hellspawn shells and mass slaughter. "But that's exactly my point, Your Eminence," I said, kicking my brain into high gear. The ferret had the look of someone preparing to hop out for a little floor-level recon, and even if no one was looking in that direction right at the moment, its movement might draw attention. I had to make sure that didn't happen. Thinking things through, Geary's hellspawn might clear the analysis chamber, but the sheer magnitude of the blast will alert everyone else in the facility. If instead I go in first, I can draw every eye to me and give him time to move his team into the launch module without being seen.
I doubt you could draw every eye,
Nask demurred. "You don't think so?" I took a step back from him and his bodyguards and filled my lungs. "No!" I shouted, throwing panic and desperation into my voice, cringing back with my hands up as if to ward off some monster looming invisibly in front of me. "No! This is another trick! I know it's another trick! Please, just leave me alone!" And with every path and the ICAM staring wide-eyed at me, exactly as I'd planned, I saw the ferret hop out of the receiver module, pause to adjust to the new direction of gravity, then scamper off toward the nearest line of workstations and disappear behind them. "I know you're not really here!" I shouted, just in case Ixel wanted to send the other ferret out too. But the portal entrance remained empty. "I know it's a trick! Just leave me alone!" I held the cringing pose another moment, then straightened up. "And at that point," I continued in a normal voice, "I get dragged away to a security office somewhere to find out who I am, how I got there, and what the hell I'm talking about."
Interesting performance,
Nask said.
"And if Celine is with you?"
"The same thing happens, only doubled," I said. "She's an excellent actress, you know." We're dragged out, leaving behind a bunch of analysts talking excitedly among themselves and ignoring their work, and never even looking at the portal.
I hardly think the guards would ignore the point where you appeared.
"I'd make sure they had their hands full corralling me," I assured him. "Or us, if Celine is there. Though actually, if we get out of the portal quickly and smoothly enough, they may not even realize right away that that's where we came from." I inclined my head, looking toward the portal entry as if I'd just had a thought. "Though, if we're gonna go that route, I should probably practice going in and out."
An interesting thought,
Nask said. I shrugged. Again, just thinking it through. "May I have your permission to stay for a bit, Your Eminence?"
Of course.
Nask gestured ahead.
Go.
"Thank you." I nodded to him and headed toward the portal at a brisk walk, sorting through the possibilities. If Ixel was in the receiver module, I should be able to whisper a quick message before I continued farther into the sphere interface and started my first set of practice runs. If he was instead in the launch module, even better. I'd be farther away from the rest of the path working out here in the cavern and wouldn't have to keep my voice quite as quiet. I was 5 paces from the portal entrance when I realized that Nask and his bodyguards were right behind me. Your Eminence? I asked, frowning back over my shoulder. Did I forget something?
Not at all, he said. I wanted to observe your practice.
Ah, I said. Yes, that would be most appreciated. I'm sure you'll be able to offer some helpful suggestions.
Perhaps later. For now, I'll be content to simply watch.
I turned back and kept walking, my stomach doing a slow spin. As my father used to say, things are darkest just before they go completely black. But there was nothing I could do but keep going and hope that Ixal was on top of what was happening out here. I reached the opening and ducked my head in, giving the receiver module interior a quick look while I waited for my inner ear to catch up with the gravity shift. No sign of Ixal. But as my sweeping gaze reached the launch module, I saw his other ferret climb through the interface opening and disappear inside. A bit of good news there, at least. The handholds loomed invitingly over me, offering the quicker, easier way in. But I was supposed to be here to practice my dismounts. Bracing my hands on the inside edges of the opening, I pushed my torso up into the sphere. I got my legs inside and sat there for a moment, letting myself finish the adjustment. Then I stood up and headed around the sphere toward the launch module.
I'm curious about one thing,
Nask said from behind me. I looked back over my shoulder. One of the EI cams was already standing guard in the sphere, and Nask was riding the handhold system into view behind him.
You claim to care about Ms. Celine's safety,
Nask continued.
Yet the plan you describe would seem to put her into the very heart of danger.
Not at all, I said, fighting the impulse to nudge up my volume. This was my chance to say exactly what Ixal needed to hear, but I couldn't afford to have Nask wondering why I was suddenly talking as if I had an audience bigger than just him. Geary can talk all he wants about how she'll be safe in the launch module, but you and I both know that once he fires off his hellspawn shells, there'll be some backwash, no matter how well he covers the opening. He and his team might not care about that. They'll all be in full combat gear, with helmets and breathing equipment and everything. But Celine won't have any of that to protect her.
Of course you will,
Nask assured me.
We'll equip both of you the same way.
You can't, I said. Not if you want Celine sniffing the air and doing a head count. Well, body odor count, if you want to be technical. You know what I mean. Her face will have to be exposed, which means she'll take the brunt of any blowback or fumes. Ask Geary how she handled the gas attack on Pincus. One whiff of anything strong, and she'll be useless to us. I reached the launch module and lay down beside the rectangular opening, maneuvering carefully to avoid whacking my head or shins against the handhold supports. My plan, on the other hand, has the two of us hauled out of the Icarus analysis chamber and the blast doors presumably sealed behind us before Geary makes his move. That will keep us safe from his little inferno.
Safe, perhaps, but also in custody.
Oh, please, I said scornfully. Don't make me laugh. Bracing myself, I rolled over the edge, my brain spinning as always at the gravity switch, and came to a stop inside the launch module and found myself face to face with Ixal. Or more properly, face to face with the muzzle of Ixal's plasmic. The calyx was lying flat on his stomach on the cable mesh about 3 meters back from me, his legs wedged between two of the displays at a spot where their bright red lights threw a slight shadow. His right arm was stretched out in front of him, his plasmic pointed at me, his head slightly tilted to look down the weapon's barrel. The ferret I'd just seen slipping out of the big sphere was on his right shoulder, crouched in attack position like a squirrel who'd convinced itself it was really a wolf. I'm a bounty hunter who's gone up against some of the best and smartest in the spiral, I continued, calling back over my shoulder to Nask and raising my voice enough to make sure he could hear me. The Icarus guards are going to be a bunch of would-be soldiers who haven't had a single minute of excitement since McKell parked the ship there 6 years ago. I'll have them for breakfast before they even know what hit them.
You're very confident,
Nask called. I've run into their kind before, I said, gazing unblinkingly at Ixel, trying to ignore the death pointed squarely at my face. Couldn't Ixel see that the fact I wasn't calling down on him meant I was on his side? All I need is the chance to prove it. And then, to my relief, he turned his wrist over, laying his gun hand sideways on the mesh. Maybe he hadn't recognized me at first, or maybe he'd still had lingering doubts, but apparently all was well now. He lowered his head, laying it flat like he'd done with his gun hand, and I saw the ferret flatten itself as well. Apparently, I'd convinced him. Feeling a sense of relief, I hunched myself over and rolled up onto my other side to face the opening again, and found myself eye to eye with one of the EI cams, his head poking up into the launch module, his eyes glaring at me from just above the level of the opening. The relief vanished. Hope vanished. The EI cam was staring straight at Ixel, and whether Ixel got his shot off first or the EI cam got his warning shout off first, the only difference would be how fast and how messily I died. And then Celine would die, and then Tara. All was lost, and there wasn't a damn thing all of Graham Barker's horses and all of Graham Barker's men could do about it. I braced myself, wondering whether the shot or the shout would come first. That single agonizing fraction of a second ticked over. I frowned to myself. I was still lying there. Ixel's plasmic still behind me. The EI cam's face still glowering in front of me. Neither of them springing into action. And with a surge of dissipating adrenaline, I realized what I should have spotted right from the start. The EI cam was glowering at me, not at Ixel, but at me. Because with Ixel's head, gun hand, and ferret pressed as far down as they could go, the bulk of my body was completely blocking the EI cam's view. But that moment of grace would last only as long as the EI cam didn't come any farther up into my sphere. "A little room, please," I growled, waving him back. "I'm trying to get in some practice here."
Calmness, Mr. Rourke,
Nask called up soothingly.
He was merely concerned that you might intend to take leave of our hospitality.
"With Celine still locked up?" I retorted. "Don't be ridiculous, Your Eminence," I added with as much respect as I could muster. The EI cam made a sort of warning growl at me. "And I still need room," I told him. "So move it."
Give him room,
Nask ordered. The EI cam gave me one last look and disappeared. I readied myself and rolled back over the edge into the receiver module.
Well,
Nask asked. "I think it's getting easier," I said. "Let me try a few more here, then we'll shift back to the receiver."
I would think that interface would be more useful to know than this one.
"Ultimately, yes," I agreed. "But I need to know how to do both. A few more minutes only, I assure you." I rolled between the spheres another 5 or 6 times, then expanded the routine to include the standing up and lying down parts as well. Nask and his 2 guards continued to watch silently, the EI cams looking impatient, Nask merely looking curious. Finally, I decided I'd pushed things far enough. One more time, I told Nask. I paused beside the opening, like a gymnast preparing his routine, then dropped to the deck, rolled around the edge, and rolled back up to my feet. Ixel was still where I'd first seen him, but now something new had been added to the scene. His ferret was crouched close to the opening, a piece of paper with a handwritten note gripped between its teeth, which from my current standing position, I was too far away to read. Easily fixed. The last few times through the opening had been quick and smooth. Drop, roll, stand. Time to add a little clumsiness to the mix. I gave Ixel a microscopic nod, then dropped back to the deck. And as I positioned myself beside the opening, I bumped my shin against the handhold frame. Damn! Ugh! I cursed under my breath, wincing as I reached down to rub it. Now, from my new position, I could read the note. Draw attention again when you're at the chamber exit.
Are you injured?
Nask called. Just my pride, I said, giving the shin one last rub and repositioning myself. I rolled over the edge and stood up. Tried it too fast and bumped my shin, I explained.
I trust you'll be more focused at Icarus,
Nask asked. It won't be a problem, I said. They don't have any handholds or frames there.
Foolishly short-sighted of them,
he said contemptuously.
But then, humans have so little dignity. Are you finished?
One more, I said, gazing down at the opening. Back on Lackland, I'd asked Nask if a person who jumped into the intersection would bob up and down in the competing gravity fields. Nask had said yes. But I knew now that the fake portal intersection had been created with dueling repulsor projectors. Would it work the same here with actual alien gravity fields? As my father used to say, you really won't know how hot the stove is until you touch it. Let me try something. Stepping right to the edge of the hole, I gave a little hop and dropped into the hole feet first. Rolling across the intersection was disconcerting. Jumping in was even worse. My head and inner ear remained untouched, but the sudden back pull on my feet, legs, and internal organs raised sensory confusion to a whole new level. My momentum carried me into about chest height, at which point the launch module's pull on all that extra body weight slowed me to a stop and sent me falling, or rising, as my inner ear was currently reading things, back the other direction. I rose to knee level, then dropped back down again. The cycle repeated itself, slowly dampening out, until after about 10 bounces, I ended up bobbing gently between my navel and hip bone. Nask had watched the whole thing with some amusement. The eye cams, in contrast, just looked annoyed.
Well?
Nask asked, as I got a grip on the edges of the opening and pushed myself back fully into the receiver module. If the path ever built an amusement park, this would make a great ride, I said, pausing a moment to let my body adjust once again to single gravity direction. Other than that, pretty useless. All right, a few practice rolls at the receiver module exit, and we can call it a night.
Is the angle here the same as the one at Icarus?
Nask asked, as we walked around the sphere. Not exactly, but it's pretty close, I told him. That's a good point, actually. You probably want Geary and his team to do some practice runs over the next 3 days, too. Especially since they'll be in combat suits and carrying weapons.
And Celine?
I shrugged. If you're hell-bent on her coming, yes, she'll need some practice, too.
Is there a good reason to leave her behind?
I felt my throat tighten. There was an excellent reason to leave her behind, actually. Unknown to Geary, our little jaunt wasn't going to be to Icarus, but to the distant Alpha portal, where Graham Barker had instructed me to open the interface hatch plate, roll through, then seal the opening again before Geary could see there wasn't a second opening on the far side of the launch module and realize we weren't at Icarus. The problem was that the interface opening wasn't wide enough for Celine and me to both roll through at the same time. We'd have to go one after the other, which would give Geary that much extra time to figure out what we'd done to him. At which point there was a good chance one of us would get left behind with Geary and a whole bunch of angry EI cams. I couldn't go first, leaving Celine behind in full range of Geary's anger and frustration. Celine alive was a hostage, but I couldn't rely on Geary thinking straight at that moment. But I also couldn't go second and risk sacrificing my own freedom to give Celine hers. She would be alone in the launch module, every bit as trapped as I was, with no knowledge of the plan, and worse, no knowledge of Icarus's address. She would sit there until Geary forced the hatch plate open and we returned to Firefall. Probably to our deaths, because Mikhail wouldn't launch his attack until I showed up to alert him that Nask had launched his. So yes, I desperately needed Celine to stay behind. But I also knew there was no way to lead Nask to that conclusion. As my father used to say, the best laid plans of mice and men usually involve cheese. Everything else is pretty much a crapshoot. Which left me with the weak plan of drilling Celine in the drop-and-roll as best I could, and hope we could be fast enough to both get to safety before Geary could react. Maybe we could come up with some sort of distraction at the crucial moment, though I had no idea what that might be. At least I'd been able to give Ixel a heads up on Nask's sudden game change. Maybe he and Graham Barker could come up with something at their end. Though even if they did, I had no idea how they would implement it. It wasn't like they could pass me a note with the details of any updated plans. Of course, there was always the Plan B that Mikhail had suggested early on, and that Graham Barker had just as quickly dismissed. Popping some commandos into Alpha right behind the EI cams and launching a surprise attack while I pretended to work on the hatch plate. I could only hope that if Graham Barker went back to that one, that whoever he sent were really good with their sniper rifles. I spent a few more minutes practicing my dismount from receiver module to cavern, focusing mostly on the transition outward from sphere to ground. The biggest irony, of course, was that while this was an ability I really didn't need to master, it was precisely the one Nask and Geary thought I did. It had been hard enough to maintain a more casual attitude as I earlier worked at the sphere's interface. Here, now, I had to really crank up my enthusiasm and determination to match Nask's expectations. Unfortunately, with the odd angle between the two different gravity fields, this transition had always been the harder of the two. I sweated, swore, came close to emptying my stomach at least twice, and picked up a few more bruises on my shins and arms. Finally, as soon as I reasonably could, I declared I'd had enough.
"Your speed has definitely improved,"
Nask commented, as he and his EI cams walked me back across the cavern.
"I assume you'll spend tomorrow here as well."
"As much of it as I can," I assured him. "Once I've really got it down, I can bring in Celine and start teaching her. I'll talk to her about it when we're both together in our cell."
"That won't be possible,"
Nask said.
"You'll be taken to a different cell for the duration of your stay here."
"I'm not going back to Celine and Tara?"
"No,"
Nask said.
"Your focus will be better enhanced by solitude."
So much for passing on even the basics of what had just happened to me. "Fine," I said. "Can you at least tell her I got back safely?
She worries about me.
We certainly don't want her to be concerned,
Nask agreed.
It might interfere with her remarkable abilities.
We'd reached the chamber's exit now, only a few steps from the blast doors and the EICAM guards standing watch there. Time to satisfy Ixel's last request. A moment, if I may, Your Eminence, I said. I took a long step to the side, away from him, putting myself out of the direct sight line between the door guards and the portal's entrance. One last bit of practice. I filled my lungs. No! I shouted, this time waving my arms as if driving away a swarm of invisible gnats. You aren't real! I know you're not! Just get away from me! I had more of the routine ready to go, but I never got to use it. Nask's bodyguards, who hadn't been impressed by the first show, were even less impressed by this one. I barely launched into my tirade when they dived at me in unison, slamming their shoulders into my torso and locking their arms around mine, their momentum carrying us along to slam me shoulders first into the angle between the cavern wall and the blast door on that side. Enough! One of them snarled into my ear. You make too much noise. Hey, that noise may well keep your friends alive when we all break into Icarus together, I retorted. Okay, enough. You can let go now. Neither EICAM so much as twitched a muscle.
Let him go,
Nask ordered calmly. Reluctantly, I thought, they disentangled our arms and stepped back. I made a show of straightening my shirt, and as I did so, looked casually back at the portal. For a second, I thought I'd missed it, and then I saw the ferret emerge from behind another console, scurry along the floor, and leap through the opening. Once again, unobserved by everyone in the room. Not only was this madman skit fun, it was pretty useful as well. And with that, the day really was over. I'd been dragged out of bed early, and wherever Nask planned to put me, I was more than ready to be locked away for a few hours. I trust there will be some food in my new cell, I said, as we passed through the blast doors and the glowering guards and headed down the corridor. I never got breakfast or lunch.
There will be everything you need in there,
Nask said, eyeing me curiously. Maybe he hadn't been quite as amused by my performance as I'd thought. Thanks. Everything I needed, anyway, except for a way out of this mess. But I couldn't exactly tell him that. And don't forget to tell Celine I'm back, Your Eminence. The 3 days quickly settled into a routine. Mornings and afternoons brought Celine and me together at Firefall for a couple of hours of drills, while the long periods of time in between were filled mostly by inactivity and boredom, each of us in our individual cells. We worked hard on our dismounts, both between the portal spheres and between the receiver module and the Firefall cavern. And with each practice run, I tried to find even a few seconds of privacy I could use to at least let her know I'd met the Icarus people and that there was a plan underway. But while Nask had been willing to give me a little extra leash when I was alone in Firefall, he wasn't nearly so casual when Celine and I were together. In retrospect, I should have expected that. I'd said it myself, right to Nask's face. As long as Celine was his prisoner, I wasn't going to make a break for it. Nask had unfortunately taken that to heart, with the result that every one of our practice drills had 4 alert EICAMs hovering over us, plus 2 more standing at the foot of the launch module extension arm that was our only way out. But if I couldn't get any information to Celine, I could at least get a little in the other direction.
From her guardedly casual comments, I gathered that she and Tara were still locked up together in our original cell, which meant that if the plan ever got far enough for Mikhail's team to get in here, I could lead them there. Assuming I was still alive at that point, of course. I also kept a close eye out for unexpected company, on the off chance that Ixel would be crazy enough to send in one of his ferrets with a message, or even decide to drop in himself. It would be not only suicidal, but useless, given my odds of getting to such a message before one of the EI cams did. Fortunately, Graham Barker had apparently run the same odds to the same conclusion. Despite my combined hopes and fears, Firefall remained ferret-free. With nothing else to amuse me, I also made it a point after each of our practice sessions to offer Nask my assistance in working Geary and his team through their own dismount drills. I didn't expect him to take me up on the offer, and even if he did, I was pretty sure Geary would flatly refuse. But as my father used to say, if they won't let you be helpful, you might as well be irritating. Late in the morning, on the third day, it was finally time. Chapter 26.
Sub-Director Nask has convinced me to try your plan first,
Geary said, as he went methodically through his final checks on the gear and equipment of the 9 EI cams making up the first wave assault team.
The progress you and Celine showed on your exit skills.
We call them dismounts, I interjected.
Persuaded him that you have a reasonable chance of making it out of the Icarus portal without being seen,
he continued, ignoring my comment.
Assuming you still want to try.
He stopped, clearly watching for a reaction. He would have a long wait. With danger sitting just over the horizon in a dozen different directions, I wasn't interested in faking enthusiasm just to calm any lingering doubts he might have. I sure as hell wasn't going to show him any of my real emotions. I do, I said. I assume that means the Hashimo Commando team is in position? He nodded.
They located Icarus's entrance an hour ago and are preparing to breach the outer doors. The festival's also off to a brisk start. We are hoping at least some of the Icarus people are in the audience,
he added, his tone strongly suggesting that if they weren't, it would be my personal fault. Good, I said, feeling a few lingering doubts of my own. My assumption was that Graham Barker had picked Okan City because their Boken Festival would give Nask a reason to delay his attack until the Admiral's team could reach Bonvir 7, and that Icarus wasn't actually anywhere near the area. But that was only an assumption. What kind of communications time delay are we looking at?
None,
Geary said.
The expediter is in radio contact with someone parked in a booth in the local Starcom center, who in turn is in contact with someone in our own Starcom facility. The only time lag will be when the people at the two ends have to relay their messages. Once we're inside Icarus, of course, I'll be in direct communication with the expediter and his team.
Sounds good, I said. There was movement at the corner of my eye, and I turned to see Celine walking toward us, escorted by Nask and his bodyguards. Like me, she was dressed in the clothing she'd been wearing when we were snatched off of Kashmir, the better to sell our act of having escaped the evil clutches of the Path.
One more thing,
Geary said, taking a step closer.
You and Celine are going in first. If your plan works, if they grab you and hustle you out of the analysis chamber, all will be good. If it doesn't work...
He tapped the bulky tube slung over his shoulder.
We have the hellspawns, and we will use them, whether the two of you are clear or not.
His eyes bored into mine.
So this is your last chance to stay safe and sound in the launch module, and let me clean out the analysis chamber before any of us goes in.
Understood, I said. We'll do it my way. A muscle in his cheek twitched.
Suit yourself.
Spinning on his heel, he stalked across the chamber to where the second, third, and fourth waves of ICAM attackers were busy with their own equipment checks. Celine walked up to me.
Hello, Gregory.
She greeted me, uncertainty in her pupils.
I'm told there are no practices today.
Rehearsal ends when the performance begins, Miss Celine,
Nask told her.
You ready, Mr. Rourke?
I nodded, taking a long look at Celine's pupils. There was nervousness there, along with uncertainty and a little fear. But on top of it all was something I'd both hoped and dreaded to see. Trust. 5 years ago, I'd failed to live up to that trust. I hope to hell I wouldn't fail her again.
Rourke!
Geary called, twitching his fingertips in command.
Time to go.
I took Celine's hand and squeezed it briefly. Ready? I asked. She squeezed back.
Ready.
Even after all their practice, it took Geary's team a few minutes to get themselves into the receiver module and from there into the launch module. By the time Geary ushered Celine and me through the opening, the address had been punched in, and the EI cams were spread out in readiness around the sphere.
Here's the deal,
Geary said, gesturing to one of the EI cams as he, Celine, and I headed to the base of the extension arm.
The techs think that you have to be touching the gray tip of the arm to get transported, which only gives us 20 centimeters to work with.
Appeared at the end of the arm, which had now turned the familiar luminescent gray. Do you need to be holding on to it, or will a fingertip touch work?
We don't know,
Geary said.
I held on to it when I went through the first time. You?
The same.
And this isn't the time to experiment,
he said.
We figure that with combat gloves in place, only 4 of us can hold on at once. So we're going across in groups of 4.
He gave me an ominous look.
Being the math genius you are, you'll have noted that with 2 of you and 2 of us, after we transfer, you're going to have the best odds you ever will. Let me assure you, they're not nearly good enough.
And being the tactical genius you are, you're not seriously expecting me to be stupid enough to try it, I growled back. Can we skip the posturing and get on with it?
Sure,
he said. He stepped to the base of the arm, his feet leaving the deck as the module's reversed gravity sent him drifting upward. I took Celine's arm and walked her over, and a moment later, the 2 of us were floating up after him, the EI cam who was forming the 4th member of our group right behind us.
Here's where it may get tricky,
Geary called down over his shoulder.
I'm going to try to hover near the gray section without touching it. You 2 do the same until all of us are in position.
It sounded way too complicated to me, especially since the portal designers must surely have assumed that more than one person would be using it at a time. But as he'd said, this wasn't the time to experiment. I curled my fingers around the arm as I reached the gray area, trying not to touch it and watching the EI cam behind us. He reached the end.
On 3,
Geary said.
1, 2,
3. I closed my fingers firmly, and with the now familiar tingle and distant thunderclap, the world went black. I waited, belatedly remembering that I'd never given Celine any warning as to what to expect, and that I really should have. The universe came back on, and we were there. For a moment, we hung in the middle of the receiver module amid the soft, directionless lighting. Then, we all started drifting in different directions toward the deck. I looked at Celine, watching the confusion in her pupils quickly replaced by excitement and interest. She caught my look and returned it, along with a tentative smile. And then I saw the interest replaced again by caution and a frown. Her nostrils worked, and the frown in her pupils went a little deeper. I sniffed the air. If there was something new here since my last trip, I couldn't smell it. But I knew that look.
Well, well,
Geary muttered. What? I asked, managing to turn far enough in my current free-fall state to get him in sight. Had he spotted the smell too? Unlike me, he had an air sampler. Maybe something had showed up there.
looks like we were right about someone poking around in here,
he said, pointing to a spot in the deck across from the interface and its covering hatch plate. One of the hull sections looked like it had been pried partially out of place and then pushed back in, but hastily enough that the edges hadn't quite aligned.
I wonder if the fancy lock trap got him, or if he managed to weasel his way out.
I'll try to remember to ask, I said, eyeing the misaligned section. Like the smell, that hadn't been there before either, and I didn't think for a minute that any of it was coincidental. Was the whole setup a diversion? The kind I'd hoped Graham Barker would arrange? Giving Geary something to look at while Celine and I escaped into the launch module? Did the misalignment conceal some kind of monitoring device? Was it supposed to distract Geary from checking his sampler before whatever was in the air did whatever it was supposed to?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll tell you,
Geary said.
Here.
He dug a hammer drill out of his pocket, a real one this time, not the monstrosity he'd cobbled together before, and tossed it to me.
Go get set up so you're ready to let us through once everyone's here. And be quiet over there. We don't know how well that thing conducts sound.
Celine was looking at me, a mix of question and expectation in her pupils. I smiled reassuringly and mimed a warning about the sudden last-meter drop I knew was coming. She nodded, and I shifted my attention to the deck, concentrating on being ready when the higher gravity kicked in. Like the teleportation itself, the landing was hardest the first time. This time, I had my knees bent and landed without trouble. Celine, even without completely knowing what to expect, still managed to land more gracefully than I did. We were barely down when the next 4 EI cams popped silently into the center of the sphere above us. I looked around. Geary was squatting down beside the misaligned plate. The other EI cam from our group standing midway between him and us and watching me closely. The 4 newcomers floating down from the ceiling were likewise focused on me, with their Pickering 6mm full autos pointed in my general direction. I sighed to myself. So much for our chances of slipping out while Geary was busy looking elsewhere. Even as I sent yet another reassuring smile at the lads with the guns, the next batch of EI cams appeared in the center behind them, putting a final end to that particular line of speculation.
Gregory?
Celine asked quietly. I turned back. She was kneeling beside the plate, leaning over it with nostrils and eyelashes again going like mad. What is it? I asked, walking over to her. Are you smelling something in the air?
Yes, but I don't know what it is,
she said.
It's volatile and nearly odorless. I may just be smelling impurities.
Great, I said sourly. There were a whole range of odorless gases out there, and a lot of them weren't especially friendly to human biology. Odorless implies it's something they don't want us to notice.
Maybe,
she said.
But here's something they do want us to see.
She pointed at the plate.
There's a message here,
she said.
Written in Ixal scent.
Is there now? I said, my mind flashing back to the new Sandio Commons and the message I'd traced out on the quick rent notice board to let Celine know where Tara and I were going to ground. Tara had watched me do that. Clearly she'd passed on the trick to Ixal and Graham Barker. What does it say?
Both together, feet first into opening?
She said.
Does that make any sense to you?
I stared down at the plate. The message itself was crystal clear. The reasoning behind it was anything but. Ixal had been right there at Firefall when I'd tried that stunt, and he'd seen firsthand that the trick went exactly nowhere. Even if Celine and I jumped as high as we could before dropping into the interface opening, we still wouldn't make it all the way through before the launch module gravity caught us and sent us bobbing helplessly back into the big sphere again. Could I get my hands on the launch portal deck fast enough to push myself up into a handstand position? But it wouldn't be just a matter of setting my hands. I'd have to raise the whole upper part of my body through the opening, and I doubted my arm muscles were up to the task. Even if they were, it was even less likely that Celine could pull it off, especially not without practice, and even more especially not knowing what was going to happen or what was expected of her.
Rock.
I turned. Gary had finished his cursory examination and was striding around the sphere toward me. The second batch of EI cams had landed and were also on the move in our direction.
Stop daydreaming, he ordered softly. And get that hammer drill ready.
Right, I murmured back. And with that, we were out of time. I had no idea what the plan was, but Ixal had to know that and was presumably ready for it. My choices came down to trusting him and Graham Barker, and possibly dying here and now, or not trusting them, and dying later when Geary realized he'd been betrayed. Celine was looking at me, that quiet trust still filling her pupils. I took her in my arms, gently maneuvering her as close to the opening as I could, making sure we're on the side where the plate wouldn't break her ankles when it did its tennis backhand snap opening.
Rock,
Geary demanded.
what the hell are you doing?
I took a deep breath. Artichoke, I said. And as the plate snapped open, I tightened my arms around Celine, lifted her a few centimeters off the deck, and leaped us both into the opening. I heard her gasp as we dropped through into the launch module. Felt the clashing gravities trying to push me in opposite directions. Got a glimpse of Geary's suddenly widened eyes and furious expression. Saw the EI cams fumbling for their sidearms. Felt my death and Celine's inexorably nearing as our initial momentum began to slow. And then something closed vice-like around my calves. Before I could even begin to wonder what was happening, every bone in my body seemed to creak simultaneously as I was yanked straight up into the launch module. I got a glimpse of large feet beside me. On the other side of the interface, I saw Geary raise his arm to point accusingly at me. The plate snapped closed as quickly as it had opened, cutting off my view. An instant later, an additional plate, this one new and shiny and just as fast as the other one, snapped shut on the launch module side.
Hands on the deck, please. Ixel's calm voice came from above me. Taking another deep breath, I unwrapped my arms from around Celine. I hadn't noticed until then that I was still holding tightly onto her, and set my palms on the plate now directly beneath us. Thank you, Ixel said, and eased me down. I think the thanks are going the wrong direction, I said, as I brought my arms in, ducking my head and rolling off my shoulders as Ixel lowered me the rest of the way down. Celine was being lowered with the same care, and I was finally able to see far enough past her to recognize that our new Sandio Starcom acquaintance, Jennifer, was working that half of the rescue. Hardly, Ixel said, offering me a hand. I took it, and he helped me back to my feet. After all, you were the one who came up with this plan in the first place. Well, there is that, I said. It hadn't exactly been my plan, of course, but on the other hand, I had pointed Ixel the right direction. Under the circumstances, it seemed reasonable for the two of us to share the credit. As my father used to say, if you're going to get blamed for things you didn't do, and you will, don't be afraid to take credit you don't deserve either. Nice to see you again, Jennifer, I said, nodding toward her. Still thinking about shooting us? She wrinkled her nose as if she was still considering it.
Probably not. Really, the moment's past.
Well, it's best not to focus on past regrets, I said. Okay, what now? You two head to Icarus, Ixel said. He nodded toward a newly installed monitor that showed the inside of the receiver module, where a bunch of angry EI cams were crowding around the hatch plate. From the angle, I could tell that the camera was set in or near the misaligned section Geary had been so interested in earlier. I think we've got things handled here, and Jordan's waiting on you. Waiting for me to say the word, I suppose, I commented. Not one of my better jokes. Incidentally, I don't want to worry you, but Geary probably has some blast cord with him.
He won't use it,
Jennifer assured me as she walked to one of the control panels and touched a couple of squares, turning them from red to blue. She returned to the receiver module monitor and pulled a mic from one side of it.
Excuse me a second.
She touched another key.
Attention, Geary and the rest of the Path Force,
she called.
Attention. A couple of things you need to know. Point 1, you are not, repeat, not in Icarus. I've just opened the viewports out there, and you can see for yourselves that we're in deep space, in a portal thousands of light years away from any known point in the spiral. We've been studying it for 6 years, and we still don't know where it is.
On the monitor, the activity had come to a slightly confused halt as the EI cams took that in. The ones nearest the small viewports that Jennifer had opened peered through them, and I saw one of them turn and say something in Geary's direction.
So if you break through into the launch module and wreck anything, you're dead,
Jennifer continued.
Not by our hand, but because if you break the portal, there's literally no way for anyone to find you and get you out.
One of the EI cams grabbed at Geary's shoulder, and I could see his mouth moving behind his faceplate. Geary said something back. The EI cam responded, and abruptly Geary grabbed his arm and twisted, throwing the EI cam onto his back on the deck. 2 more EI cams started to move toward him, backed off, as Geary and 3 of the others snapped their weapons warningly from their holsters.
Second point,
Jennifer went on, a rather mischievous smile playing at her lips.
if you ignore all of this and decide to break in anyway, Bear in mind that we've taken the liberty of adding some acetylene to the atmosphere out there. It's not especially toxic, at least not short term, but I wouldn't recommend lighting up a cutting torch or blast cord or anything of that sort. But if you feel the need to test it yourselves, be my guest.
Our view of Gary's force was suddenly blocked as a fresh batch of EI cams appeared in the center of the sphere. Gary looked up as the newcomers started to drift toward the surface, and while Jennifer's camera wasn't quite good enough to show his expression, I had no trouble guessing what it looked like.
I don't know how many of you are coming,
Jennifer said.
but don't worry, there's plenty of room for all. Feel free to sit down, lie down, take off your boots. Just make yourselves comfortable. If all goes according to plan, someone from Firefall will be along in a few hours to take you back home. If not, well, let's just hope it all goes according to plan.
She started to put the mic back, then stopped.
Oh, and if you want to scream or curse or whatever, feel free to do that too. I won't hear you, but it's good for the digestion.
She put the mic back. As she did so, and as the newest batch of EI cams floated out of our line of sight, Gary raised his Libra and sent a burst of slugs at the camera. There was a single flicker, and the monitor went black.
"I'm rather surprised he heard you out,"
Ixel commented.
"I assumed he'd be more impulsive."
Maybe he's mellowing in his old age,
Jennifer said, turning off the now useless monitor and walking over to the destination control panel.
Come on, Rourke. Nothing more to see here, and they're waiting on you and Celine.
What about you? I asked, looking doubtfully at the inner hatch plate. If they really want to get in, those plates aren't going to stop them.
Don't worry. I'll have plenty of time to cut and run if I need to, she assured me. You too, Ixel. Icarus, party of 3.
"I thought you wanted me to stay with you,"
Ixel said, his ferrets twitching in unison.
That was before I saw their limited collection of party favors,
Jennifer said, with a hint of amused disdain.
Nothing I need to worry about.
They may have heavier stuff coming in, I warned. They're supposed to be assaulting a bunker-class facility, remember?
Right, but I doubt they'll bring a jackhammer,
she said.
And anything non-mechanical will light up their air. If I hear a whoosh, I'll know it's time to bug out.
And you've erased the artichoke trigger?
That was always only keyed to your voice print,
Jennifer said.
Look, we can chat about this later over a cola. Right now, you need to get moving. We let Mikhail doze off, and we'll never get him to wake up.
"There is that,"
Ixel agreed, putting one hand on my shoulder and the other on Celine's, and gently pushing us toward the extension arm.
"I hope that wasn't too frightening for you, Celine,"
he said.
"From the expression on your face, I assume Gregory wasn't able to properly describe the sensations involved."
I wasn't really given much of a chance, I said, feeling a little defensive. I looked sideways at Celine, and I probably wouldn't have done a very good job even if I had, I conceded.
It's all right,
Celine assured me.
I'll admit it was confusing, perhaps a bit frightening.
She leaned forward to look past Ixel at me, and to my surprise, I saw a shimmering of sheer delight in her pupils.
But mostly, it was glorious.
Chapter 27.
The first time I'd popped into Icarus, there'd been 6 armored Kalik series soldiers waiting, lying comfortably in the receiver module with their eyes and laser rifles pointed on guard at the sphere's center. This time, the three of us arrived to find the welcoming committee had quadrupled in size. Most of them were standing instead of lying, checking gear or talking earnestly among themselves, but there were still 6 sentries lying on the deck, ready to French fry anyone who blundered in. At least this time, there was no need for anyone to call for Mikkel. He was right there, in the middle of the pack, dressed in full Earth Guard assault armor, peering up at us as we started drifting down. I reached over and took Celine's hand, pulling her close so we would land together instead of at different parts of the sphere. Not that I was worried about her, but right now I really didn't want to face Mikkel alone. But for the moment, he had eyes only for Ixel.
"I thought you were staying with Jennifer,"
he called. "She thought you needed me more than she did," Ixel called back. "The trap worked exactly as planned."
"As did the rescue, I see,"
Mikkel said, shifting his attention to Celine and me.
"Glad to see you both. Any problems?"
"Not yet," I said, "but it's early."
"That it is," he agreed. "Your combat suit is waiting outside."
"Fine," I said, watching the deck as we neared the spot where the gravity would kick back up to full power. Celine already had her knees bent slightly in anticipation of our landing, and I bent my own. "Did you get anything from Ixel's ferret?"
"Pics?"
Mikkel nodded.
"Yes, quite a lot. With the visuals he brought back, we were able to figure out the key spots for taking out the lights and alarms and making sure the blast doors stay open. Nice distractions, by the way."
"Thanks," I said. Our gentle drop abruptly became less gentle, and Celine and I landed with a double thud. "Is the other team in position?"
"We assume so," Mikkel said. "They can't exactly tap into the Bonvir 7 communications array, so we don't have any direct communication with them. But if they're on schedule, they'll be ready as soon as we hit the portal."
"Right," I said, grimacing. As my father used to say, people who firmly believe in schedules probably also believe in the Tooth Fairy. But in this case, there really weren't any alternatives. "You've got someone who can take Celine where she can rest?" Mikkel nodded.
"The Admiral said he'd be honored if she would wait with him."
No,
Celine said.
I have to come with you.
"Not safe," I said firmly. "We'll be using—"
I have to.
She cut me off.
When Nask took me out of the cell, he told the others to move Terra.
I shot a look at Mikkel. "Move her where?"
I don't know.
Celine said.
That's why I have to go. I'm the only one who can find her.
Ixel had joined us in time for that last bit. "Jordan, she can't be with us," he said firmly. "I saw firsthand how the snowblind gas affected her."
Is that what you used in Havisham City?
Celine asked. "Yes, to break up the hunter packs who had Terra pinned down," I confirmed. "Ixel's right. If she's with us, we can't use it, or any other gases."
"What if we give her breathing gear for the first stage?"
Mikkel asked.
"She could take it off once we've cleared the work cavern."
I shook my head. Some of the stuff's bound to leak out into the rest of the complex. "Is there any chance the receiver module will be empty?" Ixel asked. "It was pretty damn busy in there when we left," I told him. "Nask had at least 4 waves of 9 EI cams each, and he could have more waiting in line after that. At 4 soldiers per trip, that's going to take a while."
"They're only sending 4 at a time?"
Mikkel asked, frowning. "That was what we saw in Alpha," Ixel confirmed. "Nask isn't sure whether you have to grab the gray end or can just touch it." I explained. Mikhail muttered a curse.
A touch is all you need, he growled. Not to mention that the launch module seems to recognize how many are on their way up the arm and waits to launch until everyone's in position. We've sent up to 12 at a time without trouble.
Well, unless you want to send Nask a memo, I think we're stuck with the long line, I said. Mikhail huffed out a breath, his eyes on Celine. Then reluctantly he shook his head.
No, he said. If Firefall is occupied and we try to pop in there without dropping a gas cloud first, it's going to degenerate into a slaughter. That's not what any of us want.
You'll be coming in above them, I reminded him. They're all standing up, heads pointed at the center. They'll never even see you coming.
Maybe you missed what I said a minute ago,
Mikhail said tartly.
We don't want a slaughter, on either side.
And what about Terra?
Mikhail's throat worked. We'll just have to hope we can keep Nask too busy to think about using her as a shield.
I looked at Celine, wincing at the fear and frustration in her pupils.
Please,
She said.
I promised Tara I'd look after her.